A special suspension system allowed the Dodge Tomahawk to keep all four wheels touching the ground when turning to avoid slipping when turning. In addition to its great horsepower and many wheels, the shape of the Dodge Tomahawk was equally stunning. The silver-white paint and the sci-fi appearance of the Bat motorcycle made the Dodge Tomahawk look even more impressive. Johnny had once fantasized about buying a Dodge Tomahawk, but the high price and the law that prohibited it from being on the road made him give up the idea in the end. Are all superheroes as rich as you? After observing the Dodge Tomahawk enviously, Johnny asked in confusion. How should I put it? Superheroes are the same as ordinary people. They are divided into the rich and the poor. I'm considered to have a little bit of money. With a super rich man like Tawny around, Rog didn't dare to say that he was relatively rich. After all, until now, his private savings were only a few $1 billion, which was far from being comparable to Tawny. After summoning the Dodge Tomahawk, Rog controlled the Hellfire and began to demonize his personal ride. Just like Johnny's ghost motorcycle, after the Hellfire covered the Dodge Tomahawk, the originally sci-fi looking Dodge Tomahawk instantly turned from sci-fi to demonic. The silver-white paint turned into a bone-like grayish-white, the four front and rear wheels turned into blazing hellfire, the heavy body turned into a skeleton, and the front of the motorcycle turned into the shape of a skull. Although the overall shape didn't change much, the Dodge Tomahawk that had been demonized by Hellfire had completely transformed from a product of Earth's technology into a product of Hell. Let's go, let's meet the natives of Hell. After sitting on the demonized Dodge Tomahawk, Rog turned his head and said to Johnny, and then directly twisted the throttle to the limit. As soon as his voice fell, the demonized Dodge Tomahawk rushed forward like a missile and quickly disappeared from Johnny's sight. The undemonized Dodge Tomahawk can reach an amazing speed of 676 kilometers per hour. After being demonized by Hellfire, the speed of the Dodge Tomahawk has undergone a qualitative change. Within a few seconds, the demonized Dodge Tomahawk driven by Rog accelerated to more than 1,200 kilometers per hour. Then the demonized Dodge Tomahawk broke through the sound barrier like a roaring dragon, leaving a white fog-like air shockwave behind it. Rumble! Only in a place like Hell did Rog dare to drive the Dodge Tomahawk at such a speed. No wonder there were so many racers in the world. The word extreme speed really made a man's blood boil. Johnny never expected that Rog, who looked like a gentleman, would be even crazier than a professional stunt driver like him when he raced. In order not to be shaken off by Rog, in order to catch up to Rog's taillights, Johnny began to speed up silently, and started a lawless race with Rog that didn't require any communication. While Rog and Johnny were racing recklessly in Hell, Mephisto, who was somewhere in Hell, frowned in puzzlement. As a lord of Hell, Mephisto was more sensitive to the abnormalities of Hell than ordinary people could imagine. At that moment, Mephisto sensed an extremely unfamiliar and an extremely familiar life aura. The unfamiliar one was, of course, Rog's aura. And the familiar one was naturally Ghost Rider Johnny's. TSK. He actually came looking for me. This isn't something Ghost Rider should do. Mephisto wasn't surprised by Ghost Rider Johnny's appearance. As long as Johnny familiarized himself with Ghost Rider's power to a certain extent, he would master the way to travel through Hell sooner or later. But what Mephisto didn't expect was that Johnny would actually bring an unfamiliar human to Hell. Arrange a welcoming party for my knight and let him feel the warmth of his hometown. Mephisto, who was sitting on a huge skeleton throne, said indifferently. After he finished speaking, several demons of different shapes appeared in the empty hall in front of him. Chapter 3:11. At that moment, Rog didn't know that Mephisto's had already arranged a welcoming party for them. But even if he did, he wouldn't have cared too much. It was only a matter of time before Mephisto's discovered them. Besides, they had no intention of hiding their tracks at all. Two ghost motorcycles with completely different appearances sped across the plains like two flaming meteors as they barged into the gathering place of the Hell demons. On the surface, it looked like Rog and Johnny were just speeding along aimlessly. But in fact, Rog had already locked onto the life energy signal in front of him. The life form of demons was completely different from humans, but in Rog's perception, they were not much different from the humans on Earth. The only difference was that demons had stronger life energy, and the light they emitted was more dazzling. Johnny, who was following behind Rog, had no idea what Rog was planning. Logically speaking, as a Ghost Rider, he should be the main character of this trip to Hell. But after being personally taught by Rog for more than a month, he decisively gave up this right. Professional matters had to be handled by professionals, and in Johnny's eyes, Rog was a professional. When Rog and Johnny drove the ghost motorcycles to the gathering place of the demons in the distance sensed their presence. To be precise, they sensed Rog's presence. This was hell, and the human aura emitted by Rog was as obvious as the moon in the night sky. As long as these demons had some sensory abilities, they would be able to sense the aura on Rog that didn't belong to hell at all. Almost the moment they sensed Rog's human aura, these demons of all shapes and sizes became extremely excited. They weren't excited because they had discovered Rog, but because Rog's existence had evoked their desire for human flesh and blood. In the eyes of the demons, the humans on Earth were simply moving treasures. Torturing and killing human lives gave them an indescribable pleasure. Devouring human flesh and blood gave them a taste of the best delicacies that hell had never had before. Imprisoning a human soul allowed them to experience an unforgettable sense of accomplishment. No matter what it did to humans, it would bring them instinctive pleasure. This was also the main reason why the demons in hell never forgot about the humans on Earth. However, since the appearance of the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, it has become more and more difficult for the demons in hell to invade the Earth, so difficult that they may not succeed even if they give up their lives. The days of being able to easily bewitch humans to harvest souls were over. Even the Lord of Hell, Mephistos, could only use the Ghost Rider method to harvest souls, let alone ordinary demons like them. Therefore, in the eyes of these demons, Rog was not an intruder but a treasure that had delivered itself to their doorstep, a treasure that could bring them supreme joy. Without any hesitation, after discovering Rog's traces, these demons dashed toward Rog one after another, fearing that they wouldn't be able to get anything if they were late. Rog did not know what these demons were thinking, but he stopped the ghost motorcycle when he saw them rushing toward him excitedly. "What's the matter?" Johnny, who was behind him, stopped and asked doubtfully. "There is a group of demons rushing toward us. There are quite a few of them, and they seem to be very excited." Although he hadn't seen these demons yet, and the life energy signals he sensed wouldn't reflect any emotional changes, but the speed of those demons rushing to be the first was enough for Rog to make a judgment. "A group of very excited demons?" Johnny froze for a moment, then continued to ask. "How is their strength? Will they be difficult to deal with?" Johnny has been a ghost rider for a while, but he doesn't have much combat experience. The enemies he used to deal with were all human criminals, and with his strength, it was completely one-sided, so he hasn't gained any useful experience. Especially after being taught by Rog for more than a month, Johnny realized how bad his combat skills were. In Roger's words, any one of Konoha's combatants would be able to defeat him in terms of combat skills. The energy intensity is not bad, but it's hard to say how strong they are. Energy intensity was energy intensity, and strength was strength. For experienced people, energy intensity was equivalent to strength to a certain extent. But it also depended on who the person was. Johnny the Ghost Rider was a good example. After transforming into a Ghost Rider, Johnny's energy intensity was stronger than that of the Punisher Abomination and the others combined. But in a real battle, the Punisher Abomination alone could play with Johnny until he couldn't fight back. "Then should we retreat for now?" Johnny asked uncertainly. He was just a stunt rider. Although he had some combat experience after transforming into a Ghost Rider, he was far from being a real warrior. "No need, and there's no point in hiding. They'll catch up sooner or later. Let's use them as an appetizer. We'll split them in half so that they won't say that I'm taking advantage of you." With that, Rog started the ghost bike again and drove toward the demons in the distance. As for whether Johnny would follow, he didn't really care. If Johnny didn't even have the guts, he wouldn't have needed to look for Mephisto. He would just obediently be Mephisto's puppet. Looking at Rog getting further and further away, Johnny stood there for a few seconds before finally starting the ghost bike and chasing after him. Aren't they just a bunch of excited demons? Let's do it. Not long after, the group of excited demons appeared in front of Rog and Johnny. The environment of hell was completely different from what Rog had imagined, and the appearance of these demons was also different from what he had imagined. There were no triangular tails, curved horns, or bat-like wings. Apart from the fact that their skin color was similar to that of the legendary demons, the demons that appeared in front of Rog and Johnny weren't demons at all. Rog also saw some typical man-made products on these demons. These demons actually knew how to use weapons? Although their weapons looked very old, and some of them even had obvious cracks, it was clear that these were their weapons. There weren't many demons with weapons, not even half of them. Most of the demons were still bare-handed, if their forelimbs could be considered hands. Just looking at the appearance of these demons, it was hard to believe that they were products of the same race. There were only a few dozen demons in front of them, but Rog had already seen more than 10 forms. And this was only the vanguard. Chapter 3:12. So this is a demon. I wonder how it feels to chop them up? Sizing up the eager demons in front of him, Rog got off the ghost bike and pulled out the northern cold blade at his waist. Then, he walked step by step toward the demons in the distance. It wasn't his style to fight on the ghost bike. To him, the ghost bike was just not a means of transportation. Compared to a knight, he preferred to be a warrior. The demons in the distance didn't know what Rog was thinking, but when they saw Rog walking toward them, these demons of all shapes and sizes revealed greedy expressions. This human is mine. All the demons had the same thought. The demons in hell weren't a race that liked to share. To them, monopolizing all the benefits was an instinct that was engraved in the depths of their souls. Rather than hoping that these guys would learn to share, it was better to hope that they would become vegetarians. At least this way, the chances would be higher. In order to monopolize Rog, this human, to taste the long-awaited delicacy, and to satisfy their greed, these demons attacked almost at the same time. Compared to these fierce demons, Rog, who was wielding the northern cold blade, seemed a little weak, like a helpless lamb that had barged into a pack of wolves. I can only kill 17 of the 34 demons. That's not enough. Only Rog would have such a thought when facing the attacks of more than 30 demons. Behind him, Johnny the Ghost Rider saw so many demons swarming over, and the first reaction in his mind was to retreat. It wasn't that Johnny was timid, but that he had a normal reaction that a normal person would have. It wasn't Johnny who was wrong, but Rog. Just as Johnny was considering whether he should help Rog was already fighting with the demons. The black northern cold blade slashed at one of the demons like black lightning. The dull blade instantly cut through the demon's arm and chopped off his entire right hand. After cutting off the demon's arm, the first thought that came to Rog's mind was that the demon's blood was red. Although a strange thought appeared in his mind, his attack did not stop at all. The northern cold saber in his hand flew up and down, drawing out one black arc after another. Every time the northern cold blade swung out, it would take away a part of the demon's body, be it an arm, a leg, or a head. At this moment, Rog was even more demonic than these demons. He was mercilessly and efficiently killing these natives of hell. If it were other intelligent creatures, facing Rog's extremely efficient slaughter, they would involuntarily feel fear and retreat. However, the demons in hell were not ordinary intelligent creatures. Not only did Rog's massacre not make them feel the slightest fear, but it also aroused the bloodlust in their hearts, making them even crazier. All kinds of weapons and sharp claws attacked Rog. Some of the demons who had mastered energy attacks even threw magma-like long-range attacks at Rog. These demons' attacks could not be said to be weak, and the damage they caused was also very substantial. Unfortunately, these injuries did not appear on Rog's body. Because of their size, the smallest demon here was almost half a meter taller than Rog. Not to mention, there were some demons that were 7 or 8 meters tall. Being small meant that the target was small, which meant that the hit rate was low. Most of the fierce attacks of the demons landed on their own kind. As for the remaining ones, Rog easily dodged them. These demons used their actions to prove what was the correct way to injure teammates. From Rog and Johnny's point of view, these demons were a team. But in reality, these demons had nothing to do with the so-called team. They only appeared at the same place at the same time to try to capture the same target. Therefore, injuring teammates was not in their consideration at all. And the more demons died, the fewer competitors they had. Who said that demons only knew how to act recklessly? Sometimes they could be quick-witted, such as now. Facing these demons' siege, Rog displayed exquisite close combat skills, as if he was a merciless killing machine. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and screams were heard. Under Rog's storm-like attacks, these demons looked like they were beaten up badly, but in reality, they did not suffer any serious casualties. Until now, there were only 5 or 6 demons that had truly lost their lives. Although the demons' regenerative ability was not as crazy as the symbiotic demons, their unique life form gave them the tenacious vitality of a cockroach. Injuries that could be fatal to ordinary creatures were only minor injuries to them. What was more troublesome was that every demon's fatal parts were not the same. Most creatures had the same weakness. For example, the weakness of humans was the heart and brain. But demons were different. Their hearts and brains were not important, not to mention their limbs and internal organs. To demons, as long as their core was still there, they would not die. The core was not only the core of a demon's life, but also their source of energy. But each demon's core was located in different places. Even if two demons looked exactly the same, their cores may not be in the same place. Although the insight of the Sharingan was good, it was not enough for Rog to see the core of these demons. This also caused him to be unable to increase his killing efficiency. Although in the eyes of Johnny and the other demons, his killing efficiency was already amazing. As he had killed 5 to 6 demons in less than 10 minutes, Johnny and the rest of the demons had already been killed. If he had the Byakugan, it would be a lot easier now. At this time, Rog couldn't help but think of the Byakugan. But thinking about it, he didn't intend to change his Sharingan. After once again crippling the demon in front of him, Rog used the body flicker technique to escape the encirclement of the demons, and then used a new fire release ninjutsu. Hellfire release. Grand fire annihilation. A flame came out of Rog's mouth. When the flame flew toward the demons in front of him, the orange-red hellfire appeared out of thin air, and merged with the chakra flame of grand fire annihilation, turning into a terrifying flame with a lighter color and a higher temperature. The fusion of hellfire and fire release was Rog's latest research result. And these fire release merged with hellfire is the so-called hellfire release. When hellfire release, grand fire annihilation flew in front of them and turned into a burning sea of fire. These demons who were in a state of excitement and fanaticism felt a tremor from the depths of their soul. Chapter 3:13. Although these demons had never seen fire annihilation, they didn't know what ninjutsu was. But they knew hellfire, and that hellfire was a terrifying existence that could completely destroy them. For the demons in hell, there were only two kinds of existences that could make them instinctively feel danger. One was the hellfire from the depths of hell, and the other was a holy weapon from heaven. As for the others, they might take them seriously, but they were absolutely not afraid. This human could actually use hellfire? After discovering this fact, in their eyes, Rog was no longer a moving treasure, but a dangerous creature that could take their lives at any time. Although Rog's body had been wrapped in hellfire, these demons didn't pay too much attention to it at first. After all, not far behind Rog stood a ghost rider. In their view, the hellfire on Rog's body was just a kind of protection given to him by the ghost rider. In a flash, all kinds of thoughts flashed through the demons' minds, including but not limited to going up and risking their lives to escape and so on. But no matter what choice they wanted to make, they now needed to deal with the vast sea of fire that had already arrived in front of them. These demons didn't care about ordinary flames at all. After all, they had unreasonably high fire resistance. But hellfire was different. Not only could hellfire ignore their fire resistance and wantonly burn their bodies, but it could also cause unimaginable damage to their souls. They definitely couldn't dodge it. In order to reduce the damage caused by hellfire as much as possible, these demons made an uncommon but very effective defensive posture. These demons of different shapes and sizes fell to the ground one by one, doing their best to curl up their bodies and protect the core in their bodies. As long as the core was still there, it didn't matter if their bodies were burned. Even if their burnt bodies couldn't grow back, it wasn't a big deal. Rog didn't expect that these demons would actually choose to resist his hellfire release. Fire annihilation. It seemed that he was still underestimated. Although fire annihilation wasn't a ninjutsu he often used, and the power of its attack wasn't particularly outstanding, but there were still not many enemies who dared to resist his fire annihilation. Even Lord-tier symbiotic demons and Warner Protoss elite warriors wouldn't dare to take his Grand Flame Destroyer head-on. Not to mention that he was using a special version that was fused with Inferno. Since you're so confident, I'll play with you. With a thought, Rog silently increased the damage output of Chakra and Hellfire. These demons wanted to use their physiques to resist, but Rog planned to burn them to death. Thus, a grand fiery annihilation, whose duration and power far exceeded the previous one, was born just like that. In the sea of hellfire created by Grand Fire Extinguisher, miserable howls continuously sounded out. Because of the sea of fire, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose by several degrees. The apocalyptic sea of flames persisted for tens of seconds before Rog finally ended his hellfire escape, Grand Flame Annihilation. The sea of fire gradually disappeared, and the surrounding temperature began to drop. When the flames completely dissipated, the figures of the demons reappeared in front of Rog and Johnny. Compared to before Rog used Hellfire Escape, Grand Flame Annihilation, there were less than 10 demons that could still stand, and all of them were riddled with wounds, with burn marks left behind by Grand Fire Extinguisher. More than half of the demons were incinerated, and not even the most basic corpses were left behind. As for the remaining ones, the life force in their bodies had fallen to an unprecedented low. Glancing at the remaining demons, Rog put away the northern cold blade in his hand, and turned to Johnny and said, "I accidentally killed a few more, the rest are yours." Originally, they agreed to split it half, but Rog didn't expect that these demons were more fragile than he thought. After sensing that the life force of these demons were disappearing one by one, he decisively ended his Grand Fire Extinguisher. But even so, more than half of the demons still died in Hellfire Escape, Grand Fire Extinguisher. "You should deal with it. You've already beaten them to this extent. It's fine to end them while you're at it." Johnny glanced at the demons who didn't have much vitality left, and hesitated for a few seconds before giving a silent answer. Although he was already a ghost rider, Johnny was still a stunt rider at heart. He wasn't interested in fighting at all. "You'd better get used to fighting demons. They're just appetizers who came to us voluntarily. The people sent by Mephistopheles aren't as easy to deal with as they are. I don't want to have to worry about your safety while fighting Mephistopheles. Do you understand?" Mephistopheles wasn't a weakling. In Johnny's current state, he had no chance against Mephistopheles at all. Thus, Rog had to make the best use of his time to let Johnny grow up. At the very least, he had to let Johnny get used to fighting demons. "Do we really have to do this?" Johnny didn't have a good impression of demons, but dealing with these demons who were already riddled with wounds and didn't have much ability to resist made him feel like he was bullying the weak. "Don't be so wishy-washy. They're not human. Don't be so saintly," Rog said unhappily. He could understand Johnny's desire to be a good person, but it also depended on the time and the kind of people he was facing. Only an idiot would feel pity for a demon. Under Rog's urging, Johnny slowly walked in front of the demons and turned the chains on his body into ghost chains. What happened next was a one-sided massacre. Although Johnny didn't have much combat experience, a ghost rider was a ghost rider after all. His combat instincts were enough to crush these demons who didn't have much combat strength left. After Johnny completely ended the lives of these demons, Rog started his ghost bike and continued driving into the distance. How Johnny wanted to digest this battle was his own business. All he had to do was provide a suitable environment for Johnny. As Rog and Johnny drove the ghost bike into the distance, 3 demons with no specific form rushed toward them like ghosts. The demons that had just appeared were just small fries attracted by Rog's human scent. These 3 demons with no specific form were the real feast that Mephistopheles had prepared for them. "Stop the bike, we're being watched." The ghost bike that was speeding like a flaming meteor stopped. Rog frowned and pulled out the northern cold blade at his waist. The enemy this time was a little different. Chapter 3:14. Rog sensed the 3 demons rushing toward them. In his perception, the life energy signals of the 3 demons were obviously different. The intensity of their life energy was higher, and he also sensed the existence of natural energy on them. "Are there a lot of them? Will they be difficult to deal with?" Johnny stopped beside Rog on the ghost motorcycle and asked seriously. "Only 3. They'll be harder to deal with than the previous ones." Although they hadn't officially fought and hadn't even seen each other, it could be seen from the intensity of their energy that the enemies this time were more difficult to deal with than the previous ones. Not everyone was like Johnny, who had energy but didn't know how to use it properly. Be mentally prepared. This battle will be a good challenge for you. After saying that, Rog walked down from the ghost motorcycle and pulled out the northern cold blade from his waist. Although the northern cold blade was a weapon, it couldn't be put into the psychic scroll like other weapons. Unless Rog put the northern cold blade, which was Blackie, into a special container and then put the container into the psychic scroll, Blackie, as a living creature, couldn't be put into the psychic scroll. Blackie didn't like the feeling of being imprisoned, and Rog didn't have the hobby of imprisoning his companions, so the northern cold blade became the only weapon he needed to carry with him. After pulling out the northern cold blade from his waist, Rog inserted the pitch-black northern cold blade into the ground and then summoned the disaster pistol that he hadn't used for a while. After summoning the disaster pistol, Rog directly controlled the hellfire to cover it, demonizing the disaster pistol into the evil spirit pistol. Under the hellfire's demonization, the disaster pistol's appearance also changed from the earth style to the evil spirit style. The two barrels side by side became entwined with white bones, and the two muzzles became the shape of a skull. After the demonization, not only did the disaster pistol's appearance change, but its function also changed. The ability to fire ninjutsu bullets was retained. After all, ninjutsu bullets wouldn't demonize with the hellfire. However, the ability to fire chakra bullets became the ability to fire hellfire bullets. The shooting mode didn't change much. It was still normal shooting, fatal shooting, and ninjutsu bullets. He would use the evil spirit calamity pistol for long-range attacks and the northern cold blade for melee attacks. Before the three demons appeared, Rog was already prepared for battle. Looking at Rog loading the disaster pistol with ninjutsu bullets, Johnny also took out a double-barreled shotgun he carried with him, enchanted it into an evil spirit shotgun, and removed the chain wrapped around his body. Everything was ready and waiting for the enemy to come knocking on their door. After standing in place for a few minutes, Rog and Johnny finally saw the enemy they had been waiting for. A whirlwind that was visible to the naked eye arrived in front of them with flying sand. Then, it condensed into a human figure. When the whirlwind demon appeared, an orange-red flame followed closely and turned into a human figure beside the whirlwind demon. About a minute after the two demons appeared, the third demon finally arrived. It surged out of the ground like a mole and condensed into a body made of stones and mud. Whirlwind, flames, earth. The demons that were chosen by Mephistos to be part of the welcoming team were indeed impressive. They were different from the other demons they had met before. Kneel, human. Before Rog and Johnny could say anything, the demon made of whirlwind spoke first. Judging from the strength of its energy and its position, this demon that had mastered the power of wind should be the leader of this welcoming team. What surprised Rog even more was that this whirlwind demon actually knew the language of earth. You want me to kneel? Haha, did Mephistos give you the guts to do that? Or do you think that the three of you have the ability to make me kneel? Rog replied with disdain. He didn't care about these three demons that had mastered the power of nature at all. Although there weren't many people who had mastered the power of nature, there were quite a few who had died at his hands. For example, the three Storm brothers in Warner Protoss. His Majesty's order is to capture the two of you alive. Even if you're crippled, you can still report back. Just as he finished speaking, this whirlwind demon took the initiative to attack. The whirlwind demon raised its right hand casually, and dozens of wind blades that resembled sickles flew towards Rog and Johnny. Like transparent wind blades, they shot towards Rog and Johnny at a speed faster than bullets, arriving in front of them in an instant. Although they didn't have a physical body, the power of these wind blades wasn't any weaker than real sharp blades. Not to mention that Rog was only a human. Even demons with stronger physique and defense would be cut in half after being hit by the wind blades. Perhaps it was because the whirlwind demon hated Rog, or because it felt that Rog was stronger, but most of the wind blades were aimed at him. As for the wind blades that flew towards Johnny, there were only a few of them. Just as these wind blades were about to hit Rog and cut him into pieces, Rog finally moved. Rog pulled out the northern chill blade from the ground at an unimaginable speed. He closed his eyes and casually waved the northern chill blade in his hand. Clang, 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 clang. The northern chill blade's blade clashed with the wind blades, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The clashing sounds rang out one after another, and the wind blades released by the whirlwind demon were shattered one after another. In less than 3 seconds, Rog had shattered all the wind blades that were attacking him. After easily dispelling the whirlwind demon's attack, he opened his tightly shut eyes and snorted in disdain. You want to hit me with this little trick? You're so naive. Rog casually dealt with the whirlwind demon's attack, while Johnny seemed to be in a much more difficult situation. Although there weren't many wind blades that were attacking him, to Johnny, who didn't have much battle experience, they were fast and transparent. They were very difficult to deal with. The evil spirit chain wrapped in hellfire blocked one of the wind blades with difficulty, and then the rest of the wind blades hit Johnny's body without any suspense. Johnny didn't block all the wind blades, but the moment the wind blades hit his body, the hellfire on his body suddenly expanded and turned into a hellfire armor, blocking all the wind blades that were attacking him. The sharp wind blades hit the hellfire armor, causing sparks, and then completely dissipated. Although he seemed to be in a difficult situation, Johnny still blocked all the wind blades in the end without any injuries. What do we do now? After using the Hellfire armor to block all the wind blades, Johnny turned his head and asked Rog. Pick one and deal with it yourself. Leave the other two to me. Rog said casually, as if he was discussing how to split the fruits with Johnny. Although the three demons on the opposite side had some skills, that was all they had. Chapter 3:15. I want the one with the dirt body. After seriously sizing up the three evil demons, Johnny made a decision. Compared to the two demons with the whirlwind body and the flame body, the dirt demon that appeared last looked easier to deal with. At least his body looked sturdier and didn't have the unreal feeling of the whirlwind and flame demons. No problem, he's yours. Rog didn't have any objections to Johnny's choice. No matter which demon Johnny chose, it was all the same to him. Seeing that Roger and Johnny didn't care about them at all, the three demons were dissatisfied. The whirlwind around the whirlwind demon became even fiercer, while the flames on the flame demon became even more vigorous. As for the dirt demon, no, the earth demon, it became even bigger. They had always been the ones ignoring others. When was it their turn to be ignored? Without any communication, the three demons that controlled different powers of nature attacked Rog and Johnny. They wouldn't attack as Rog and Johnny had planned. The whirlwind demon relied on its superior speed to attack Johnny first, trying to quickly finish off this inexperienced Ghost Rider. Although Ghost Riders had an innate advantage against demons, it depended on which demon they were facing. To the demons of hell, Ghost Rider was like their natural enemy. However, there were many Ghost Riders that had died at the hands of demons. Just as the whirlwind demon turned into a whirlwind and attacked Johnny, Rog, wielding the Northern Cold Blade, arrived in front of Johnny first. Your opponent is me. Rog raised the Northern Cold Blade in his hand and slashed at the whirlwind like lightning. Using a blade to slash at a whirlwind didn't seem like a wise choice, but it also depended on who was wielding the blade. Chi! The pitch-black Northern Cold Saber emitted streaks of silver-white electric snakes. The dull saber emitted a dazzling silver-white light, like a laser slashing through the tornado. The roaring whirlwind immediately split in two, like a river being split by a giant rock, and bypassed the Northern Cold Blade. The whirlwind demon didn't really want to fight with Rog. Compared to Rog, the inexperienced Ghost Rider was clearly a more suitable target. He would deal with the soft persimmon Ghost Rider first before gnawing on the hard bone Rog. The whirlwind demon's choice wasn't wrong, but he looked down on Rog too much. The two smaller whirlwinds had just swept past Rog when they were met with a hellfire wall. Blackie didn't like being covered by hellfire, so Rog had never covered the Northern Cold Blade with hellfire. But this didn't mean that he couldn't use hellfire while using the Northern Cold Blade. Enchanted weapons were only one of the abilities of hellfire. Compared to enchanted weapons, Logue preferred to directly control hellfire in battle. The hellfire wall that soared into the sky completely separated the whirlwind demon from Johnny. Before the whirlwind demon could change direction, the hellfire wall slammed into him like a huge wave. Asterisk boom! Asterisk the hellfire wall slammed into the whirlwind demon like a huge wave, and then slammed into the ground, turning into a raging sea of fire. The moment the hellfire wall slammed into the whirlwind demon, Rog used lightning body blink to leave the spot to avoid being hit by the hellfire wall. Rog, who used lightning body blink, not only disappeared in an instant, he also appeared in front of the flame demon like a ghost. Water release. Hard whirlpool water blade. Before the flame demon could react, a whirlpool formed from water appeared in front of him, firmly binding him. The flames on the flame demon's body weren't hellfire. Chakra's water release was enough to suppress it in terms of attributes. Using the water whirlpool to bind the flame demon was just the prelude to water release. Hard whirlpool water blade. Under the gaze of the flame demon, Rog's left hand created a water whirlpool, and condensed it into a rapidly spinning water javelin. Not good, danger. Just as the flame demon's heart was alerted to the danger, the water javelin's tip hit his chest. The moment the spinning water javelins came into contact with the flame demon's chest, they turned into a huge water spout. Like a roaring water dragon, they sent him flying. From Rog using lightning body blink to the flame demon being sent flying by the hard whirlpool water blade, everything happened in the blink of an eye. The whirlwind demon that was hit by the hellfire wall didn't have time to stop Rog, and the slow earth demon didn't even have time to react. In order to cause enough damage to the flame demon, Rog used all his strength in the hard whirlpool water blade this time. The water tornado that hit the flame demon was more than 10 meters thick, and like a water dragon, it swallowed and sent the flame demon flying. Under the huge impact of the water tornado, the flame demon was sent flying for several hundred meters, and most of the flames on his body were also extinguished by the water tornado. After seriously injuring the flame demon with one move, Rog's figure disappeared again. To deal with enemies like the whirlwind demon and the flame demon, he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, once they reacted and directly used elemental incarnation, the battle would become a protracted battle that Rog hated the most. After being hit by the hellfire wall, the whirlwind demon reformed his body, intending to launch another attack. But at this moment, Rog appeared in front of him again, and condensed a ball of chakra in his left hand. Sealing technique. 4 symbols seal. Rog didn't expect the whirlwind demon to choose to reform his body. If the whirlwind demon had chosen to maintain its whirlwind or tornado form, he might not have been able to finish off the whirlwind demon so quickly. But the whirlwind demon's action of reforming his body gave him an opportunity to kill the whirlwind demon. As soon as the whirlwind demon's body reformed, the 4-symbol seal in Rog's left hand hit his lower abdomen, and a powerful sealing power instantly covered his body. Damn it! The moment the 4-symbol seal took effect, the whirlwind demon sensed danger. But it was already too late. The 4-symbol seal couldn't bind the whirlwind demon forever, and Rog didn't need it to last for too long. As long as the 4-symbol seal could forcefully bind the whirlwind demon for a period of time, it would be enough. Rog saw a finger-sized core in the whirlwind demon's illusory body, and a core that emitted a faint green light. Say hello to Mephisto for me. Rog's voice sounded in the whirlwind demon's ear, and then a beautiful silver arc appeared. The cold northern blade, wrapped in silver lightning snakes, slashed through the air and hit the whirlwind demon's body, and the small core in his body. Bang! When the cold northern blade's blade hit the faint green core, a faint sound like glass shattering rang out. The core shattered, and the whirlwind demon died. From the moment Rog blocked the whirlwind demon to the moment the whirlwind demon's body dissipated like a breeze, only a short 2 to 3 seconds had passed. And in these short 2 to 3 seconds, the whirlwind demon was dead, and the flame demon was severely injured. After witnessing Rog's smooth attack from where he stood, Johnny realized just how big the gap between him and Rog was. No, this was no longer a gap, but a moat that couldn't be crossed. Chapter 3:16. This difference made Johnny completely understand the difference between a professional and an amateur. This kind of fighting posture was really cool. Although he was already a middle-aged uncle, Johnny had to admit that Rog's battle stance was indescribably pleasing to the eye. Of course, this might also have something to do with the fact that Rog's entire body was glowing. The blue-white unlimited mode paired with the orange-red hellfire created an inexplicably beautiful image. If Johnny had browsed through China's internet, he would have understood what it meant by red and blue since ancient times. Rog discovered Johnny, who was standing there in a daze, and said unhappily, "Your opponent is over there." He had already finished off the whirlwind demon, and sent the fire demon flying hundreds of meters away. The only one still standing in front of them was that earth demon, who didn't look very smart. When the earth devil, which was made of mud and stone, saw Rog kill the whirlwind devil and severely injure the fire devil, it couldn't help but think of running away. Although the earth demon looked simple and honest, he was actually very quick-witted. If he wasn't quick-witted enough, he wouldn't have been able to become one of the few demons who had mastered the power of nature. He wouldn't have been chosen by Mephisto to become his subordinate. Although in name, all the demons in hell were the subordinates of the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. But there weren't many demons who could truly become Mephisto's subordinates. The fact that the earth demon could stand out from so many demons was enough to prove his strength and quick-wittedness. As soon as Rog finished speaking, the earth demon took action before Johnny could react. The earth demon's body began to dissipate rapidly, and his entire body shrunk rapidly as if it was collapsing. Although the earth demon didn't know how Rog had killed the whirlwind demon instantly, he keenly discovered an important point after seeing Rog shatter the whirlwind demon's core with one slash. Energy body. Before Rog killed the whirlwind demon instantly, he forcefully suppressed the whirlwind demon's energy transformation, and seized the opportunity to shatter the core in its physical state. After understanding this, the earth demon naturally wouldn't continue to let himself remain in his physical state. The materialization of the body meant that the core was also materialized, which meant that there was a risk of it being destroyed. The Earth Demon's judgment wasn't wrong. His eyes were sharp and his actions were resolute. However, he had placed most of his attention on Rog and neglected his true opponent, Johnny the Ghost Rider. Just as Earth Demon's body began to dissipate, Johnny's evil spirit chain appeared in front of him and bound him tightly as if it had a life of its own. Damn it! The moment he was bound by the evil spirit chain, Earth Demon cursed and tried to break free from the evil spirit chain. The Earth Devil wasn't afraid of the evil spirit chain's attack, even if the hellfire wrapped around the evil spirit chain would burn his body. What he was truly troubled by was the binding of the evil spirit chains, which had interrupted the process of transforming his body into energy. Although the shackles of evil spirits did not have any sealing power, and could only rely on binding the opponent's movements, the hellfire on the shackles of evil spirits was a natural counter to demons. Whether it was a physical demon or a nature demon without a body, they were all powerless in front of the hellfire. If a simple body of energy could avoid the damage of the hellfire, then the hellfire wouldn't be one of the most feared powers of demons. With the process of transforming his body into energy interrupted, Earth Demon could only choose the most violent method to break free of the evil spirit chain. Earth Demon's body of earth had already shrunk to the size of a normal person, but in order to obtain more power, he began to enlarge his body. The larger his body, the more power he had, and the more likely it was for him to break free. Earth Demon's choice wasn't wrong, and he was different from the Whirlwind Demon and the Flame Demon who couldn't borrow the power of nature. With his feet on the ground, he could obtain endless support. With Earth Demon as the center, the earth around him seemed to come alive, and soil and stones continuously surged into his body. At this moment, Earth Demon was like a magnet, attracting all the soil and stones around him to strengthen his body. In just a few seconds, Earth Demon had become the legendary Earth Giant, his body reaching an astonishing height of more than 10 meters. The increase in size brought about a visible change in strength. The evil spirit chain that Earth Demon had been helpless against had now become a frail existence that he could easily break free from. The Earth Giant like Earth Demon let out a furious roar and stretched out its arms. The evil spirit chain that was wrapped around its body broke apart and fell to the ground. After breaking free of the evil spirit chain, the enlarged Earth Demon didn't immediately attack Johnny. Instead, he turned to look at Rog. Or rather, he glanced at the northern cold blade in his hand. Earth Demon wouldn't let the tragedy of the Whirlwind Demon repeat itself. After confirming that the northern cold blade wasn't long enough to pierce through his body and destroy his core, Earth Demon turned his gaze back to Ghost Rider Johnny. This was the first time Johnny had seen the evil spirit chain break. Caught off guard, Earth Demon's giant fist, which was about the same size as Johnny's body, hit him hard and sent him crashing to the ground. Boom! The earth shattered as Johnny was knocked to the ground, and the hellfire on his body couldn't help but dim. Rog was only 10 meters away from Johnny, but he had no intention of helping him. In Ghost Rider form, it was impossible to kill Johnny with physical means. Rog had already tested this point. As long as the hellfire on Johnny's body was still there, he could reassemble himself even if he was smashed to pieces. And while Johnny was being beaten up, Rog's other opponent, the Fire Demon, finally returned to him. After taking a hit from the hard whirlpool water blade, the Fire Demon was in an extremely sorry state. His body of flames was only 2 meters tall to begin with, and was only slightly taller than an ordinary person. After being hit by the hard whirlpool water blade, his body of flames had shrunk to about 1.23 meters. Rather than calling the Fire Demon a demon, it was better to call him a dwarf with a body of flames. Human, you're good, very good. I'll burn your body and soul for 10,000 years. I'll let you know what a painful fiery hell is. Although Rog had severely injured him in one move, the Fire Demon didn't feel any fear. Instead, he was enraged by Rog's attack. Burn me for 10,000 years? Are you sure you can live that long? Although demons have long lifespans, you don't look like someone who can live for 10,000 years. That's because your luck isn't that good. As soon as he finished speaking, Rog opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of water at the Fire Demon. Water release. Wave breaker. Chapter 317. A thin, ultra-high-pressure water column sprayed out of Rog's mouth as fast as lightning, instantly arriving in front of the shrunken Flame Demon and slicing his head open like a sharp blade. Because he didn't know where the core of the Flame Demon was located in his body, Rog attacked the most common part, the head. If it hit the core, then it would be a win. If the core wasn't in the head, then it didn't matter. The Inferno demon didn't expect Rog to attack so quickly and without hesitation. The water ripple cut open the flame demon's head without any suspense, and then, nothing changed. Although the flame demon seemed to be a little more impulsive than the earth demon and was more prone to getting carried away, this didn't mean that he would really put the vital core in his head. Because the core wasn't hit, the flame demon's cracked head quickly recovered. But this time, he didn't spout nonsense at Rog. The first time was the hard whirlpool water blade, and the second time was the water ripple. After being hit twice in a row, even if the flame demon was really impulsive and easily angered, he calmed down at this time. And he also found that the whirlwind demon was gone. Of course, the leader of the whirlwind demon wouldn't disappear for no reason. Since he couldn't see him now, it meant that the whirlwind demon was probably dead. After discovering this, the flame demon couldn't help but feel nervous. In terms of strength, the whirlwind demon was the strongest of the three of them. But the strongest whirlwind demon was the first to die, which scared the flame demon a little. From the time he was sent flying to the time he came back, only 4 or 5 seconds had passed at most. In other words, the human in front of him had killed the whirlwind demon in just 4 or 5 seconds. Thinking of this, the flame demon finally understood why Mephisto said to arrange a welcoming team. To put it nicely, it was a welcoming team, but to put it bluntly, it was cannon fodder to test the strength of the other party. Where did this human come from? Is he the disciple of the Ancient One? What is he doing in hell, traveling? The flame demon couldn't figure out Rog's purpose. In his opinion, as a human, Rog had no reason to appear in hell at all. Although Rog was very strong, compared to the Lord of Hell Mephisto, there was still a big gap. Thoughts flew in the flame demon's mind. Although he didn't know what Rog's purpose was, he knew that if he ran away without doing anything, the Lord of Hell Mephisto would definitely not let him off easily. After thinking of Mephisto, the flame demon's attack, the flame demon took the initiative to attack. The flame demon's body, Mephisto Mephisto, Mephisto Mephisto, Mephisto Mephisto Mephisto. The flame Mies Mephisto Mephistos, one after another. Of course, Mephisto be precise. Mephisto Mephisto, May, instantly, of meme. However, the flame demon was wrong about one thing, and that was that Rog did not even consider dodging. Rog raised the northern cold saber in his hand and decisively slashed at the incoming fireball. Unlike the whirlwind demon's wind blade, the flame demon's fireball could still cause damage even if it didn't hit its target. Art is Patrick's star. The northern cold blade in Rog's hand hit a fireball without any suspense. Then, an orange-red flame soared into the sky. The fist-sized fireball exploded with a power far beyond imagination, and the exploding flames directly engulfed Rog's figure. Not only that, but after the first fireball exploded, the following fireballs seemed to have caused a chain reaction as they exploded one after another. Boom 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 boom. Explosions rang out one after another. The orange-red flames continued to explode like a carnival, wantonly venting their own energy. Not only was the flame demon's attack shocking, but it was also quite powerful. Don't be fooled by the small size of the fireballs. The concentrated flame energy inside was not little at all. With this move, the flame demon defeated many demons who were stronger than him, allowing him to stand out among the demons and become Mephisto's acknowledged subordinate. The exploding flames not only engulfed Rog's figure, but also attracted the attention of Johnny and Earth Demon. Johnny never expected that the flame demon, who had been severely injured by Rog with one move, could actually turn the tables and suppress Rog to this extent. Looking at those flames that seemed to never be extinguished, Johnny could not help but worry for Rog. Rog was indeed very strong, but he was only a human after all. He did not have the ability to regenerate like him. However, Johnny soon realized that he was overthinking things. When the flames of the explosion gradually dissipated, a light blue figure that was several meters tall appeared in their line of sight. This light blue figure only had the upper body, and its appearance was not quite human. Susanoo. The moment the fireball exploded, Rog used Susanoo to completely protect himself. He had already guessed that the fireball would explode, so he was prepared early on. When the orange-red flames completely dissipated, the light blue Susanoo finally revealed its full appearance. The flame demon did not know what Susanoo was, but when he saw that Rog was unscathed in Susanoo, he sensed that something was wrong. With Rog's combat skills, he would never do anything meaningless in battle. Moreover, the flame demon instinctively felt that the Susanoo covering Rog was definitely not a simple defensive move. The flame demon's intuition was very accurate. Rog did not use Susanoo purely for defense, but to directly end the flame demon's life. The whirlwind demon's core was only the size of a finger, so the flame demon's core was probably not that big. Rog was not interested in confirming the location of the flame demon's core bit by bit. He intended to use a simpler method to solve this problem. Under the gaze of the flame demon and the others, a tens of meters long chakra-long sword instantly appeared. This chakra-long sword was even bigger than Susanoo. Susanoo holding the chakra-long sword was like a 2 or 3 years old child holding a 2-meter-long giant sword. Goodbye! Rog's voice had just sounded when the tens of meters long chakra-long sword slashed towards the flame demon's head. At the moment when the chakra-long sword appeared, the flame demon already had the idea of retreating, but the Susanoo's speed was faster than he imagined. The flame demon had not had time to leave when the light blue chakra-long sword had already arrived in front of him. One sword kill. Chapter 3:18. Since he couldn't determine the location of the core, he would just destroy the entire body. The flame demon, who had shrunk to 1.2 meters in size, didn't even have a chance to resist before he was completely killed by the chakra. Not even a small flame was left behind as he dissipated into the air. Wasn't this turn of events a little too fast? The earth demon had just been rejoicing over the fact that the flame demon had the upper hand and suppressed the stronger Rog. But in the blink of an eye, the flame demon had died under the Susanoo's chakra. Less than a minute had passed since the start of the battle. But in less than a minute, the whirlwind demon and the flame demon had died one after another without leaving a single mark on Rog. I can't stay here any longer. I definitely can't stay here any longer. The earth demon didn't think that he had the ability to fight 2 people at once. Escape no matter what, he had to escape. Although the punishment from the Lord of Hell Mephisto was terrifying, that was something he had to consider after he survived. And compared to Mephisto's punishment, the earth demon was even more unwilling to die here for no reason. He had grown from the most ordinary demon step by step, from an existence that anyone could bully and humiliate to a demon that controlled the power of the earth. The earth demon, who had been born ordinary, cherished his life and status more than the whirlwind demon and the flame demon. I haven't become a demon lord yet. I haven't become a famous great demon. I definitely can't die here. The immense pressure brought about by death made the earth demon erupt with even more power. The earth demon clenched his fists and smashed Ghost Rider Johnny's body with a heavy hammer, shattering Johnny's bones into pieces that flew in all directions. This wasn't the first time the earth demon had beaten Johnny to a pulp, but it was the same every time. Johnny, who had been reduced to pieces of broken bones, would recover with the help of the hellfire. Unlike the previous few times, the earth demon didn't give Johnny a chance to reconstruct his body this time. After beating Johnny into a pile of broken bones, the earth demon took the opportunity to place his hands on the ground. The solid ground gradually softened, and within a few seconds, the thick ground became as soft as liquid. The rocks and broken bones on the ground quickly sank as if they had fallen into water. When there was not a single bone in sight, the earth demon retracted its hands and allowed the ground to return to its original state. After doing all this, the earth demon did not say another word and ran away. Not only that, but the earth demon's 10-meter-tall body was also shrinking as he ran. The materialized body was too big, and it would take more time to elementalize. In order to leave this place as soon as possible, and mainly to ensure the success rate of escape, the earth demon could only choose to shrink its body first, and then elementalize. Regarding earth demon's escape, Rog didn't make a move to stop it, but silently dispelled Susanoo. The earth demon was Johnny's opponent, so whether the earth demon ran away or did something else, it was Johnny's business. Moreover, Rog didn't care if the earth demon could successfully escape. It would be best if Johnny could leave the earth demon behind. If he couldn't, it could only mean that Johnny was still too weak. The earth demon knew that he couldn't stop Johnny's recovery, but that didn't mean that he would helplessly watch Johnny return to his original state. Since he couldn't stop it, then he had to prolong the recovery time as much as possible. Thus, the earth demon made the decision to bury Johnny's bones deep in the ground. The earth demon kept running away. His body was getting smaller and smaller. According to his current shrinking speed, it wouldn't be long before he could shrink his body to the size of an ordinary person, and then elementalize his body in one go. As long as he could elementalize successfully, he could leave this place alive. The Earth Demon was very clear about this point, and the power of the earth he grasped was very suitable for escaping at this time. In terms of speed, after elementalization, he really couldn't compare with the Whirlwind Demon and the Flame Demon. However, he had an advantage that the Whirlwind Demon and the Flame Demon didn't have. As long as he could elementalize his body, he could let himself go deep into the ground, and the earth would help him block the pursuers, and he could use the earth to hide his tracks. Hold on for a few more seconds, just a few more seconds. The Earth Demon felt that he had already touched the hope of successfully escaping. In just a few more seconds, he would be able to completely escape the pressure of death brought about by Rog. But just as the Earth Demon thought that he was about to succeed, evil spirit chains surged out of the ground and wrapped around his limbs and body like pythons, once again interrupting his elementalization process. How was this possible? Ghost Rider was clearly still buried in the ground. How could he do it? The Earth Demon couldn't understand why these evil spirit chains had suddenly surged out of the ground, and he couldn't understand how Johnny had done it. Although he didn't look back, he was very sure that Ghost Rider was still buried in the ground and hadn't come out of the earth prison he had created. The Earth Demon's senses weren't wrong. Johnny was indeed still buried in the ground. But that didn't mean that Johnny couldn't attack him. Johnny wasn't the only one buried by the Earth Demon. The evil spirit shackles were also broken into pieces. Although Johnny couldn't travel through the ground, the evil spirit chains could. And thanks to the Earth Demon, Johnny could use even more of the evil spirit chains than before. Every section of the evil spirit chains had been lengthened by the hellfire, to the point where Johnny could use them. Although this didn't make sense, it was very hellish. Using these evil spirit chains, Johnny once again bound the Earth Demon and regained the initiative in the battle. After his previous experience, Johnny didn't give the Earth Demon a chance to transform into his huge body again. The evil spirit chains wrapped around the Earth Demon endlessly. In the blink of an eye, the human-sized Earth Demon was bound into a ball by the evil spirit chains, a solid ball of chains burning with hellfire. Only after all this was done did a bone hand wrapped in hellfire emerge from the ground, followed by a burning skull. Johnny, who had already recovered his body, crawled out of the ground. In his right hand were 5 or 6 evil spirit chains. I didn't lose this time. Johnny didn't look at the ball of chains in the distance, but spoke to Rog very seriously. Yes, you didn't lose. After hearing Rog's reply, Johnny suddenly exerted force in his hand, and the ball of chains in the distance exploded like a bomb. The broken evil spirit chains danced in the air, and the Earth Demon was annihilated. Although it was a little different from what he had imagined, Johnny still finished off the Earth Demon alone in the end, leaving a deep mark on his battle career. Chapter 319. Well done. Johnny's move to deal with the Earth Demon was indeed not bad. He was getting better and better at using the evil spirit chain. Furthermore, Johnny finally had the aura a qualified warrior should have. If Johnny had let the Earth Demon leave just like that, Rog wouldn't have said anything, but he would still be a little disappointed. However, Johnny still ended up with a pretty good result, and dealt with the Earth Demon in a simple and crude manner. Where are we going next? Johnny asked after reforming the broken evil spirit chain and wrapping it around his body. Anything is fine. No matter what we do, we'll meet Mephisto in the end. Rog didn't know where Mephisto was, nor did he have any interest in using Chakra's sensing ability to search for Mephisto. Then, will we encounter other demons later on? I seem to like the feeling of fighting demons. Johnny was silent for a few seconds before he said excitedly. As a ghost rider, killing demons with his own hands gave him an inexplicable sense of joy, as if he was born to do so. I don't know. It depends on Mephisto's arrangements. If he feels the need to continue testing us, then we'll continue to meet the demons he sends out. If he doesn't feel the need, then we'll meet him in person. Rog replied calmly. He wouldn't be surprised no matter what arrangements Mephisto made. When Johnny got back on his ghost bike and was about to leave, Rog suddenly stopped him. Since we have time now, let me tell you something. This was the first time Johnny had seen such a serious expression on Rog's face. Perhaps in your eyes, I'm very strong and can easily deal with those demons. But Mephisto isn't an ordinary demon. He's the Lord of Hell, the strongest in hell. I can have the advantage against other demons, but against Mephisto, I won't have any advantage at all. So before Mephisto appears, I think it's necessary to remind you that Mephisto is very powerful, very powerful. Even if we join forces, our chances of defeating him are less than 10%, or even lower. If he was alone at this time, Rog would not have any hesitation. Even if he couldn't defeat Mephisto, he had a way to successfully escape from Mephisto. However, he wasn't alone now. He still had to consider Johnny's safety. Are you saying that we should leave hell now? Johnny knew that Mephisto was very strong, but he had no idea how strong Mephisto was. He had only seen Mephisto's once when they signed the contract. He knew that Mephisto's was a lord of hell and a very powerful demon. That was all. After seeing Rog's serious expression, Johnny realized that he had never understood Mephisto's. It's up to you whether you want to leave now. After all, you're the only one who has the ability to travel through hell. I just want you to know how dangerous it is to face Mephisto's. If anything goes wrong, you and I will stay in hell forever. Whether it's necessary to gamble with your life to fight for that slim chance of freedom is something you have to seriously consider. Rog wanted Johnny to know how dangerous the journey ahead would be. After all, Johnny wasn't him and didn't know how terrifying Mephisto was. According to his estimation, Mephisto in hell would be at least at the Heavenly Father level, which was the Heavenly Father level where Odin and Ancient One were. Although the Heavenly Father level was only one level higher than the Earth God level. This level was the difference between heaven and earth, just like the difference in mass between the Earth and the Sun. If Rog remembered correctly, a Thanos without an Infinity Stone was the so-called Heavenly Father level. And such a Thanos was already a super overlord that was famous throughout the universe. Apart from those super big shots who basically didn't show their faces or make a move, Thanos was one of the ceiling of individual combat power in the universe. If a Heavenly Father level Thanos was already so terrifying, there was no need to mention those Heavenly Father level existences. What's more, Rog and Johnny were still in hell controlled by Mephisto. Fighting against a Heavenly Father level existence, and in his domain at that, a narrow escape was already considered the focus of the goddess of luck. Is Mephisto really that strong? He can't even appear on Earth often? Johnny wasn't doubting Rog, he just found it hard to imagine that the old demon with gray hair was really that strong. That's because there's an existence as powerful as him silently guarding Earth, so all the demons, including Mephisto, can't easily appear on Earth. Rog didn't explain to Johnny about the Sorcerer Supreme because it had nothing to do with him for the time being, and if nothing unexpected happened, it shouldn't have anything to do with him in the future. What about your opinion? Do you want to leave? Mephisto is so powerful, and the reward I paid was just to bring you to hell. Would you want to give up the commission? Johnny didn't answer Rog's question directly, but instead asked Rog. Give up the commission? Ever since I became a ninja, I've never given up on a commission. As a ninja with good professional ethics, I just don't want my employer to suddenly die. You've already paid me, so no matter what, I'll carry out the commission. You only need to consider your own safety now. Is there a need to use your life as a bet for a slim chance? Although the commission said that he had to work with Johnny to fight against the Lord of Hell Mephisto, it wasn't impossible if he was alone. At most, the system would just deem the commission as a failure. Furthermore, it wasn't like there weren't any tricks to work together against this request. For example, he could bring Johnny's evil spirit chain to fight against Mephisto, and to a certain extent, work together against him. Since you're not leaving, I'm not leaving either. You dare to fight against Mephisto as a human, so as a Ghost Rider, I naturally won't choose to run away. Isn't it just a possibility of dying in battle? Ever since I became a Ghost Rider that's neither human nor ghost, I've never cared about death. Death might just be a form of release for me. After serious consideration, Johnny finally gave an answer, and decided to face Mephisto with Rog. Wasn't it just fighting against a Lord of Hell? Even if it was fighting against God now, Johnny wouldn't be afraid. Just as Johnny finished speaking, an incomparably authoritative voice came from the sky, exploding like thunder. No wonder you're the knight that I've chosen. I like your attitude. The owner of this voice was none other than the Lord of Hell Mephisto, the only ruler of Hell. Chapter 320. Before Mephistopheles' people arrived, his terrifying aura had already descended. At this moment, Rog recalled the first time he met Odin at the Bifrost in Asgard. At that time, he didn't have Sage Mode, Manjikyu Sharingan, and even Chakra was only a chibi. That was the first time he met an existence at the Heavenly Father level, and the first time he felt the vast gap in strength that made him despair. Although Mephistopheles hadn't done anything at this time, Rog already felt a terrifying pressure that was no less than Odin's. No, the pressure that Mephistopheles brought was even more terrifying than Odin's. At least Odin wouldn't have such strong malice towards him. Do you feel it? This is the power of a Lord of Hell. Rog took a deep breath and turned to Johnny, who was already a little stunned. Although Johnny, who only had a skull, couldn't make a human expression, Rog could see the bitter smile in his heart when he turned to look at him. Johnny had just made up his mind to fight Mephistopheles to the death. In the end, Mephistopheles immediately responded and showed a little of his strength. I finally understand why you said that Mephistopheles is very strong. Johnny replied silently. Then, the hellfire on his body burned wildly, announcing his existence like an erupting volcano. Mephistopheles is indeed very strong. But so what? Isn't it just death? I don't care. I have made a choice that I regretted before, so this time, I will definitely not let myself regret it again. As soon as he said that, Johnny took off the chains wrapped around his body and pulled with both hands, turning the chains into evil spirit chains. This is the aura that a knight should have. I'm starting to like you a little. Looking at Johnny, Rog said with a smile, and the chakra in his body began to surge wildly. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Lightning Release Chakra instantly gathered in his body, and light blue chakra and lightning appeared. Rog didn't use the common chakra coat, but the Lightning Release Chakra mode known as Lightning Release Armor. Compared to the chakra coat that could only slightly increase the body's strength, the Lightning Release Chakra mode could activate the body and greatly increase defense and speed, and the transmission speed of the nerves would also be significantly increased. The unique environment of Hell wasn't suitable for Sage mode, and the extreme natural energy could cause the Sage mode to fail or even directly backfire on the user. So, unless it was necessary, Rog wouldn't use Sage mode. Besides, Mephistos hadn't even shown his face yet, so there was no need for him to take out his trump card right away. Infinite mode, Hell mode, Lightning Release Chakra mode. Mephistopheles and all chakra was, and Suez it. As long as it wasn't an instant kill, Rog was confident that he could teach Mephistopheles a lesson about the strength of a ninja from Earth. Don't underestimate a ninja's explosive power. Rog had already proven this with countless facts. Just as Rog and Johnny were prepared to fight with all their might, a slightly thin figure appeared in the distance and slowly walked toward them. He was dressed in a classic black suit, had meticulously groomed white hair, and held a black cane with a silver skull inlaid in his hand. The Lord of Hell, Mephistopheles, appeared in front of Rog and Johnny like an old British noble. Perhaps it was because Mephistos was considerate of Rog and Roland's perception, or perhaps it was because Mephistos preferred the human form, but at this moment, Mephistos did not reveal his true demon form. Instead, he appeared in front of them in his human form. I really didn't expect you to come to Hell of your own accord. Good, very good. Mephistopheles' gaze lingered on Rog, who was surrounded by lightning and hellfire, for a few seconds before finally landing on Johnny, the Ghost Rider. I also didn't expect that we would meet again in Hell. Facing Mephistopheles, who had changed his fate, Johnny didn't give any orders and replied calmly. Tell me, my knight, what do you want? As he spoke, Mephistopheles stretched out his right hand toward Johnny, as if a king responding to his general. I want your life. At this moment, Mephistopheles was only about 10 meters away from them. To ordinary people, this distance might not be within the attack range. But to Johnny and the other two, this distance was no different from facing each other. As soon as he said that, the ghost chain in Johnny's hand appeared in front of Mephistopheles and pointed straight at his head. Although Mephistopheles had displayed astonishing power, this didn't affect Johnny's intention to leave him with some memories. The ghost chain's attack speed was very fast, even faster than the speed of ordinary bullets. But in front of the Lord of Hell Mephistopheles, Johnny's attack was still too crude. It was so crude that he didn't even have the mood to raise his hand. The ghost chain wrapped in hellfire appeared in front of Mephistopheles at lightning speed. Then, as if fixed in place, it stopped in midair in front of him. Interesting. Although Rog didn't know what method Mephistopheles used to stop the ghost chain, he had to admit that Mephistopheles' move was very beautiful. Or rather, it was very cool. Lightning body blink. Although he was amazed, Rog didn't stop moving at all. He disappeared in an instant. Lightning body, thousand birds blade. Rog appeared behind Mephistopheles as if he had teleported. The northern cold blade in his hand transformed into a blade of lightning and slashed at Mephistopheles' neck. Just like the ghost chain, when the northern cold blade came to Mephistopheles' side, it was forcibly fixed in place by an inexplicable force. It was as if space had frozen, completely fixing the northern cold blade in midair. The moment the northern cold blade was fixed, Rog decisively let go of his right hand that was holding the blade and condensed a Rasengan. At the same time, he pulled out a flying Thor kunai from his waist with his left hand. The Rasengan in his right hand, and the flying Thor kunai in his left. Not only did Rog not give up on attacking, but he also directly launched a second wave of attacks. As for the northern cold blade, which was fixed in midair, it was temporarily out of the battle sequence. The Rasengan and the flying Thor kunai attacked Mephistopheles at the same time. As long as one attack could hit Mephistopheles, Rog would be able to pull the battle into the flying Thor that he was best at. Mephistopheles had never fought Rog before, and didn't know what kind of ability Rog had mastered. But as the Lord of Hell, as the most powerful existence in Hell, he wasn't the kind of incompetent lord who would forget how to fight once he was in a high position. When the flying Thor kunai made of metal came near Mephistopheles, it was unsurprisingly fixed in place, just like the northern cold blade's ghost chain. The Rasengan in his right hand easily broke through the invisible defense around Mephistopheles and touched Mephistopheles' suit. Chapter 321. Did I succeed? When the Rasengan touched the suit on Mephisto's body, a trace of doubt flashed through Rog's heart. Although he had never fought with Mephisto before, he was 100% sure that Mephisto, who had the strength of a heavenly father, would never perform so poorly. Mephisto must still have a backup plan. Although the Rasengan was not a weapon like the flying Thor kunai or the northern Liang blade, if Mephisto wanted to stop it, he would definitely be able to. As he expected, when the spinning Rasengan touched the suit on Mephisto's body, an incomparably powerful energy burst out of Mephisto's body. This energy had no attributes, it was just pure energy to the extreme. Boom! In just an instant, the Rasengan in Rog's hand shattered, and the chakra, which had lost control, directly disintegrated and dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Not only that, but the terrifying power of the explosion also directly descended on Rog's body, making him unable to even use the flying thunder god and lightning body blink, and he was completely blown away. Although the energy that burst out of Mephisto's body was terrifying, it was extremely well controlled. Except for Rog himself, the northern Liang blade, the flying Thor kunai, and the evil spirit chain, which were frozen in the air, were not affected at all, and still maintained their frozen state. Rog, who was blown away, flew a full 100 meters before he finally dissipated the impact of the explosion, and relied on the super light rock technique to stabilize his body and float in the air. Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, is really strong. Rog raised his right hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his 3-Tomo Sharingan also transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. The dynamic vision of the 3-Tomo Sharingan was already very terrifying, but it was completely unable to follow Mephisto's movements. Before Mephisto's energy burst out, he didn't even catch a trace of it. The flying Thor kunai was still near Mephisto, which meant that he still had a chance to launch a surprise attack. However, at this time, Rog did not immediately launch a counterattack. Instead, he slowly landed on the ground. Mephisto stood in place with his cane, looking calm and composed, as if he didn't care about Rog and Johnny's attacks at all. Rog's attack speed was indeed very fast, and his combat reaction was top-notch. However, in front of the Lord of Hell Mephisto's, his attacks were no different from Johnny's simple and crude chain attacks. The only difference was that his attacks were more flashy. How dare you come to hell with such strength? Human, tell me, who gave you the courage? Or is it your ignorance that's driving you? Mephisto turned to look at Rog, and spoke in a calm tone. Although Mephisto acted like an old nobleman, Rog could see the undisguised contempt and disgust on his face. Perhaps Tuzas see Mephisto of thinks who give me the of it. I don't need anyone to give me courage. As he spoke, Rog summoned the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword that he hadn't used in a while, and pulled out the calamity pistol at his waist with his left hand. Now, I'll show you where my courage comes from. Rog raised the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword in his right hand and pointed it straight at Mephisto. However, before he could make a move, Johnny attacked first. After confirming that he couldn't pull back the evil spirit chain, Johnny decisively gave up on it and took out the double-barreled shotgun that he had never had the chance to use. Hellfire Demonization. Evil Spirit Double-Barreled Shotgun. Bang bang! As soon as the double-barreled shotgun was demonized, Johnny pulled the trigger, and 2 demonized evil spirit bullets shot at Mephisto. Johnny's shooting made Mephisto frown in dissatisfaction. How could a Ghost Rider use a gun? This was damaging the tradition and reputation of a Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider Johnny was the work that Mephisto was most satisfied with, and also the work that he had high hopes for. In the long history of the past, Mephisto had created many Ghost Riders, but there had never been a Ghost Rider that could move him as much as Johnny. The evil spirit bullets instantly arrived in front of Mephisto, and pierced through the afterimage left behind by Mephisto. Ah! As soon as the evil spirit bullets passed through the illusion left behind by Mephisto, Johnny's neck was grabbed by Mephisto and he was lifted up. The blazing hellfire covered Mephisto's left hand, but it didn't cause any damage to Mephisto. Not only that, but the black smoke that surged out of Mephisto's left hand crazily devoured the hellfire on Johnny's body like locusts. It gnawed at Johnny's evil spirit body, causing him to scream like a beast. So fast. Mephisto didn't use any special abilities. He only used his astonishing speed to dodge the evil spirit bullets and instantly appeared in front of Johnny. After switching from the 3-Tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan, Rog finally captured Mephisto's movements. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the hellfire on Johnny's body dimmed to the point that it looked like it would extinguish at any moment. It was as if he had lost all his strength. With no time to think, Rog summoned his 3 wood clones while his true body used the flying thunder god to rush over. Although Rog didn't know what the black smoke that surged out of Mephisto's body was, he could tell from Johnny's current state that this black smoke was very effective against hellfire. Hellfire was shockingly harmful to ordinary demons, but it was nothing to the Lord of Hell Mephisto. As long as he wanted to, he could even take back the hellfire on Johnny's body. Using the flying Thor, Rog once again arrived near Mephisto and fired all 6 bullets from the Calamity pistol. Raiton, Spiral Electromagnetic Gun, Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet, Water Release. Water Ripple, Water Release. Water Shockwave, Futon, Vacuum Blade, Odama Rasengan. The bullets in the Calamity pistol were originally prepared for those demons, but he didn't expect to use them all on Mephisto. 6 completely different ninjutsu attacks arrived in front of Mephisto almost at the same time. Rog didn't expect these ninjutsu to hit Mephisto, and Mephisto wouldn't give him such a chance. Judging from Mephisto's current posture, he was a person who cared very much about his image. He definitely wouldn't make a mess of himself because of a battle. Therefore, when he fired the ninjutsu bullets, Rog had already prepared a backup plan. Before these 6 ninjutsu attacks hit Mephisto, Rog used his chakra to destroy the stability of the ninjutsu. Art is Patrick's star. Rog couldn't detonate himself like Deidara, but he could detonate all the chakra in his ninjutsu and create a powerful but completely uncontrollable chakra explosion. The thunder, water, and wind attributes of chakra fused and rejected each other uncontrollably, and then Art was born. Boom! Chapter 322. The 3 different types of chakra were fused together in an inexplicable way, creating a terrifying explosion that even Rog didn't know how powerful it was. Before the explosion even started, Rog prepared a defensive barrier for himself. Wood Release. Wooden Spindle Wall. A curved circular wall was formed in front of him, completely enveloping him. The chaotic energy storm crazily released its own energy, and the terrifying shockwave destroyed everything around it, regardless of whether it was friend or foe, and the lightning and storm that filled the sky created a doomsday scene. In addition to the energy storm formed by the different types of chakra, this sudden energy storm also inexplicably caused a chain reaction, which attracted the natural energy of hell, further increasing the power of the explosion. The black and purple color caused by the explosion became the only color in the sky, and the earth shook violently, and the terrifying energy storm destroyed everything like a supernova. The thickened wooden spindle wall created by Rog only lasted for a short 2 or 3 seconds before it was completely broken. Even if he continuously used chakra to strengthen it, it didn't change the outcome of the wooden spindle wall being destroyed. Susanoo. The light blue Susanoo instantly took shape and surrounded him in layers. In order to ensure that Susanoo has enough defensive power, he mobilized almost all the chakra in his body, and didn't spare any energy to support the existence of Susanoo. Although the energy storm in front of him was his plan, but as the planner, he didn't expect that the fusion of different types of chakra would produce such a terrifying power. What he didn't expect was that the extreme nature energy in hell would also participate in the energy storm's revelry. If he had known that there would be such a completely uncontrollable chain reaction, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to detonate his ninjutsu. The current situation was completely beyond his expectations, and it also completely disrupted his next step. According to his plan, he should have saved Johnny after the explosion while Mephistopheles was distracted. But in this situation, let alone saving Johnny, he wasn't even sure if he could protect himself. If this energy storm didn't end, he would have to use his trump card in advance. Not only did Rog not expect that the energy storm he created would cause such a huge chain reaction, but Mephistopheles also didn't expect it either. As the Lord of Hell, Mephistopheles knew a lot more about hell than Rog did. So he knew more about the current situation than Rog did. To put it simply, the energy storm created by Rog was like throwing a grenade into an arsenal full of high explosives. The grenade wasn't very powerful, but it detonated the explosives in the arsenal, and as time passed, more and more explosives were detonated. Mephistopheles didn't matter. He couldn't ignore the fact that the arsenal's explosion would directly blow up his base. This human, he really wasn't an ordinary human. More and more natural energy was being attracted by the energy storm. Mephistos even felt that all the natural energy in hell was showing signs of being awakened. If this energy storm was allowed, if was mice Mephistopheles, this was Mephistopheles. In order to maintain the order and safety of hell, Mephistopheles had no choice but to deal with this huge problem brought about by Rog. Mephistopheles casually swung his left hand, and Johnny, who had been grabbed by the neck, was flung out. He was instantly swallowed by the energy storm. Mephistopheles then stuck the black cane in his hand firmly into the ground, opened his arms, and released the energy in his body. There was originally a faint layer of energy barrier around Mephistopheles, protecting his safety and maintaining his dignity. But now, he had no choice but to give up this energy barrier that could allow him to maintain his dignity. He even had to reveal his demon true form. Small curved horns that resembled demon horns appeared on his face, and the nails on his hands began to grow longer and sharper. His skin also turned dark purple. Apart from that, his eyes shone with an orange-red light like hellfire. Without the protection of the energy barrier, cracks appeared on the classic black suit he was wearing, and his meticulous white hair had completely disappeared. The change in his appearance was just an insignificant prelude. What was truly shocking was the astonishing energy emitted from his body. Under the interference of the energy storm, Rog's chakra senses were severely disrupted. Right now, he couldn't even sense Johnny's existence or the flying thunder god's Kunishang. But it was in this situation where his senses were suppressed to the extreme that he felt a powerful force like a black hole. Profound, powerful, strange, unparalleled. Rog could not accurately describe how powerful this force was. The only thing he could be sure of was that this force could easily destroy planets and destroy the heavens and earth. Was this the true strength of a heavenly father? What a despair-inducing difference. Only now did Rog finally understand why the name of the father of gods, Odin, could spread throughout the entire universe, and why the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, alone could prevent Earth from being invaded by other dimensions. Hell Lord Mephistopheles attacked with all his might, and the agitated natural energy was quickly calmed down. Without the natural energy in hell, the apocalyptic energy storm gradually weakened and finally disappeared completely. When everything returned to normal, the scene in front of Rog was completely different from before. What appeared in front of him now was a terrifying circular crater with a diameter of tens of kilometers. He and Mephistopheles were in the center of this circular crater. Although he could not see the exact height of the wall in the distance, it was extremely flat. Apart from him and Mephistopheles, who were still standing in place, everything else had flown off to who knows where, including Ghost Rider Johnny. Even the 3 wood clones that he had planned to leave behind as a backup had been completely destroyed by the energy storm. Mephistopheles did not give Rog a chance to see his demon true body. With his back facing Rog, he returned to his previous human appearance, then turned around and looked at the human who had almost caused a disaster that affected the entire hell. "Human, what's your name?" At this moment, Mephistopheles no longer had the contempt and disgust on his face. Instead, it was solemn and serious. "My name is Rog, and I'm a ninja." In addition to his name, Rog also said his profession. Ninja? Interesting. Mephistopheles nodded with a smile, then pulled out his cane from the ground and walked 5 or 6 meters in front of Rog. He said solemnly, "Become my ninja, and I'll make you the strongest ghost ninja in the entire universe." Chapter 323. Evil Spirit Ninja? And the strongest evil spirit ninja in the universe? Rog was stunned for a moment, unable to keep up with Mephisto's train of thought. "Yes, as long as you submit to me, I can make you the strongest evil spirit ninja in the universe. After I die, you can even take over my position and become the new Lord of Hell." At this moment, Mephisto was acting like an amiable old man who had billions in assets but no suitable heir, openly tempting Rog. "Sorry, I'm quite satisfied with my current appearance. I have no intention of changing into an evil spirit for the time being." Rog tactfully rejected Mephisto's suggestion. If it wasn't for the huge difference in strength, he wouldn't even have bothered with Mephisto. The strongest evil spirit ninja in the entire universe. This title sounded very powerful, but in reality, it was meaningless. Not to mention that there was no ninja in the universe who could use ninjutsu like him. Just the fact that he was the strongest in the universe wasn't very reliable. Even Mephisto himself wasn't the strongest in the universe, let alone the evil spirits he created. Be it Ghost Rider or Evil Spirit Ninja, they were just Mephisto's subordinates. They were naturally inferior to Mephisto himself. More importantly, the appearance of a skeleton after transforming into an evil spirit didn't match his aesthetic at all. Rog remembered that not long ago, several well-known media outlets in America had teamed up to do a survey on the most desirable superheroes to marry. If he remembered correctly, he was ranked first on this list. Furthermore, he had surpassed Captain America, who was ranked second, and Tawny, who was ranked third, with an absolute advantage. Right, it was worth mentioning that Hulk was ranked fourth on the list, even above Thor and Thor. Yes, the one who was selected was Hulk, not Dr. Bruce Banner. As for the reason for being selected, Rog wasn't very sure for the time being. "You don't like the image of an evil spirit? I didn't expect that you, who have such great power, would still care about such a superficial image. Power, eternal power that surpasses everyone. This is what existences like you and me should pursue. Appearance, image, charm, personality. These are all things that only incompetent and weak existences care about." Mephisto said in disappointment. He couldn't tolerate Rog, who had such great potential, wasting his energy on such boring things. I can only say that everyone has different pursuits. After all, I'm a human, and you're a demon, so everyone has different ideas. There's a saying that I'm not sure if you've heard of, but it's called, 3 values run with one's facial features. To become a charming villain, facial features are more important than 3 values. Odin's youngest son, Loki, is quite good at this. You can learn from him. After hearing Rog's words, Mephistos fell silent. He was not convinced by Rog, but he finally confirmed that Rog had no intention of becoming his subordinate, not at all. Whether it was his image or his worldview, it was all just an excuse for Rog not to become his subordinate. Forget it. Someone who can cultivate to your level of strength must have a firm belief. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the power you have now. Use your strength to prove your beliefs. Whether it's rejecting me or leaving hell alive, you can't do without strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Mephistos exuded an astonishing aura, as if the entire world was under his control. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. As long as you can destroy or take away my staff, I'll let you leave and pretend that nothing happened. If you can't even do that, don't blame me for bullying you, a little ninja from Earth, Mephisto said confidently. Mephisto said with incomparable confidence. His insufferably arrogant image returned once more. Haha, is that necessary? You're already a high and mighty Lord of Hell, and you're still using such obvious words to destroy my state of mind. I'd be an idiot if I really believed what you said. Mephistos was indeed very strong. He was the strongest enemy Rog had encountered so far, and the difference in strength between them was indeed so great that it made one despair. But even so, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to fight back when facing Mephistos. If Mephistos could really get rid of him easily, Mephistos wouldn't have needed to say so much to him just now. You're indeed very strong, but if I want to leave, even if you're a Lord of Hell, you won't be able to stop me. I said it. As he spoke, Rog raised the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword in his hand and pointed it at Mephisto's fearlessly. If he was afraid, he would lose for the rest of his life. Rog could admit that his skills were inferior, and he could also admit that he had failed, but he would never allow himself to lose for the rest of his life. If he agreed to Mephisto's conditions today, or placed his hopes of victory on destroying and taking away the staff, he would never be able to win against Mephisto's. Not only would he not win today, but he wouldn't win in the future either. I like you more and more. If you weren't a human but a demon born in hell, you would definitely become a great existence famous throughout the multiverse. But now you don't have that chance. The more Mephistos looked at Rog, the more he liked him. At the same time, it also triggered a desire to conquer that he hadn't felt for many years. He wanted to conquer this man and make him his most loyal subordinate. What else could give him a greater sense of accomplishment than this? Unlike before, Mephistos didn't wait passively for Rog to attack this time. Instead, he chose to make the first move. Mephistos raised his left hand slightly, and 3 pure and powerful energy tornadoes flew towards Rog. It was a killing move right from the start. These 3 energy tornadoes were almost transparent, and ordinary senses couldn't detect their existence at all. Moreover, unlike natural tornadoes, these 3 energy tornadoes didn't cause any abnormalities while flying. They didn't even cause a slight breeze. Mephistos used facts to prove what a lord of hell should be capable of. It was an almost godly level of control over his body. Good timing. These 3 energy tornadoes that couldn't be detected by the naked eye attacked Rog from 3 different directions, completely sealing off all his escape routes. However, Rog didn't have any intention of dodging at this moment. He clasped his hands together and took a deep breath. Chakra in his body began to fuse with the natural energy of hell. Hell, immortal mode. Rog had already planned to use immortal mode when he summoned the wood clone earlier. Although the wood clone had been accidentally destroyed, it had given him enough feedback. Although the natural energy of hell was very extreme, it could still be used to fuse with chakra. Chapter 324. Only a madman could fight another madman. The natural energy in hell was very extreme. Even if it could be used to fuse with the immortal technique chakra, there was a risk of it going out of control. However, Rog didn't think too much about it at the moment. After absorbing enough natural energy from hell, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen in love with this kind of torture that brought pain all over his body. Simple red eyeshadow appeared around the Manjikyu Sharingan. The red circle on his forehead like a bull's was entwined with flame-like patterns. The moment he entered hell's immortal mode, Rog's physical fitness changed qualitatively, and the power of his ninjutsu, illusion, and taijutsu increased tremendously. What surprised Rog even more was that after entering hell's immortal mode, hell's rejection and suppression of him completely disappeared. Hell had acknowledged his existence. Now, even if he didn't use unlimited mode, he could survive in hell without any restrictions. Mephisto immediately noticed Rog's change and frowned slightly. Just as Mephisto was wondering how Rog could suddenly be acknowledged by hell, Rog made his move. Immortal technique. Wood release. Wood clone. With a thought, 3 wood clones that looked exactly like Rog rushed out from the ground and attacked the energy tornado. Immortal technique. Chidori. Immortal technique. Chidori blade. Immortal technique. Chidori sharp spear. The 3 wood clones used 3 different immortal techniques, lightning release, and collided head-on with the energy tornado. Rumble. Although the attack power of the energy tornado was very strong, the attack power of the immortal technique wasn't weak either. The moment the lightning release ninjutsu collided with the energy tornado, the immortal ninjutsu dissipated, and the energy tornado collapsed. The out-of-control immortal technique chakra and hell's energy scattered in all directions, creating huge craters in the ground. Gravel and dust flew everywhere. Immortal technique. Lightning body blink. As soon as the wood clones dispersed the energy tornado, Rog used lightning body blink to appear in front of Mephisto. Immortal technique. Odama Rasengan. Under the enhancement of the immortal technique chakra, the diameter of the Odama Rasengan reached an astonishing 5 meters, making Mephisto's already thin body seem even smaller. Rog had already tried to use a blink attack before. Although the result of the previous attack wasn't very good, he still chose to use the blink attack that he was best at. Facing Rog's attack, Mephisto sneered disdainfully. Although the Odama Rasengan in Rog's hand was much larger than the previous Rasengan, it didn't mean anything to Mephisto. Whether it was an ordinary Rasengan or the Immortal Art Super Jade Rasengan, it was impossible for them to cause any harm to him. This was the confidence of an archdevil. Sure enough, when the immortal technique Odama Rasengan was about to touch Mephisto, an extremely powerful shockwave erupted from Mephisto's body. Boom! Mephisto's energy attack directly destroyed Rog's Odama Rasengan, and a hurricane-like shockwave was born, attacking in all directions. Is this all you've got? It had to be said that Mephisto was quite disappointed with Rog's attack this time. In a one-on-one battle, using the same tactic twice in a row wasn't a wise choice. And this also meant that the attacker had run out of tricks. Immortal Art. Flying Thor. As soon as Mephisto's energy attack destroyed the immortal technique Odama Rasengan, Rog left his original spot with the Flying Thunder God and instantly returned to the vicinity of one of the wood clones. Leaving the Flying Thor technique on the clones was already Rog's traditional skill. Whether it was the Shadow clone or the wood clone, they were no exception. When Rog returned to the wood clone's vicinity, Mephisto suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the number of wood clones. One of them was missing. Rog used 3 wood clones to neutralize the 3 energy tornadoes, and then his original body attacked Mephisto. From the beginning, Rog didn't expect his blink attack to be effective against Mephisto. Moreover, Mephisto had just experienced it once not long ago. So from the beginning, his goal wasn't to attack Mephisto, but to use the same tactic and similar moves to distract Mephisto. Don't underestimate ninjas from Earth. Mephisto didn't have time to sense the whereabouts of the other wood clone before a Rasengan wrapped in silver-white lightning came to his back and hit him hard. Rumble! Immortal Art. Spiral Railgun. Terrifying silver-white lightning danced everywhere, and a light blue energy storm soared into the sky. The earth shook, and a blazing light occupied the entire sky. Who said that the original body couldn't feint attacks? Clones could also be the main force of the attack. Although the energy storm had blown away the Flying Thor Kunai, it hadn't blown the Flying Thor Kunai too far away. It was only a few dozen meters away from where Mephisto was now. Although the Flying Thor Kunai was buried under the soil, the Flying Thor technique on it was still there. After confirming the location of the Flying Thor Kunai, Rog formulated an attack strategy. In order to distract Mephisto, he could only feint attacks with the original body. The reason why he used the Odama Rasengan instead of the Rasengan wasn't because it was more powerful, but because the Odama Rasengan was bigger and easier to block vision. Moreover, the chakra turbulence after the Odama Rasengan was destroyed could further conceal the aura of the wood clone's immortal art. After the Odama Rasengan was destroyed, the uncontrollable chakra spread around Mephisto, making it impossible for him to immediately detect the immortal art, spiral railgun behind him. As long as Mephisto didn't discover the whereabouts of the wood clone before the Odama Rasengan was destroyed, Rog's attack this time was destined to not fail. The result was just as Rog expected. Although Mephisto noticed that the wood clone was missing, it was too late by then. Although the immortal art, spiral railgun was very powerful, it was still unrealistic to want to kill the Lord of Hell Mephisto in one shot. Moreover, after the simple exchanges earlier, Rog could basically confirm that Mephisto was extremely adept at energy control. Mephisto, who could easily suppress a large-scale energy storm that had gone out of control, definitely wouldn't be seriously injured by the immortal art, spiral railgun. After the explosion of the immortal art, spiral railgun, dissipated, Mephisto's figure reappeared in Rog's line of sight. At this moment, the classical suit on Mephisto's upper body had completely disappeared. In its place was dark purple skin and extremely mysterious, strange patterns. Although Mephisto still maintained the appearance of a white-haired old man, his upper body had unknowingly revealed part of his demon true form. You're the first person who can make me look so pathetic in hell. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me or die here. As soon as he finished speaking, Mephisto's clothes returned to their original straight state, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 325. At this moment, Mephisto still looked calm and collected, just like when he first appeared. However, Rog knew that Mephisto's was angry, and it was the kind that couldn't be appeased. However, this was normal. If he had been teased by someone who was far weaker than him, he would also be very angry and want to kill that arrogant bastard immediately. I'll answer you for the last time. Don't even think about it if you want me to submit to you. Although he was not as strong as Mephisto's, Rog had no intention of kneeling down and admitting defeat. If he wanted to kneel down and admit defeat, he might as well kill him directly. At least this was simpler. After hearing Rog's answer, Mephisto's expression did not change at all, and the shocking aura he emitted disappeared. Before Mephisto's could make a move, Rog attacked first. Compared to defending and counterattacking, he preferred to take the initiative in the battle. Moreover, the enemy he was facing now was stronger than him. Defending and counterattacking would only put him further at a disadvantage. Immortal spell. Would release. Descent of the Tree Realm. After entering Hell's immortal mode, Hell recognized his existence and no longer suppressed him all the time. However, Hell was Mephisto's territory after all. If he wanted to fight Mephisto's in Hell, he had to create a home ground that was suitable for him to display his strength. A lush forest immediately appeared on the barren land, adding a touch of green to the somewhat monotonous land. The moment the dense forest appeared, the trees and vines in the forest came to life instantly, fighting to attack the motionless Mephistos. Although the forest formed by descent of the tree realm was not a natural forest, it was more useful than a natural forest. As long as Rog needed it, all the plants in the forest could be used by him. Whether it was controlling the plants to attack or defend, or using them to restrain the enemy, it was as easy as breathing. Of course, the premise of all this was that he had enough chakra. In the face of the overwhelming trees and vines, the Lord of Hell, Mephistos, was still unmoved, as if he did not notice anything. However, when these branches and vines came within 5 meters of him, these branches and vines driven by the immortal technique chakra disintegrated instantly. This wasn't some fancy technique to control energy, but pure energy decomposition. In just an instant, these branches and vines were broken down into their most primitive atomic form and completely dissipated into the air. With Mephisto as the origin, an absolute domain with a diameter of 5 meters appeared. It wasn't that Mephistos couldn't expand the range of his domain, but in his opinion, an absolute domain with a diameter of 5 meters was enough to deal with all of Rog's attacks. Although Rog's strength was a little stronger than he had imagined, it was only a little. As long as he was in Hell, no one would be his match. Mephisto's actions might seem arrogant, but as an archdevil, he had enough confidence to be arrogant. Although the wildly growing branches and vines couldn't break through Mephisto's absolute domain, Rog still didn't stop attacking Mephisto. Mephisto was an archdevil of Hell, and there was no doubt that he was powerful. However, there was one thing he couldn't change. The more powerful an ability was, the more energy it needed to consume. Energy couldn't be produced out of thin air. Even if Mephisto was a Heavenly Father-level archdevil of Hell, he had to abide by this law. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be a Heavenly Father-level existence. While controlling the branches and vines to attack Mephisto, Rog's wood clone didn't stay idle either. He dug out the Northern Cold Blade, Flying Thor Kunai, Ghost Motorcycle, and the rest that were buried underground. Of course, there was also Ghost Rider Johnny, who was buried underground and trying his best to recover his body. Rog had never thought of defeating Mephisto in Hell. Although this achievement was very tempting, it also depended on whether he had the strength to do so. Since he couldn't defeat Mephisto, he had to be prepared to leave Hell in advance. Mephisto sensed Rog's little movements, but he didn't stop Rog. Instead, he let Rog dig Johnny out. After digging Johnny out, Rog returned Johnny's ghost motorcycle to him and gave him some instructions. After listening to Rog's arrangements, Johnny was silent for a few seconds. Then, he got on his ghost motorcycle and drove off into the distance without looking back. Just as Rog said, with Johnny's current strength, he couldn't do anything even if he stayed. Instead of staying here and being helpless, he might as well become Rog's backup plan for leaving Hell. After Johnny drove the ghost motorcycle far away, Rog finally stopped controlling the branches and vines. There was no way to break through Mephisto's absolute domain with just these plants produced by the immortal spell chakra. Rog knew this very well, and so did Mephisto. However, this didn't mean that Rog would give up the idea of using wood release to attack. Rog clasped his hands together, and the immortal spell chakra in his body surged out wildly. A wooden arhat that looked like an ancient titan crawled out from the ground. Immortal spell. Wood release. Wood golem technique. In Warnheim, Rog had also used the immortal spell Wood Golem technique once. But that time, His opponent was the god of storms Njord, whose strength hadn't reached the Heavenly Father level. At that time, because of the amount of chakra he used, the wooden arhat he created was only about 40 meters tall. This time, with his full strength, the wooden arhat's height exceeded 100 meters for the first time, reaching an astonishing 120 meters. Wearing a white haori, he stood on top of the wooden arhat's head and looked down at Mephisto in the forest. Compared to the wooden arhat's huge head, Rog seemed a little small. However, the aura he exuded was even more shocking than the 120-meter-tall wooden arhats. "Is this your killing move? Interesting." In the forest, Mephisto looked up at Rog and revealed a mysterious smile. Mephisto could clearly sense the unbelievably majestic immortal spell chakra in the wooden arhat's body. He also knew very well that controlling such a tall creation required a huge amount of energy. Although the wooden golem Rog created was very shocking, if he guessed correctly, Rog wouldn't be able to maintain this state for long. After looking up at Rog for a few seconds, Mephisto raised his staff slightly, and the natural energy in hell surged towards him. Under Mephisto's control, the forest Rog created was quickly disintegrated, and in its place was a rising demon puppet that was 100 meters tall. With curved horns, bat-like wings, and a triangular tail, Mephisto created a demon puppet that looked exactly like the demons in the legends. Chapter 326. Immortal Spell Wood Golem vs. Demon Golem. Mephisto didn't make the demon golem too big. Instead, he kept it the same size as Wood Arhat. "I'll use your attack style to defeat you head-on." Rog didn't know if Mephisto was thinking the same thing, but when he saw Mephisto standing on top of the demon golem's head, he took the initiative to attack. Wood Arhat, who looked like an ancient titan, swung his right fist and punched the demon golem's head directly. As soon as Wood Arhat swung his right fist, the demon golem also swung his right fist. Boom! Two incomparably huge fists fiercely collided together, forming an extremely strong shock wave. Although Mephisto wasn't good at close combat, his golem control skills weren't weak at all. Even though he punched later, he still accurately judged the trajectory of Wood Arhat's attack. "You want to meet force with force? Then I'll fulfill your wish." After Wood Arhat's right fist was blocked, Rog didn't hesitate and controlled Wood Arhat again. Rog had a wealth of experience controlling Wood Arhat to fight. He even summed up a set of fist techniques that belonged to Wood Arhat. Praise the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva Fist Technique. 3,600 revolutions in a breath. Euler 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 Euler. Under Rog's control, the astonishingly large Wood Arhat transformed into a crazy punching machine. The huge fists hit the body of the devil puppet made of mud and stone like missiles. At this moment, all the fighting techniques disappeared from Rog's mind. The only thing he knew now was to use Wood Arhat's fists to beat the demon golem continuously. Wood Arhat's sudden outburst made Mephisto frown unconsciously. The energy in his body surged wildly. While repairing the demon golem's body, he also began to counterattack fiercely. The 100-meter-tall Wood Arhat and the demon golem were like boxers in the ring, attacking the enemy in front of them crazily. Broken wood and stone flew everywhere and fell to the ground like meteors. The shockwave produced by the collision of the fists exploded with a loud sound like a sonic boom. The fight between Wood Arhat and the demon golem created artificial earthquakes. The ground shook violently, and spiderweb-like cracks could be seen everywhere. On the surface, this was a fight between Wood Arhat and the demon golem. But in reality, this was Rog and Mephisto's energy confrontation. Whether it was controlling Wood Arhat to fight the demon golem or repairing their injured bodies, it required a huge amount of energy. As long as one side's energy was depleted, this earth-shattering fight would come to an end. As a Heavenly Father-level Lord of Hell, Mephisto's had an absolute advantage in terms of energy reserves. Whether it was the energy stored in his body or the natural energy that he could mobilize, he was far superior to Rog. So even if the demon golem was weaker, he wasn't worried at all. Unlike Wood Arhat, the demon golem was just a puppet that Mephisto had casually created. Other than being a little bigger, the demon golem didn't have any extraordinary abilities. Although Wood Arhat looked very ordinary, it was an out-and-out high-level wood release ninjutsu. Wood Arhat not only had both attack and defense, but also had strong physical attack and defense abilities. It also had strong energy resistance. Ordinary energy attacks not only couldn't hurt Wood Arhut, but could also become a weapon for Wood Arhut to counterattack. The Bijudama was a typical example. Although Wood Arhut was fighting with the demon golem like a landslide and had a slight advantage, he was still a wood-release ninjutsu. But Rog knew very well that if this continued, he would definitely be the one to lose. The wood-release ninjutsu was one of his ultimate moves, but the demon golem was just a puppet that Mephisto had casually created. The two weren't on the same level at all. What was even more troublesome was that his own chakra was rapidly decreasing. Once his chakra was exhausted, the Hell Immortal mode would automatically disappear. Without the buff of chakra, his strength would be further weakened. He didn't have much chakra, but the nine-tailed chakra couldn't be merged with natural energy, let alone be refined into chakra. Forget it, it's time to end it. After perceiving Johnny's current location, Rog decided to use his last card. Susanoo. The Susanoo formed by chakra appeared again. Compared to the 100-meter-tall Wood Arhut, the 7 or 8-meter-tall Susanoo seemed a little small. However, this half-body Susanoo didn't last for long before Roger took the initiative to disperse it. Before transmigrating, Rog had imagined a scene. Or rather, a move that was more advanced than Gundam. Susanoo Great Buddha. 2 people destroy 4 countries. This was a sentence that Rog had read before transmigrating, and now, he intended to fulfill the first half of this sentence. Aya! Rog, who was standing on top of Wood Arhut's head, let out a miserable howl. The tearing feeling brought by the Susanoo's materialization and the stinging feeling brought by the Hell Immortal mode fused together, forming a bone-deep pain. The Susanoo that was scattered by Rog didn't dissipate. The light blue chakra began to cover Wood Arhut, and then materialized into the appearance of armor. Rog's Susanoo was originally only in the second form with flesh and blood. Under the buff of Hell Immortal mode, his Susanoo reached the third form with armor for the first time. At this time, the armor of Susanoo covered Wood Arhut's body. Pain. Using Susanoo in Hell Immortal mode, only a madman like Rog would do this. And covering Arhut with Susanoo's armor was something that even Madara had never tried. Madara once used Susanoo, but it was just Susanoo covering Kyuubi's body. Covering Wood Arhut's body with Susanoo was a new experience that no one had ever experienced before, an inhuman experience of extreme pain. After using this shrunken version of Susanoo Great Buddha, even Rog, who had a strong will, couldn't help but kneel on one knee on top of Wood Arhut's head. After going back, he must practice Susanoo well. Although he was trembling with pain, Rog still had some messy thoughts in his mind. Although the cost of using it was a bit high, the effect was obvious. After putting on the light blue Susanoo armor, Arhut, whose momentum was already very amazing, showed a shocking power that was not weaker than Mephisto's. Susanoo Great Buddha. This was Rog's real trump card. When Arhut transferred the Susanoo armor, Mephisto's face finally became dignified, and he looked at Rog very seriously. Chapter 327. Although the battle didn't last long, Mephisto realized that Rog was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Or rather, he was more pleasantly surprised. Every time he thought that Rog was going to stop here, Rog would always come up with some new tricks and play one amazing trump card after another. If not for Rog's repeated rejections and provocations, Mephisto would have really looked forward to signing a contract with Rog and making him his strongest evil spirit subordinate. However, it turned out that Rog had no intention of signing a contract with him. Looking at Arhut, who was covered in light blue armor, Mephisto sighed as killing intent surged in his heart. Kill Rog, force his soul to stay in hell, and then transform his soul into an evil spirit. Since Rog was unwilling to accept his good intentions, Mephisto could only use some forceful means. Killing intent flashed across Mephisto's body, but Rog's sharp senses picked it up. He wasn't surprised by Mephisto's decision. If he were Mephisto, he would have made a similar decision. Although he said that, he had no intention of giving up. He had already used his trump card, the Susanoo Buddha, so there was no need to consider anything else. With a thought, Arhut, who was wearing the Susanoo armor, attacked again. Boom, 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 boom. With the Susanoo armor, the wooden Arhut's attack power and defense power have been significantly improved. Although Arhut's body didn't change at all, his punches now were stronger than the previous dozen punches combined. Left hook, right hook, straight punch, Forward punch, 1-2 combo. At this time, the wooden Arhut was like an invincible boxing champion in a boxing ring. Punch after punch landed on the demonic puppet's body, forcing it to retreat step by step. Although Mephistos controlled the demon puppet to counterattack, the Susanoo armor on Arhut's body was like an absolute defense, blocking all of the demon puppet's counterattacks. In just a few seconds, huge spiderweb cracks appeared on the demonic golem's body. Broken soil and stones splashed out like a meteor shower, fiercely hitting the ground and creating craters of various sizes. Under the powerful attack that Arhut was unable to resist, the demon golem couldn't even make a slightly effective counterattack, and could only stagger backwards. The speed at which Arhut was destroying the demon puppets far exceeded the speed at which Mephisto could repair them. The 100-meter-tall demon golem was like an incomparably huge sandbag, receiving Arhut's punches that were each heavier than the last. From the looks of it, Rog now had the upper hand. But he knew very well that this upper hand was only the result of Mephisto giving up. Mephisto's best energy attack hadn't been used at all. Rog didn't know what Mephisto was planning. Perhaps he was using the demon puppet to exhaust his chakra, or perhaps he wanted to see how far Arhut could go. In any case, Mephisto was still standing calmly on top of the demon puppet's head, without the slightest hint of panic. Although Rog really wanted to control Arhut to kill Mephisto with one punch, he knew that this could only be a fantasy. Instead of wasting precious time on Mephisto, he might as well seize the time to deal with the demon puppet. Break for me! Taking advantage of the demon puppet's retreat, Arhut grabbed the demon puppet's arms, and with a sudden force, tore off the upper arms of the demon puppet. The two arms, which were dozens of meters long, were casually thrown by Arhut, and hit the ground like meteorites, raising a huge cloud of dust. After tearing off the demon puppet's arms, Arhut didn't stop at all, and grabbed the pair of bat wings on the back of the demon puppet with both hands again. Until now, Rog still didn't know why Mephisto wanted to make bat wings for the demon puppet. A demon puppet made of mud and stone obviously couldn't fly, so this pair of huge bat wings didn't have any practical use other than making the demon puppet look more like a legendary demon. Given Mephisto's experience, he shouldn't have wasted his energy to make a pair of useless bat wings. Although he couldn't understand what Mephisto was thinking, Arhut still grabbed the demon puppet's bat wings with both hands, and tore off the wings that were more than 200 meters long. At this moment, Mephisto's demon puppet was only left with its main body and head. When Rog controlled Arhut to throw away the huge bat wings in his hands, he suddenly realized that Mephisto, who was standing on top of the demon puppet's head, had a meaningful smile on his face. Not good. Years of battle experience made Rog acutely sense that something was wrong, and he planned to control Arhut to retreat some distance. However, it was all too late. When the pair of demonic bat wings were thrown to the ground, an irregular pentagonal barrier suddenly formed. The demon puppet's arms, bat wings, and torso formed the 5 fulcrums of the pentagon, and crimson energy soared into the sky. Although this pentagonal barrier wasn't very neat, it still firmly surrounded Log and the wooden Arhut. Was this Mephisto's plan? Sizing up this crimson pentagon, Rog sighed helplessly. Those who could make a name for themselves in the multiverse were indeed not easy to deal with. Mephisto seemed to be helpless against Arhut, who was wearing the Susanoo armor, but in fact, everything was going according to his plan. After trapping Rog with the pentagon, Mephisto didn't say anything, and only silently raised his right hand. The next second, the sky changed color, and the entire world turned from day to night. At the same time, the natural energy in the air boiled like boiling water, and the aura of destruction and death enveloped the entire world. At this moment, Rog, who was standing on top of Arhut's head, suddenly felt like he was against the entire world. The will of hell, which had acknowledged his existence, instantly disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never existed in the first place. The sudden phenomenon of heaven and earth also attracted the attention of the demons in every corner of hell. Johnny, who was driving the ghost motorcycle at a crazy speed, also couldn't help but stop at this moment, and turn back to look at the battlefield where Rog and Mephisto were. Could he really make it here in time? Looking at this phenomenon that almost covered the entire hell, Johnny couldn't help but worry for Rog. Don't worry, he's Rog. You just have to carry out his plan properly. Blackie's voice sounded beside Johnny. When Johnny left, Rog handed Blackie, who couldn't be put into the medium scroll, to Johnny, and let him leave with Blackie. I hope so. As soon as he said that, Johnny started the ghost motorcycle again, and sped off into the distance like a flaming meteor. Chapter 328. Rog tried to use the Susanoo Buddha to quickly end the battle, and Mephisto happened to have the same idea. However, unlike Rog, Mephisto's preparations were more covert. First, he trapped Rog with a pentagonal barrier, and then used an energy storm to directly destroy Rog's existence. As long as Rog died, Mephisto would be able to control his soul at will. When the time came, not to mention transforming Rog into an evil spirit, it wouldn't be a problem to completely turn Rog into a demon. Apart from Johnny, it had been a long time since Mephisto had seen a soul like Rog's that could move him. No, this was an existence even more precious than Johnny's soul. Johnny the Ghost Rider was just one of his test subjects. He couldn't compare to Rog at all. A strong desire erupted in Mephisto's eyes, which made Rog, who was standing on Ahut's head, involuntarily feel a chill. It wasn't a good experience to be sized up by a male creature like this. The natural energy in the air was still boiling wildly. Before long, this natural energy would transform into a terrifying energy storm that would completely destroy Rog and Ahut. Although he had fallen into Mephisto's meticulously prepared trap, Rog still had no intention of giving up. It wasn't the first time he had been trapped by a barrier. Although he didn't know magic, he had his own way of cracking barriers. No matter what the principle of a barrier was or how effective it was, at the end of the day, a barrier was just a barrier. And barriers could be broken with brute force. When Mephisto prepared the energy storm to kill Rog in one fell swoop, Rog took a deep breath and unleashed all the chakra in his body. At this point, there was no need to continue maintaining chakra. And even if he used up all his chakra, he still had the nine-tailed chakra. Although that would cause him to directly exit Hell's immortal mode, he couldn't care less at this moment. Mephisto immediately noticed Rog's actions, but he didn't take Rog's actions to heart. In his opinion, this was just Rog's desperate struggle. No matter what Rog did, he wouldn't be able to change his fate of dying in the barrier. This pentagonal blood-colored barrier was the tomb that Lord of Hell Mephisto had specially created for him. Under Rog's full power, the chakra in his body roared out like a flood. A massive amount of chakra gushing out of his meridians, leaving visible bloody marks on his body. As soon as the bloody scars that covered his entire body, the immortal's body recovered. Destruction and rebirth had reached a different balance's body to achieve a balance. And Rog didn't care about the pain coming from his body. At this time, he was already tortured to death by the pain of using Susanoo in Hell's immortal mode. Adding some additional pain to the already bone-deep pain naturally wasn't a big deal. The wooden Ahut's right hand was raised high, and an immortal art super jade Rasengan that was even bigger than the wooden Ahut's body appeared in his hand. The 7th Hokage Naruto used countless facts to prove one thing. That is, there is no enemy that can't be defeated by a Rasengan. If there is, then another Rasengan. If you can't defeat the enemy with a Rasengan, then it can only mean that the Rasengan you made wasn't big enough or strong enough. What Rog wanted to do now was to use facts to prove the 7th Hokage's point of view once again, and add a new record to the Rasengan's Rasengan tactics. Under Rog's full power, a huge Rasengan with a diameter of 300 meters was born. This super-huge immortal art super jade Rasengan spun wildly, and the flow of chakra even set off an equally huge super tornado. When this immortal art super jade Rasengan was formed, Rog still didn't stop, and covered it with the power of hellfire. In addition, he also mobilized a part of the Kyubi chakra and forcibly integrated it into this immortal art super jade Rasengan. The original blue and white immortal art super jade Rasengan also turned red and blue after the fusion of hellfire and Kyubi chakra. Outside the crazily spinning chakra, there was also a crazily spinning orange-red hellfire. Mokuton, Sage Mode, Susanoo, Super Jade Rasengan, Hellfire, Kyubi chakra. If these things combined couldn't break Mephisto's pentagonal blood-red barrier, then Rog didn't need to think about anything else, and could just accept his fate and wait for death. Wooden Ahut originally didn't have the ability to use ninjutsu, but the possession of Susanoo gave him the possibility of using ninjutsu. This unprecedented immortal art super jade Rasengan that fused many kinds of power was, to a certain extent, the limit of what Rog could currently use. This red and blue immortal spell super jade Rasengan entwined with hellfire was the pinnacle of his strength. Whether this Rasengan could break Mephisto's pentagonal blood-red barrier, or what kind of damage it could do to Mephisto, this was Rog's last attack. After this move, Victory or defeat, life or death, would be the final answer. Mephisto thought that he had forced Rog into a desperate situation, but Rog proved him wrong again. Looking at the red and blue ball in the wooden Ahut's hand, which contained immense power, Mephisto suddenly laughed. This kind of aura, this kind of willpower, this was an opponent worthy of him taking seriously. Only this kind of existence can become the sharpest weapon in my hands, and bring the glory of hell to the multiverse. Rog, I want you! Mephisto suddenly shouted, not caring about his image as a superior lord of hell. You can't! After hearing Mephisto's shout, Rog replied calmly. Then, the 100-meter-tall wooden Ahut suddenly exerted strength in his legs, and his entire body leaped high into the air, directly pouncing on Mephisto. The pentagonal blood-red barrier had 5 fulcrums, and these 5 fulcrums were the key to the barrier. Rog wouldn't choose any of the other fulcrums to break the barrier. He would only attack the fulcrum where Mephisto was. When wooden Ahut, who was holding the immortal art super Jade Rasengan, leaped high into the air, Mephisto also raised the black staff in his hand. The silver-white skull staff pointed directly at Rog, who was above wooden Ahut's head. The boiling natural energy between heaven and earth instantly formed a deep black hole with the skull staff as the origin, and a powerful energy storm that could destroy everything instantly formed. The fist-sized black ball was the core of the energy storm, and contained all the energy storm's power. Break for me! The immortal art super Jade Rasengan, which was 300 meters in diameter, collided fiercely with the black ball in the energy storm. A white light brighter than a supernova explosion instantly appeared, cutting through the endless night like the dawn of dawn. Chapter 329. 2 energy balls of completely different sizes crashed into each other. Different types of energy intertwined and separated, creating a strange scene that resembled an abstract oil painting. The red and blue immortal spell Odama Rasengan and the black hole-like energy storm core could not suppress each other. The scattered energy torrents destroyed everything around them. Lightning raged, flames danced, hurricanes roared, gravity turbulence. All sorts of natural phenomena, both common and uncommon, played out one after another. It was like an apocalyptic disaster, but also like the birth of a new world. When the immortal spell Odama Rasengan collided with the black hole-like energy core, what happened next was no longer something Rog and Mephisto could control. At this point, even if they wanted to stop, it was already too late. They were the ones who had created this scene, but they could not decide the final outcome. Unless one side ran out of energy, or the balance between the two was broken, this phenomenon could only come to an end. Time flew by, but now it felt like an eternity. The short span of 2 to 3 seconds felt like a century or two to him. Under Rog and Mephisto's anticipation, the balance between the immortal spell Odama Rasengan and the energy storm core was finally broken. An indescribably terrifying explosion erupted. Unlike normal energy explosions, this one was strangely quiet, as if someone had pressed the mute button. It was so quiet that it made one not know what to do. On this devastated land, a ball of light that resembled the sun slowly rose. The blazing white light became the only color in the entire world. Boom! When this orange-red ball of light spread to the horizon like the sun, the long-awaited explosion sounded. It was as if a crack had been torn in the sky. The vast land welcomed an unprecedented earthquake, and the natural energy in the air was swept away. The moment the immortal spell Odama Rasengan and the energy storm core exploded, Rog connected to the flying Thor on the ghost motorcycle. He broke through the restrictions of space and appeared behind Johnny in an instant. Run full speed ahead. Although Rog didn't suffer any serious injuries, the exhaustion from the depletion of chakra made him look as weak as a seriously ill patient. If it wasn't for the 9-tailed chakra maintaining his consciousness, he might have already fainted. After hearing Rog's words, Johnny didn't dare hesitate at all and immediately accelerated the ghost motorcycle to its maximum speed. In order to leave Hell and return to the human world, Johnny had to drive the ghost motorcycle. Therefore, after digging Johnny out of the ground, Rog had already arranged a retreat plan. Johnny drove the ghost motorcycle away first, widening the distance between them and Mephisto as much as possible. After the outcome between him and Mephistopheles was decided, he would immediately appear behind Johnny in the Flying Thunder God and return to Earth on Johnny's ghost motorcycle. Rog's attempt to leave Hell on the ghost motorcycle couldn't be hidden from Mephisto, but he didn't plan on hiding it from Mephisto. What he needed was just a little bit of time. Mephisto, who was at the center of the explosion, sensed Rog's departure, but unlike what Rog had guessed, he didn't chase after them but let them leave hell.
We'll meet again, we definitely will.
Mephisto looked in the direction Rog and Johnny left with an inexplicable smile on his face. When Johnny drove the ghost motorcycle through the portal made of hellfire, Rog finally breathed a sigh of relief. This trip to hell had finally come to an end without any mishap. Time passed in a flash. It was already the 7th day since Rog returned to the human world, which was the main universe's Earth. At this time, he was wearing a dark red classical mage robe and lying on the roof of a building, basking in the sun. He wasn't at Konoha's headquarters in Washington, nor was he in his secret nest in New York. Instead, he was in Kathmandu, Nepal. To be precise, he was in Kathmandu, Nepal at Kamartaj. As for why he was here and wearing Kamartaj's mage robe, it was a bit strange, but it was quite reasonable. When he and Johnny returned to Earth through the Hellfire portal and returned to US Route 69 where they had left before, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One walked out of a glittering portal and then carried out a detailed examination of the two of them that they couldn't understand. After confirming that neither of them was possessed by a demon, nor did they bear the inexplicable curse of hell, Ghost Rider Johnny was picked up and released by Ancient One, and Rog was caught by her to Kamartaj. In front of Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, Rog wouldn't have any power to resist, and he didn't have any thoughts of resisting Ancient One. After fighting with the Heavenly Father-level Lord of Hell Mephisto, he knew very well how big the gap in strength was between him and the Heavenly Father level. So instead of asking for trouble, it was better to obediently listen to Ancient One's arrangements. And Ancient One didn't do anything strange to him. He just took him to Kamartaj and then gave him the identity of a student. After that, he stayed in Kamartaj until today. Except for 3 days ago, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One let him experience the existence of the multiverse. Ancient One disappeared again. As for where Ancient One went, he didn't know, and neither did the people of Kamartaj. Rog, Teacher Ancient One is back. She wants you to go over now. Just as Rog was about to fall asleep under the warm sun, Sorcerer Modu's voice came over, interrupting his unstarted nap. Sorcerer Modu, one of the disciples of Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. In fact, every sorcerer in Kamartaj can be regarded as a student of Ancient One, but there are only a few who can be personally taught by Ancient One. Sorcerer Modu is one of the few people who were personally taught by Ancient One.
Okay, I'll go over now.
Because it was in Kamartaj, Rog did not use the usual quantum transmission, but walked over step by step. As before, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One sat in the hall he usually used, tasting Nepalese tea with honey. Ancient One, are you looking for me? Rog asked as he bowed slightly to the sitting Ancient One. Have a seat, it's time to talk to you today. Ancient One, wearing a bright yellow robe, pointed to the chair opposite him with a folding fan in his hand and said in a kind tone, "Thank you." After taking the teacup handed over by Ancient One, Rog thanked him. After waving everyone else in the hall to leave, Ancient One spoke again. "You have also lived in Kamartaj for a while. Can we talk about your past now, Rog from another world?" Chapter 330. Ancient One opened his mouth and told Rog's biggest secret. If the person sitting in front of Rog now was not Ancient One, but someone else, Rog would definitely reply, "I'm not, I didn't, you're talking nonsense." But since the person who said this sentence is Ancient One, there is no need for him to continue to hide it. You've already confirmed it, so I don't need to say it again, right? Like Ancient One, Rog at this time also has a calm look on his face, quite like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. As the main pillar that guards the main universe Earth from the invasion of other multiverse creatures, Ancient One's attitude towards foreign creatures has always been quite tough. Despite Ancient One's amiable appearance, when dealing with visitors from another world, her approach is comparable to Hulk in an angry state. In the past few days, I did use the time stone to confirm your origin, and at the same time, I also checked your future. Speaking of this, Ancient One took a sip of the honey tea in his hand, and then continued, "Even the time stone can only be traced back to the day you appeared in New York. As for your previous experience, it is an eternal nothingness. Compared with your empty past, your future is much more exciting." Hearing this, Rog also raised a strong curiosity, curious about what kind of future Ancient One saw. Can I ask about the future you saw? I don't mind if you spoil my future in advance. Although the future is not static, and every decision made now may affect the future outcome, Rog still wants to know what kind of future Ancient One saw. Of course, although your future has tens of millions of endings, in the final analysis, it can basically be summed up into two categories. If it was any other time, Ancient One would never talk about the topic of the future with people, let alone tell them what he had seen. However, Rog, who is sitting in front of him now, is an exception, the only exception. As for whether this is related to Rog's identity as a traveler, only Ancient One himself knows. The first kind of ending is, you die. After hearing Ancient One's answer, Rog was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Ancient One definitely doesn't mean that he died normally. After all, he can't have eternal life. Since it wasn't a natural death, the answer was obvious. With his personality and the suicidal thoughts he had from time to time, he must have died in some battle, at the hands of some person or existence. May I ask who killed me the most? Slayer Lord. Ancient One gave an answer that he had expected. However, he was curious about one thing. If he remembered correctly, Thanos, who didn't collect all the Infinity Stones, would only have the strength of Yation's father level. If Rog's judgment was correct, his current strength should also be at the level of an inferior Heavenly Father. He was slightly stronger than the Earth's God level, but weaker than the Heavenly Father level, so it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a lesser Heavenly Father level. He now has control of the Reality Gem, so when he faces Thanos in the future, he will not face Thanos who has collected all the Infinity Gems. A Thanos who hasn't collected all the Infinity Stones is actually the one who has killed him the most times, which is a bit interesting. What about the second kind of future? Rog didn't ask how he died in the hands of Thanos, because it didn't make any sense. A misjudgment in the battle may lead to his own death, and there will be a lot of future extensions, so there is no need to ask. You should have an answer to the second kind of future long ago. After all, this is your goal all along. You have become a god. You have become the god of ninjas who is famous in the multiverse. Starting from human beings, you have ascended the throne and become a true god. I don't know why, ascending the throne, which sounds very awesome, when said by Ancient One, is like congratulating you on your graduation. It seems so ordinary. I understand. My future is either to become the god of ninjas, or to die on the way to becoming a god. Anyway, there won't be any ordinary ending. It's pretty good. At least the whole life looks quite wonderful. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One didn't tell Rog's future in advance. It was better to let him understand the real choice in his heart. Your future, I spoiled it to you in advance, so shouldn't you introduce your past? Equivalent exchange. Although Ancient One is not an alchemist, there are some principles that are common to both mages and alchemists. I am indeed not from this world. The reason why I came here is actually an accident. According to the plan, the world I should go to is a ninja world. For some reason I don't know, I came here and became a ninja. You should know the next thing, so I won't say much. Rog briefly explained why he had transmigrated to this world. Although this explanation seems to say nothing, it is the truth. Thank you for your honesty, although I don't know what kind of world the ninja world you are going to is, but since you are here, this may be the real arrangement of fate for you. It's rare for you to come to Kamartaj, so learn a few spells by the way and go back. After all, you are still my student. Rog almost didn't keep up with Ancient One's thoughts. He thought that Ancient One would let him go after confirming his origin and his harmlessness. Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. Although he didn't know what Ancient One was thinking, since Ancient One didn't mind, he certainly wouldn't mind. He was still very interested in Kamartaj's magic. In the following days, Rog officially began to learn Kamartaj's magic as a student of Ancient One. Then, he finally figured out a question that he had wanted to know the answer to for a long time. Sharingan can't copy magic. Although Kamartaj's magic doesn't need to be recognized by some existence to learn it, before casting magic, it needs to collect energy from other spaces in the multiverse, and then cooperate with spells or gestures to cast it smoothly. Sharingan can copy the spells and gestures when casting magic, but the energy that drives magic, that is, magical power, Sharingan can't do anything. Ordinary magic can be cast as long as one has magical power. But there are some special magic that requires the approval of the corresponding existence to cast, such as some white magic in the system of the Wei Shan Emperor. The Sorcerer Supreme didn't teach Rog too many complicated magic. Basically, he gave him a few common magic of Camartage. Portal, mirror dimension, ring of Lagador, astral projection. Although the number is not much, Rog is very satisfied. After all, his job is a ninja, not a sorcerer. Chapter 331. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One obviously took this into consideration and didn't let him learn too much magic. Although Sharingan can't directly copy magic, with the help of Sharingan, Rog's magic learning journey can be said to have progressed by leaps and bounds. In less than a week, Rog skillfully mastered the 4 magic spells taught by Ancient One and received his first magic tool, the Hanging Ring. The Hanging Ring is a necessary prop to cast the portal magic. Even Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One needs the Hanging Ring when casting the portal magic. Since the Hanging Ring is so important, the cautious Rog certainly won't only receive one. Under the puzzled gaze of Modu, Rog directly applied for 5 hanging rings and added the Flying Thor technique to each hanging ring. Only a cautious ninja can become the god of ninja. Ancient One originally arranged other magic tools for him, but he didn't know if it was because he wasn't a pure sorcerer, but he didn't get any of the magic tools. Especially the floating magic cloak that he was very interested in, he rejected it without even thinking about it. Well, it seems that this cloak with the ability to fly in self-consciousness is destined to belong to Dr. Strange. After living and studying in Camartage for a month, focusing on some knowledge about magic and the multiverse, Rog left Camartage and used the portal magic to return to Konoha's headquarters in Washington. Before leaving Camartage, he thought about it seriously, and finally told Ancient One about the possibility that Cassius might fall into the arms of Dormammu. Everyone has their own destiny, just like you came to this world. For Cassius' future, Ancient One only replied to him with an ambiguous sentence. Since Ancient One said so, Rog naturally didn't continue to worry about anything. He said goodbye to Ancient One and Modu and returned to Konoha. Although it hasn't been long since he left Konoha, when he walked out of the golden portal, he suddenly felt like he had returned home. After letting Hinata inform the news of his return, Rog returned to his office, leaned back in his chair and sighed. After fighting Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, he finally understood the difference in power between him and a heavenly father. His fight with Mephisto seemed to have ended in a draw, but he knew that he had already lost. That unprecedented immortal spell, Super Jade Rasengan, was the limit of his current power, and the core of the energy storm created by Mephisto was obviously just an ordinary ultimate move. If he hadn't immediately left Hell on Johnny's ghost motorcycle, he would have been the one to die in the end. Aside from figuring out the difference in strength between himself and the Heavenly Father tier, his other gain was that he had roughly deduced the limits of the system. Without adding in other factors, the Heavenly Father level should be the limit that the system could reach. In other words, the immortal of the 6 paths had the power of a Heavenly Father. If he wanted to break through the Heavenly Father level and obtain universe level or multi-universe level power, he had to create his own path of ninja based on the foundation provided by the system, which was different from Sennin Rikudo's path of ninja. Using the ninja power of the Naruto world as a foundation, integrating the power of the Marvel world, and finally creating his own path. This was the path that belonged to him as the god of ninja. This seemed difficult, but he had already started part of it unconsciously. If the spiral electromagnetic gun opened the way for him to develop his own ninjutsu, then Hellfire Release and Hell Mode were equivalent to opening the door for him to integrate the power of 2 worlds. As for what was behind the door, and what kind of scenery there would be, he didn't know yet. Forget it, he didn't want to think about it. Anyway, this world wouldn't be destroyed for a while, and he still had a lot of time to slowly think about his future. Thinking of this, he opened the system's property panel and took a look. Unspent ninja coins, 230. Johnny's commission was judged to be completed by the system, and the corresponding ninja coins reward has been sent. Looking at his current unspent ninja coins, and looking at the various icons on the exchange page, he closed the system with some helplessness. I'm still too poor, work hard, work hard. Because he had already rested in Camartage for a while, after returning to Konoha, he didn't intend to continue to rest, and directly opened some of the documents and commissions that he had accumulated before. Just as he browsed through the commissions registered by Hinata, he saw 2 familiar names. The client was Tony Stark, and the content of the commission was to rescue the kidnapped Banner Bruce. What's going on? Banner was kidnapped? Why did Tony commission through this channel? Hinata, What's this commission about? Rog immediately called out Hinata. Hinata's holographic image appeared in front of him and began to explain the ins and outs of the commission. It was indeed Tawny who issued the commission. The reason why he commissioned on Rog's private commission website was purely because he couldn't contact Rog. The time of the commission was more than half a month ago. At that time, Rog was studying magic and the multiverse in Kamartaj. According to Tawny, it was a dark and windy night. A group of unknown enemies broke into the new base of the Avengers in the suburbs of New York and kidnapped Banner in front of everyone. On the night of the kidnapping, Tawny wasn't in the Avengers base. To be precise, he wasn't in that base every night. Now, only Rogers, Phantom, and others live in the base all year round. The kidnapping happened very suddenly, and it was obvious that it was specifically targeted at Banner. Banner was kidnapped before he even had time to transform. After a later investigation, it was found that the organization that kidnapped Banner was not an organization or force on Earth, but an alien. Among all the people Tawny knows, only Rog and Thor have experience in this kind of alien travel, so he went to Rog. As for why he didn't go to Thor, the reason is simple. No one knows how to contact Thor in Asgard. After listening to Hinata's report, Rog had to admit that the timeline he knew was getting more and more unreliable. Even Banner was kidnapped. How could this world be any better? Although he thought so in his heart, he still has to do what needs to be done. Even if it's not for Tawny and Banner, he still needs to help Hulk. Hulk is his friend. Contact Tawny and tell him that I've accepted the commission. I'll go to their new base tomorrow. A group of aliens came to Earth to kidnap Banner? For some reason, Rog always felt that these aliens didn't want to kidnap Banner, but Hulk in Banner's body. Chapter 332. Although Banner is a genius scientist with 7 doctorates, Rog doesn't think that an alien organization will come to Earth to kidnap him. Banner's doctorate is based on the scientific and technological civilization of Earth. Separated from the civilization of Earth, the role that Banner can play will not be so great as to require a special kidnapping. Therefore, compared with the intellectual Banner, Hulk's value is obviously greater. The next morning, Rog, who spent a pleasant night with Daisy, used quantum transmission to come to the new base of the Avengers. He wanted to open the portal, but he had never been to the new base of the Avengers and he couldn't build a clear picture in his mind and couldn't create a stable enough portal. When the aurora-like brilliant light disappeared, the scene in front of Rog became a 2-story white base. As soon as he appeared, a guard with live ammunition rushed up and aimed their weapons at him.
Relax, I'm here for Tawny.
After discovering that the person who came was Yondaime Rog, the guards put down their weapons and took him to a reception room in the base. It didn't take long for Tawny, wearing an expensive custom-made suit, to come to him with Rogers and others. In addition to the old faces such as Black Widow and Hawkeye, he also saw several newcomers who were not particularly familiar with them, including Colonel Rhodes, whom he had met once. Colonel Rhodes, the War Machine, Sam the Falcon, and Scott the Ant-Man, who didn't look very smart but actually had a master's degree in electrical engineering. When he was at Konoha's headquarters yesterday, Rog took the time to look at the recent development of Avengers.
Since the Soul incident caused by Ultron, Avengers has been a lot more low-key, or rather, a lot more low-key on the surface.
After suffering several losses in the mouth of the media and public opinion, Avengers finally learned to act in a low-key manner. This includes but is not limited to Tawny's direct acquisition of several news media and newspapers. It seems that you have been developing well recently. Not only have you added several new members, but you have also inherited the legacy of S.H.I.E.L.D. very well. Not bad, well done. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been officially disbanded since the helicarrier incident in Washington. Most of the intelligence network and intelligence personnel were absorbed by Konoha, while the operational personnel and logistic support were absorbed by the replicas. In a sense, S.H.I.E.L.D. was dismembered by Konoha and Fu Lien. The guards just now had a very obvious S.H.I.E.L.D. style. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Enough with the pleasantries. Banner has been kidnapped for more than half a month. We need to rescue him as soon as possible. None of us have any experience in extraterrestrial operations, so if you don't mind, I hope you can lead the rescue team this time. Tawny sat on the sofa opposite Rog and said with a serious face. Obviously, before Rog arrived, the Avengers had already communicated in advance. Just by looking at their current attire, One could tell that they were ready to set off at any time. Except for Tawny and Colonel Road, who did not wear Iron Man armors, everyone else was basically dressed for action. Of course, Illusions were an exception. The clothes on Illusions were all changed by him, so things like operational attire have no meaning to him. Well, I'll interrupt you for a moment. You may be underestimating the danger of extraterrestrial operations. To put it bluntly, all of you here, except for Illusions, don't have the ability to act on extraterrestrial planets. Rog was not deliberately attacking the members of the Avengers. He was just telling the truth. Let's not talk about whether you have a spaceship or not. Just the strange natural environment on an extraterrestrial planet may kill you. Although not every planet is unsuitable for human survival, but to be honest, the human body is really fragile. On the Earth, this may not be obvious, but once you leave the Earth and face an extraterrestrial race, this will be particularly obvious. So my suggestion is that I will go alone to rescue Banner. As soon as Rog finished speaking, there were several objections on the opposite side. Among them, the most intense objection was not from Tawny, nor from Captain America, but from Black Widow Natasha. Of course, Tawny and the others also considered what Rog said. For this reason, Tawny also specially designed equipment to fight in an extraterrestrial environment. It's just that they haven't really left the Earth after all, so they haven't considered many situations. And more importantly, Rog obviously doesn't want to take so many people to rescue Banner. After a few minutes of internal discussion, Tawny finally gave their reply. We may not be suitable for extraterrestrial operations, but Illusions doesn't have any concerns in this regard. He can go with you. Although Illusions looks like a human being, he is not a real human being after all. No matter how harsh the environment is, Illusions can survive. In their internal plan, Illusions is also the first choice for this operation. However, their proposal was directly rejected by Rog. Illusions won't work. Taking Illusions to rescue Banner will only increase the difficulty of the rescue. Why? It was not Tawny who asked, but Rogers of the American team. The reason is very simple. There is a very powerful madman in the universe who is collecting Infinity Stones, and the one on Illusion's head happens to be one of the targets. Letting Illusions with Infinity Stones appear in the universe is no different from taking the initiative to deliver the goods. Rog explained briefly. Although he is not particularly afraid of Thanos now, he doesn't want to deal with a difficult enemy like Thanos in the process of rescuing Banner. It's not appropriate for you to rescue Banner alone. Banner is a part of the Avengers anyway, and we must have someone to go with you. Tony and Rogers didn't say anything. Instead, it was Natasha who spoke. Rog glanced at Natasha thoughtfully, and he couldn't help but think of the looming emotional line between Natasha and Banner. If you insist on setting off together, then I can only bring the two of them. Other than the two of them, no one else is allowed to come. After that, Rog pointed to Natasha and Scott, who was standing at the back. Scott? He just joined the Avengers not long ago, and his experience is not particularly rich. Why don't I or Barton go? Rogers of the American team glanced at Scott and then volunteered. No, it can only be the two of them. Scott's ability is more suitable for this mission. In order to rescue Banner, Rog has no shortage of combatants. What he needs is a team member with special talents, and Scott is a good candidate. As for Natasha, it's because she has a good relationship with Banner and Hulk. Let's do this, Rog. You take Agent Romanoff and Scott on this trip. In the end, Tawny made the final decision and determined the members of the rescue team. Chapter 333. Asgard, the Golden Palace Council Hall. Thor, who was sitting at the head of the table, seemed to be listening to the minister's report seriously, but in fact, his thoughts had already flown outside the 9 realms. Since Thor's mother, Odin's queen, Frigga, passed away, Odin was no longer in charge of Asgard and the specific affairs of the 9 realms. All the government affairs were handed over to Thor. Although Thor hadn't officially inherited the throne of Asgard, what he did was no different from the king of Asgard. Asgard was as calm as ever, and the contents of the minister's reports were mostly related to civil affairs. Except for some sporadic war reports from Warnerheim, the entire 9 realms could be said to be peaceful. After listening to the minister's reports for several hours, Thor passed some of the policies proposed by the ministers, and also shelved some new policies that he didn't think were necessary for the time being. When he was the only one left in the magnificent council hall, Thor leaned back on the golden chair and sighed tiredly. After really taking over the government affairs, he found that it wasn't easy to become a qualified and respected king. For him, it was dozens of times more difficult than fighting the flame giant Surtur alone in Muspelheim. If it weren't for Loki's paranoid personality, he would have thought of giving the throne to Loki. But this thought only lingered in his mind for a few minutes before it was completely thrown to the back of his mind. Thor, who was leaning back on the chair, closed his eyes and enjoyed this rare time of relaxation. He summoned Thor's hammer Mjolnir, that he hadn't waved for a long time, and waved it casually in his hand. Half an hour later, he had to inspect the barracks and set new assessment standards for Asgard's palace guards. I really want to fight. Since returning from Svartalfheim, the kingdom of the Dark Elves, he hadn't engaged in any battles, and he didn't even fly with Thor's hammer more than a few times. Just as he was considering whether to include himself in the list of assessment instructors for the palace guards, the door of the council hall was pushed open. 2 adult males, firm steps, reasonable strides, stable frequency, good skills. Through the sound of footsteps, Thor quickly judged the strength of the 2 visitors. Because he didn't have any chance to fight personally, he could only use these little tricks to satisfy his inner desire for battle. Thor, long time no see. Before Thor opened his eyes, a familiar voice sounded. This is Rog's voice? After hearing Roger's words, Saul suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly came in front of Roger and gave him a strong hug. Rog, why are you here? Forget it, these are all trivial matters. Since you are here, then accompany me for a few moves. As he spoke, Thor did not forget to pat Rog on the shoulder excitedly, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. In order to maintain the so-called majesty of the king, Thor had to put on a serious face when facing his ministers and other subordinates. Only when he saw Rog and other friends would he show a sincere smile. There's no hurry. I came here this time to ask you for help. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Thor's face changed from excitement to nervousness, and he quickly asked, Is there something wrong with Jane? Looking at Thor's rapid change of face like a Sichuan opera, Rog silently criticized him in his heart for valuing women over friends. Jane is fine, she is fine and safe. It was Banner who had an accident. Banner was kidnapped by a cosmic force. I came here this time to borrow the Bifrost. I need to bring that big green guy back to Earth safely. Rog briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter, including the fact that he was going to take Natasha and Scott to rescue Banner, as well as the spaceship and weapons used by the kidnappers at the time. After listening to Rog's description, especially after watching the pictures taken by the surveillance of the restoration base, Thor frowned slightly and said slowly, Judging from the personnel and equipment, these kidnappers should be space pirates or criminals. As for which force they belong to, I can't tell for the time being. But don't worry, I will ask Asgard's intelligence personnel to pay attention to these people. Once I find anything, I will inform you immediately. After that, Thor pulled Rog and left, and without saying a word, they came to a training ground in the Golden Palace. I can lend you Bifrost, and I will ask Heimdall to assist you. But in return, you will have to fight with me. As soon as his voice fell, Thor's hammer Mjolnir flew into Thor's hand. After a fierce silver-white lightning, Thor, wearing armor and a red cloak, returned. Without any hesitation, Thor raised the Thor's hammer in his hand and directly attacked Rog. More than 20 minutes later, Thor, with a bloody nose and a swollen face, lay in the messy training ground with a satisfied look on his face. He had an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Rog, who was fighting with him, was not much better. His hair was messy, he was sweating profusely, and his right arm couldn't stop trembling. Although he and Saul did not use any powerful moves, it was just a simple exchange of punches and kicks and fighting skills. But with their amazing physique and strength, they still destroyed the training ground. The surrounding walls and floors shattered, and gravel scattered all over the ground. You are becoming less and less like an earthling. Your physical strength is stronger than the palace guards. I am now beginning to wonder if you are a pure earthling. Saul was able to make such a clear judgment because it was mainly a contest of physical strength. The opponents I have faced recently are some inhuman monsters, so I strengthened my physical strength training. Although that was the case, what really caused Rog's physical fitness to improve by leaps and bounds was the further development of the immortal body. Now, even if he didn't deliberately use his monstrous strength, he could easily crush rocks several meters wide. Casually breaking walls and steel plates was as simple as breathing for him. Sorry, I can't leave Asgard for too long now. I can't go with you to save Banner. But don't worry, as long as you need Asgard's help, Asgard will be your strongest backing in this operation. Thor said with an apologetic look on his face. It's okay, I'm very satisfied that you let me use Bifrost. Because Thor still had a lot of official business to deal with, Rog didn't continue to disturb him and returned to the restoration base through Bifrost. He wanted to use the portal to return to Earth, but he soon found that using the portal spell from Earth to Asgard had consumed most of his magical power. After coming out of the rainbow-like teleportation beam, Rog didn't let Heimdall wait for too long and immediately took Natasha and Scott to Asgard. Then, he directly teleported from Asgard to the land of nothingness. Rog didn't accept the spaceship and Asgard gold coins specially prepared by Thor, because this time, he intends to use a barbaric way to complete this commission. Commission content: bring Banner back to Earth. Commission status: incomplete. Commission reward: 300 ninja coins. Chapter 334. This is a land of nothingness. It's different from the planet you think of. This is the brain of a huge ancient creature. We are now in the brain of this ancient creature. Rog did not explain to Natasha and Scott what the celestial group was. He simply described it as the brain of an ancient creature. Even in the universe, not many people knew about the celestial group. Therefore, instead of wasting time to explain the celestial group, it was better to just use the common impression of the universe. As for why Rog knew about this, it was all thanks to Ronan's selfless contribution. In the Kree battleship left behind by Ronan, there was a large amount of knowledge about the universe. Rog had just browsed through it. Don't ask too many questions. This is my first time here too. This is the Universal Language Translator. It was provided by a kind person. Most of the universal languages are recorded in it. Bring it with you and you will be able to communicate with other alien races. After that, Rog passed 2 universal language translators to Natasha and Scott and gestured for them to wear it. Also, let me remind you. Although this is a chaotic land without any laws, there is one thing you must pay attention to. Do not provoke the Daifan group. Daifan group? What's that? Ant-Man Scott asked curiously. Do you see those robots that look like they are absent from work? Those are the Daifan group's collection robots. A few hundred years ago, the Daifan group sent people to mine the organic substances in the skulls. The collected bones, brain tissue, spinal fluid, etc. are all rare resources. They are very valuable in the black market. Rog pointed at the collection robots that were working hard like worker bees and said calmly. He had obtained the above information from the Kree battleship. The Daifan group was established by the collector Talia Daifan. The collector was one of Rog's targets. Alright, let me remind you. There are many intelligent races in the universe. Some of them are exactly the same as the humans on Earth. However, they are not from Earth. After hearing Rog's reminder, Natasha and Scott nodded silently. Then, they continued to observe this magical place that was like a sci-fi city. It was their first time leaving Earth and coming to such a magical place. This was an unprecedented experience for Natasha and Scott. However, while they were sizing up the land of nothingness, many intelligent humanoid creatures were sizing them up as well. There was nothing wrong with Asgard's Bifrost. It was reliable for both civilian and military use. If there was a flaw in the Bifrost Bridge, it would be that the teleportation of the Bifrost Bridge was a little too gorgeous, so gorgeous that it was eye-catching. Why are they looking at us like that? Are they here to cause us trouble? Although they all had humanoid bodies, Scott couldn't help but gulp when he saw these aliens. He quietly walked up to Rog and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Our entrance was too ostentatious. As for whether they are here to cause trouble for us, I'm not sure yet. Unlike Scott, who was extremely nervous, Rog had a calm look on his face. It was as if the people gathered in front of them were not aliens, but a group of pet dogs. What should we do now? Attack them, or just leave? Scott was indeed inexperienced. Not to mention Rog, even Natasha, who was also experiencing an alien trip for the first time, was much calmer than him. Either is fine. If your hands are itchy, You can go up and play with them. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Scott shook his head vigorously and retreated behind Rog. Not only was this guy inexperienced, but he was also not brave enough. He didn't have the demeanor of a superhero at all. Newcomers, which planet are you from? Do you know that you have to pay a toll to come to the land of nothingness? You can only move freely in the land of nothingness after you pay the toll. Do you understand?
It seemed that he could tell that this was the first time Rog and the other two had come to the land of nothingness.
A burly man with a height of more than 2 meters, dark red skin, and sharp teeth walked out of the crowd and said arrogantly. Before Rog could say anything, the burly man of unknown race spoke again. Look at you guys. I don't think you've prepared a toll. But you're in luck. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you about the toll. Hand that chick to me, and you don't have to pay the toll. If you run into any trouble here, you can mention my name. I'll protect you. How about it? It's a good deal, isn't it? Send that chick over, quick. The burly man held a gun thicker than Rog's thigh in his hand, as if he was certain that they would be defeated. He waited confidently for Rog and the others' reply. Rog did not expect that the first trouble he encountered in the land of nothingness would be caused by Natasha. However, even if Natasha wasn't here, the burly man would probably find other excuses to cause trouble for them. Thinking of this, Rog couldn't help but think of an alternative statistic he saw on the Carey battleship. According to the statistics, the intelligent races in the universe had a surprisingly consistent evaluation of the attractiveness of the opposite sex. In other words, if a blue-skinned Carey woman was popular in the Carey Empire, then this Carey woman would also be popular among the green-skinned Skulu people.
Because there were as many intelligent races in the universe as there were stars in the sky, most of the races in the universe were extremely tolerant of the opposite sex of other races.
According to what Rog knew, there was a certain marauder from Earth who would not reject anyone in this aspect. Because they were all wearing universal language translators, Rog and the others could clearly understand the burly man's meaning. Thus, Rog gave his own answer. Bang! The sound of a gunshot instantly rang out. The light blue chakra bullet instantly pierced through the burly man's head, completely exploding his head. Because the speed was too fast, the people present didn't even notice when Rog pulled out his gun. Remember what I said just now? This is the land of chaos without any laws. So here, you can kill if you want to. Roger smiled and said to Scott and Natasha behind him. Then, he fired 3 more shots. Bang! 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 After 3 bullets, there were 3 more corpses with their heads blown off on the ground. If it was any other place, Rog's action of shooting without saying anything would definitely cause a commotion. But not here, because this is the land of nothingness, a real land of chaos. Chapter 335. Collector Talia Divan was a famous existence in the universe. His obsession with collecting had reached an incomprehensible level. The collector was one of the oldest life forms in the universe, and he was also a member of the Council of Elders of the universe. No one knew how long he had lived, just as no one knew what kind of power he had. The only thing people knew was that no one could forcibly take his collection from the collector. Anyone who tried to rob the collector's collection, without exception, all disappeared. Although there was no nominal ruler in the land of nothingness, Collector Talia Divan was the actual ruler of the land of nothingness. Rog used the land of nothingness as the first stop of the mission, and he came specifically for Collector Talia Divan. The universe was vast, so vast that it made people feel desperate. It is not an easy task to find Banner's whereabouts in the vast universe. In order to find Banner as soon as possible, Rog decided to make a deal with the collector, a deal that the collector would never refuse. The reason why the land of nothingness became a magical place famous throughout the universe was not only that the place itself was unique, but more importantly, Collector Talia Divan was here. As long as you could give him a unique collection, the collector would give you a huge return that you could not imagine. Money, power, strength, weapons, resources, even an entire planet, as long as you wanted it, the collector could satisfy you. To some extent, the collector was like the spirit of the wishing lamp. As long as you could satisfy him, he could fulfill your wish. Because of this, the land of nothingness attracted gold diggers from all over the universe, trying to harvest their own gold mines in the land of nothingness. Of course, not everyone was here for the collector. The unique nature of the land of nothingness itself made it the favorite of space pirates, criminals, and villains, and people from all walks of life gathered here. Under the guidance of several enthusiasts, Rog and the other two successfully arrived at the collector's residence. We have collected the most races, treasures, antiques, remains, and so on in the universe. Anything you can imagine can be found in the master's collection room. An alien maid wearing a short white maid uniform with wine-red skin confidently introduced to Rog and the other two. Rog didn't agree with the maid's introduction. At the very least, he knew that there were a few collectors who wanted to get their hands on this treasure, but they never got their hands on it. For example, the Infinity Stone. Coincidentally, in the original timeline, the Reality Stone was handed over to the collector by Asgard. But because of his appearance, the Reality Stone was intercepted and fell into his hands. Although he came to do business with the collector, he had no intention of handing over the Reality Stone. If he wanted to impress the collector, other things besides the reality gems would also work. For example, the Northern Cold Saber that was modeled after the Black Death Sword, which was Xiao Hei. Or maybe he was the only one in the entire universe who could make ninjutsu bullets. The key to moving collectors had never been their value, but whether or not they were rare enough. Now, let us welcome the great collector, Talia Divan. The maid who led the way used exaggerated movements and tone to introduce the collector to Rog and the other two. Following the maid's voice, a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair and strange clothes slowly turned around and walked in front of Rog and the other two. Let me see, 3 rare earthlings. The collector Talia Divan glanced at Rog and the other two. He then took off his strange glasses and focused his gaze on Rog. When the collector said rare, he didn't mean that earthlings were rare, but that earthlings rarely appeared in the universe. Not to mention intergalactic voyages in the universe, the Earth civilization couldn't even travel to planets in a reliable way. Therefore, to other space civilizations, Earthlings who hadn't mastered the technology of intergalactic travel were considered to be a backward civilization. Because of this, Earthlings rarely appeared in the universe. I wonder what kind of collection you 3 rare Earthlings have brought me. If it's too ordinary, I'll be angry. The collector's mental state seemed to be a bit abnormal, but this was his normal state. I believe you will like this. As soon as the voice fell, Rog took out a rectangular box from the summon scroll. Whether it was Blackie or ninjutsu bullets, Rog didn't plan to trade them. Although Blackie is unique, he doesn't have the habit of trading his partners. And ninjutsu bullets may not be enough to tempt the collector. After all, ninjutsu bullets can be mass-produced. In order to impress the collector and successfully obtain information about Banner, he deliberately spent 20 ninja coins and exchanged a branch of the god tree from the system. When Rog opened the metal box and took out the branch of the god tree that was more than 1 meter long, the collector's face suddenly changed, and his right hand reached out uncontrollably to the branch of the god tree. Before Rog could introduce the branch of the god tree in his hand, the collector grabbed it and carefully looked at it. It wasn't until 2 or 3 minutes later that the collector reluctantly looked away and slowly said, "What kind of plant is this? Where did you get it?" "I can only tell you that this is a special tree called the god tree. This is a branch of the god tree that I got by chance. As for the rest, I have no comment." Although facing the collector, who is famous in the universe, Rog still has no intention of revealing his secrets. He came here to make a deal, not to make a confidant. "Tell me, what do you want to exchange this branch of the god tree for, wealth or power?" The collector looked at Rog with a serious expression and said, "That's right." Since Rog doesn't want to say it, he won't force anything. He is a collector, and collecting rare existences is his interest. He is not interested in secrets. "I want to know the whereabouts of this person, or the whereabouts of this group of kidnappers." Rog handed the tablet that he had already prepared to the collector. "No problem. I will give you accurate information in 7 Earth days." The collector didn't take the tablet handed over by Rog, but let the maid next to him take it. Except for those rare existences, he doesn't want to take anything. Although the collector doesn't know who Rog is talking about, it won't be a problem for him. Even if the person Rog is looking for is one of the 5 gods of creation of the universe, the collector will give him accurate information. It's just that the time needed for the investigation is not as simple as 7 Earth days. Chapter 336. On a balcony of the exciting night hotel. Exciting Night is a famous hotel in the land of nothingness, famous for its all-inclusive services. As long as you can afford it, you can not only spend any exciting night you want here, but you can even spend an exciting life here. In fact, strictly speaking, there is no night in the land of nothingness, and there is no so-called day. After all, this is the head of an ancient creature, not a normal planet, and there is no rotation. What are we going to do next? Wait here for 7 days? Scott stood beside Rog with an unknown drink like a cocktail and asked. We won't go anywhere until we get accurate information. If you feel bored, you can find some fun in the hotel. The casinos and entertainment venues here are still very fair. Rog didn't look at Scott. He is now admiring the bright starry sky outside the land of nothingness. Through the huge eyes of the head, you can directly see the starry sky outside with the naked eye. This is one of the reasons why Rog chose to stay in the exciting night. Although they have just arrived and don't have more recognized common currencies such as Crete coin, this doesn't affect them staying in the exciting night hotel. The 4 aliens who tried to blackmail them before provided them with a small amount of startup capital. Relying on this startup fund in Sharingan, Rog went to the casino outside for more than 10 minutes, and then earned enough money to make them fall for a week. Although the casinos in the land of nothingness are completely different from the casinos on Earth, and the gameplay is also different, all of this is not difficult for Rog. Gambling, in a sense, is also a game, and it is a high-risk, high-return game. And Rog happens to be a game master. Therefore, winning money was not a problem for him. Can the collector really find the whereabouts of Banner? The universe is so big, it's not easy to find a person. Scott raised the glass in his hand and took a sip, then coughed violently. What kind of wine is this? It's too bad to drink. Even gasoline tastes better than this. Scott said with a disgusted look on his face. Have you drunk gasoline? Rog's curiosity suddenly came out. No. Scott quickly shook his head. He would never admit that he had drunk gasoline. Don't underestimate the collector. Although he looks quite crazy, the promises he makes are still very reliable. After that, Rog turned around and walked towards the door of the room. Where are you going? Seeing that Rog was about to leave the room, Scott immediately asked loudly. Ever since they had arrived at the land of nothingness, Scott had wanted nothing more than to stay by Rog's side 24/7. In this place where there was no law at all, he could only feel a sense of security by Rog's side. We're going to have fun. If you want to go out, remember to bring Little Black along. As soon as he finished speaking, the northern cold blade hanging from Rog's belt was thrown in front of Scott. Before Scott could reach out his hand, the pitch-black northern cold blade disappeared. Instead, it was Xianxia, who was nearly 3 meters tall, had a mouthful of sharp teeth, and a pair of huge white eyes. Hello, I am Xianxia. After changing from the northern cold blade form to a humanoid form, Xianxia greeted Scott in a friendly tone that he understood. Oh. But obviously, Scott couldn't accept Xianxia's friendliness. Rog ignored Scott's screams and left the room straight, then knocked on the door of the next room. Not long after, the door of the room was opened. The person who opened the door was none other than Black Widow Natasha, who was wearing a special black combat uniform that vividly displayed the curves of her body. What happened to Scott? I seem to have heard his screams just now. It's okay, he met a new friend and was just a little excited. The people of the Avengers didn't know about Xianxia, and Rog didn't intend to explain it to them. So until now, Natasha thought that only the 3 of them participated in the rescue operation of Banner. After entering Natasha's room, Rog directly took out a bottle of unknown drink that was slightly more pleasing to the eye from the wine cabinet and poured a glass for himself and Natasha. When did you get together with Banner? After handing one of the glasses to Natasha, Rog asked casually. Together? I wasn't with Banner, I just wanted to save my companions. Natasha froze for a moment. She thought that Rog wanted to tell her about the next arrangement, but she didn't expect Rog to ask such a question. Really? You didn't look like you just wanted to rescue your companions at the Avengers base. Natasha is a very smart woman, otherwise, she wouldn't have become a top spy, so she instantly understood why Rog said that. Banner is indeed a very talented man, but he's not my type, and he hasn't recovered from Dr. Ross's breakup yet. Natasha picked up the glass and took a sip, and a blush quickly appeared on her delicate face. Not only do you have such a misunderstanding, but others also have similar ideas. Rogers even took the initiative to set me up with Banner. At this point, Natasha smiled bitterly. Wait, the person you like is not Banner, then it can't be Hulk, right? Do you like Hulk? Rog knows that there is some kind of emotional thread between Natasha and Banner. After all, this is the case in the timeline he knows. But now it is clear that the development of things is completely different from what he remembers. Natasha doesn't like Banner, but she likes Hulk. This development trajectory is a bit out of the ordinary. However, after thinking about it carefully, this wasn't something impossible. Although Hulk is very different from normal people, in a sense, Hulk is also a good man. No, I don't like Hulk either. Also, put away those dirty thoughts in your mind. Natasha is worthy of being an experienced top spy. Although Rog hasn't said anything yet, Natasha can see what he is thinking at a glance. Ahem. I'm a gentleman. I won't have any inappropriate thoughts. No, you don't like Banner, and you don't like Hulk. Then why are you so nervous? This is not the mental state a qualified spy should have. Rog soon found the blind spot. Are there only these animal instinctive thoughts left in your men's minds? I have carried out several missions with Hulk. In the process of carrying out the mission, I found that Hulk is not as barbaric and violent as people think. He doesn't like to use violence, and he doesn't want people to be afraid of him, but no one has ever cared about what he thinks. Everyone thought of Hulk as a powerful barbarian warrior, but they never thought about what Hulk wanted. Hulk is lonely, he also wants friends, he also wants someone to really care about him, not treat him as a weapon, a tool. Hulk has mentioned you many times in front of me. He said that you are his friend. You will eat barbecue with him. You will teach him fighting skills. He said that you will teach him a top martial art called Hashiman Tonku in the future. He doesn't know why, but after listening to Natasha's words, two thoughts suddenly emerged in Rog's mind. The first is that Natasha seems to have an inexplicable motherly love for Hulk. The second was that Hulk, this little guy, actually really remembered what he had said before. After the commission is completed, he will try to teach Hulk the Hashiman Tonku. Since Hulk regards him as a real friend, Rog will naturally live up to Hulk's expectations. And he also wants to see if Hulk, who has practiced the Hashiman Tonku, can kick out the legendary ending. Chapter 337. Time passed in a flash. Unknowingly, Rog and the other two had already spent 5 Earth days in the land of nothingness. At this time, there were only 2 days left before the time promised by the Collector. Although the Collector hadn't contacted them in the past few days, Rog wasn't worried that the Collector would violate the promise. As long as the Collector still wanted the Tree of God's branch, the Collector would definitely find out the accurate information within the agreed time. While waiting for the Collector's reply, Rog didn't stay idle. He prepared all the equipment needed for interstellar travel. Although it was called equipment, it was actually a small interstellar spaceship of good quality. Rog originally planned to win a spaceship in the casino fair and square, but ever since his reputation spread out in the land of nothingness, no one was willing to compete with him at the gambling table. Instead, one by one, they began to compete with him in a gladiatorial battle. Remember Ronan, the accuser who was defeated by him? After knowing the death of Captain Marvel Carroll, the accuser Ronan brought a carry fleet to Earth in an attempt to fish in troubled waters. In the end, he was defeated by Rog and left with his tail between his legs. At that time, Rog didn't kill the accuser Ronan. Instead, he intentionally let him go. The 4th Hokage of Earth, Rog, defeated the accuser Ronan of the Carry Empire. Of course, it was impossible for the Carry Empire and Ronan to deliberately announce a lost battle, but the people in the universe still learned about this matter through some secret channels. Thus, the reputation of the 4th Hokage of Rog began to spread in small to medium-sized areas of the universe. On the 3rd day after Rog and the other two came to the land of nothingness, someone recognized him, and then the entire land of nothingness knew about it. It was also from that day onwards that people were no longer willing to compete with Rog on the gambling table. Instead, they changed the venue of the duel from the casino to the arena. Some people wanted to gain more reputation by defeating him, some people simply wanted to compete with him. Of course, there were also some gamblers who wanted to win more wealth through the duel. Rog didn't refuse these gladiator invitations, but he had his own requirements. The challengers had to put up a sufficient bet before he would accept the challenge. The small interstellar spaceship he had now was one of the spoils he had won from the arena. As for loot of similar value, he still had 8 more. There would only be 3 matches a day, and the highest bidder would win. This was the second rule of Rog's gladiator fights. In these 3 days, he fought a total of 9 battles and won all 9 battles. None of the 9 matches lasted more than a minute. The one with the best result lasted until 52 seconds. By now, not many people were willing to fight with him. After all, no one liked a gladiator battle that was guaranteed to fail. Are you still going to the arena today? After witnessing Rog's heroic fighting style, Scott fell into a state of blind worship for Rog. Now, he even began to consider whether he should leave the Alliance and join Konoha after returning to Earth. I don't think so. So far, I haven't received any gladiator invitations. Rog lay on the sofa on the balcony and answered casually, his eyes still looking at the bright starry sky outside. Can I ask you something? Scott got rid of Xianxia, who was frantically ravaging his hair, and asked Rog with difficulty. What do you want to know? Have you been sleeping in the room next door for the past few days? I heard that Agent Romanoff and Dr. Banner are a couple. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to do this? Looking at Scott's hesitant look, Rog shook his head helplessly. They are not a couple. You all think too much, and I don't like to put a hat on people. If it was someone else, Rog wouldn't bother to explain. But since Scott had such a question, he didn't mind explaining it for the sake of his current teammate, lest Scott have any bad associations. Really? Then there's no problem. But speaking of which, Agent Romanoff's figure is really... Before Scott finished speaking, Rog grabbed his shoulder and flew straight into Xianxia's arms. Since Xianxia showed his true form, Xianxia had been entangled with Scott, like a black Labrador who saw his favorite frisbee. Xianxia, let go of me, I'm warning you, let go of me quickly. Damn it, put your tongue back, stop licking my head. Scott had tried to become smaller or bigger to get rid of Xianxia's ravages, but unfortunately, all his resistance failed. Just when Rog thought that today was going to be so dull, there was a sudden noise on the street outside the hotel. In the land of nothingness, fighting in the street was not uncommon. Especially near casinos, bars, and other entertainment venues, this kind of thing was even more common. But this time, Rog's eyes were on one side of the battle. There was a raccoon holding an energy gun and screaming crazily, and a tray ant that was several meters tall. It can't be such a coincidence, right? After seeing the raccoon and the tray ant, Rog's eyes quickly swept through the surrounding crowd, trying to find several other familiar figures. But unfortunately, except for the raccoon and the tray ant, he didn't find any other people in his memory. The genetically modified raccoon, Rocket, and the tray ant of the giant flower god clan, Groot. Xianxia, look after Scott and Natasha, I'm going out. As soon as his voice fell, Rog used the body flicker technique to leave the balcony of the room, and his whole person disappeared completely. In just a moment, he came near Rocket and Groot. You bunch of waste monsters, listen to me, this guy is my prey. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Rocket pointed his gun at a person in front of him and said in a fierce tone. I'm Groot. Groot, who was standing on top of Rocket, also made a boxing pose and echoed in a low voice. Although they were now surrounded by more than a dozen enemies of different figures, Rocket and Groot didn't show any fear. Instead, they had a proud posture of victory. Looking at Rocket with a fierce expression and baring his teeth, Rog began to wonder if the Galaxy Awkward Dance Group had been established. In the timeline in his memory, the Galaxy Awkward Dance Group should have been established at this time, but they haven't successfully obtained the advanced achievement of Awkward Dance Saves the Universe. However, judging from the performance of Rocket and Groot at this time, the Galaxy Awkward Dance Group didn't seem to have even a shadow. Although Rog didn't know who the prey Rocket was talking about was, he was sure of one thing, that is, Rocket and Groot were doing the work of bounty hunters. Chapter 338. When did he become a bounty hunter? Rocket couldn't even remember. He only vaguely remembers that he seemed to have taken the initiative to erase two memories that may be very important to him. Whether those two memories are really that important, he's not very sure, because he doesn't know what those two memories are. The oldest memory Rocket can recall now is meeting Groot in prison, meeting the most important partner of his life. Although it's been a long time, He still remembers the first sentence Groot said to him in the prison cell. "I am Groot." Later, he and Groot escaped from prison. The two formed a bounty hunter team and began to wander around the universe. Recalling the days when he wandered around with Groot, Rocket's ferocious face showed a trace of gentleness. But this gentleness came and went quickly. Without waiting for the surrounding enemies to answer, Rocket pulled the trigger and released a torrential rain of bullets. Da-da-da-da-da. The energy gun in Rocket's hand is not an ordinary weapon, but a killing weapon he carefully modified. Not to mention that the ones surrounding them are just a group of low-level villains. Even if they are standing in front of the elite soldiers of the Carry Empire, Rocket is confident that he can quickly eliminate them in a short time. No one thought that this 1-meter-tall raccoon would be so violent, not caring about the surrounding crowd and shooting without any hesitation. The already noisy environment became even more chaotic. Gunshots, screams, and wails rose and fell one after another, forming a different kind of music. The moment Rocket fired, Rog decisively used the body flicker technique to retreat a distance to avoid being shot. While Rocket was shooting wildly, Groot didn't stay idle. The branches turned into hands and quickly extended to attack the enemy behind Rocket. Rocket is responsible for the frontal attack. Groot is responsible for the support. With amazing tacit understanding, Rocket and Groot didn't say a word and instantly played a superb cooperation. In just a few seconds, Rocket and Groot finished off all the surrounding enemies, as well as their mission target. "Damn, this fat pig is also dead." Rocket ran to the front of an abnormally fat alien, and cursed as he looked at the face that had been completely smashed. "I am Groot." Rocket and Groot's mission this time was to capture this fat guy alive. When the rocket was fired, it deliberately avoided the target's position. But he didn't expect that the target would eventually die from a stray bullet flying out of nowhere. The mission failed, which not only means that they came here in vain, but also wasted their little funds. Thinking of the high docking fee of the void, as well as the wasted energy of the spaceship, Rocket's face became even more ugly. At this time, Rocket saw Rog. Because of Rocket and Groot's brazen action, the surrounding crowd to escape to the scene. Except for Rog, there was no one else around him. This is the main reason why Rocket can see him at a glance. "I'm not. If you don't want to die, then I'll kill you." Rocket didn't know Roger, nor had he seen Roger's previous gladiator fights. So in his view, Rog is just a curious passerby. After many years of bounty hunter career, Rocket understood a truth. That is, you have to show enough fierceness and overbearingness, so that there won't be people who don't have eyes to look for trouble. But this time, Rocket miscalculated. Rog ignored Rocket's angry shout and went straight to Groot, curiously looking at Groot's body. Although Groot has a humanoid body, his life form is completely different from that of humans. Rather than saying that Groot is a humanoid creature, it's better to say that he's a tree with a humanoid body. Rog doesn't know much about Groot's race, the flower god Colossus, but when Groot just attacked, he perceived a familiar yet strange aura from Groot's body. Using the energy in the body as the source of life, it accelerates and controls the growth of plants, using it to attack or defend. Although the specific operation process may be different, the principle of Groot's body growth is the same as that of Mokuton. The only difference is that the energy they use is different. Groot uses a lifelike energy, while Rog uses chakra. This is simply a living Mokuton with self-consciousness and life. The more he looks at Groot, the more Rog feels that Groot is similar to Mokuton. "Hello, my name is Rog. I'm a ninja from Earth." Looking up at Groot's face, Rog introduced himself. "I'm Groot." For some reason, Groot also has an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Rog, who suddenly appeared, as if he met a member of his clan. "Nice to meet you." After that, Roger reached out his right hand and shook hands with Groot, who was squatting down. "I'm Groot." Although he has a universal language translator, Rog can't understand Groot's words at all. The universal language translator he is now carrying is a product of the Carry Empire. It can only translate the language already recorded in the Carry Empire's language library, and the language used by Groot is not in it. Just as Rog was thinking about how to communicate with Groot, Rocket's voice sounded again. "Boy, I'm warning you for the last time, get out of here immediately, or—" Rocket didn't say the rest of the words, he just loaded the energy gun in his hand again. "Gotcha." The crisp sound of loading sounded. Rog's face suddenly became a little dissatisfied. He can understand Rocket's arrogant attitude, but taking the initiative to provoke him again and again, this is a bit unreasonable. What if I don't?
Rog turned and looked at Rocket not far in front of him and said with a look of dissatisfaction.
Then you. Before Rocket finished speaking, his neck was grabbed by the bright red chakra's hand, and his whole body was lifted up. As for the energy gun in his hand, it was shattered by Chakra's hand in the first place. In general, Rog rarely uses the nine-tailed chakra first. But in some cases, the nine-tailed chakra is better than his own chakra. For example, when it's used to mimic objects. After seeing Rocket being lifted up by the blood-red chakra's hand, Groot hesitated for a second or two, and then his huge right fist directly smashed towards Rog in front of him. Although Groot felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from Rog, compared to the safety of Rocket, this is nothing. Groot's attack can't be said to be slow, but Rog's counterattack is faster. Wood release, great forest technique. Rog's right hand's 5 fingers instantly turned into wooden vines, like 5 vipers attacking their prey. They instantly knocked Groot away and firmly tied him up. What's going on? After seeing Rog's 5 fingers turned into wooden vines and flew away and tied up Groot, Rocket's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. I'm Groot. However, the most surprised person was not Rocket, who was pinched by Chakra's hand, but the tied-up Groot. I'm Groot. Chapter 339. Exciting Night Hotel. First floor bar. Rocket and Groot sat opposite Rog, looking at Rog with a complicated look. More than 10 minutes ago, they were still fighting on the street outside, but now, they are sitting together in a bar. Rocket and Groot's strength is not bad, and they are also a little famous among the bounty hunters. However, in front of Rog, their strength is still a bit too weak. Just casually using a few ninjutsu, Rog easily defeated the two of them, making them come to the bar willingly. Who are you? What do you want to do? Rocket asked Rog with a vigilant look. Rog's strength is very strong, but what Rocket really cares about is not his strength, but the Mokuton he just used. Rocket is also a knowledgeable bounty hunter, but he has never met someone like Rog. Making the body grow like a tree except for Groot, this is the first time Rocket has seen this ability in other people. And unlike Groot, Rog's Mokuton is obviously more magical. Groot is a giant flower god. His body is originally a tree, so even if his body suddenly grows, it is not a particularly strange thing. But Rog is different. Rocket is very sure that Rog is a human, a real flesh and blood body. I said before, my name is Rog, a ninja from the earth. Rocket is curious about Rog's Mokuton, and Rog is also curious about Groot's life form. If it weren't for the current conditions, he really wants to do a detailed physical examination for Groot. And his intuition tells him that Groot is hiding the secret to further improve his Mokuton. After meeting Groot, he finally understood why Orochimaru, one of Konoha's Sannin, embarked on the path of a mad scientist. I have no malice to you, I'm just a little interested in Groot, or Groot's race. But don't worry, I'm not some Frankenstein monster. I won't do something like dismembering people and soaking them in formalin. Rog didn't explain to them what Mokuton was, nor did he hide his interest in the Groot race. Please don't say that you just want to make friends with us. Rocket said disdainfully. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I do intend to make friends with you. What happened just now can only be considered as an exchange of blows leads to friendship. I still have some things to do, so I can't tell you too much for now. This is the contact code of my spaceship. If you are interested, you can contact me at any time. After that, Rog took out a small piece of metal from his pocket. The metal plate was engraved with the internal communication code of his small spaceship. As long as the distance wasn't too far, any spaceship could use this communication code to contact Rog's spaceship. To put it simply, it was a communication number between spaceships. After handing the metal plate to Groot, Rog went on to say, if you like, you can play here for a few days. Just put the bill under my name. Because of the bet, Rog now had a considerable amount of wealth on him, which was enough for Rocket and Rocket to indulge in debauchery for a long time. After saying that, he directly left the bar. Meeting Rocket and Groot was purely an accident. But since he met them, Rog didn't mind greeting them in advance. It would be more convenient to deal with them in the future. When Rog's figure completely disappeared behind the bar, Rocket took the metal plate from Groot's hand and put it in his pocket. He's a weirdo. I'm Groot. Groot replied silently.
After spending another exciting night with Natasha in the hotel, the collector's exaggerated maid finally appeared in front of Rog's group again.
I didn't expect you to be the one who defeated Ronin, the fourth Hokage. When I met you last time, I felt that you weren't an ordinary person. As soon as the voice fell, the white-haired collector, Tanya Divan, came in front of Rog. His fingers danced excitedly as he said in a greedy tone, "Your eyes are simply a masterpiece. When you die, please let me pay for your eyes."
Rog silently stepped back, widening the distance between himself and the collector.
He didn't like a male creature so close to him, especially a male creature with an unstable mental state. Let's talk about the eyes later. I just want to know, did you collect the information I want?
Rog psychically summoned the metal box where the branch of the Tree of God was placed, and casually took out the branch of the Tree of God.
You should be more careful when dealing with rare existences.
The collector took the branch of the Tree of God from Rog's hand and signaled the maid next to him to return Rog's tablet to him.
The ones who captured Bruce Banner were a group of slavers called rope catchers. They don't belong to any faction. They capture all kinds of powerful creatures in the universe, and then sell these creatures to customers who need them. As far as I know, my brother on Saga bought a lot of interesting creatures from the rope catchers. Collector Tanya stroked the branch of the sacred tree in his hand with exaggerated movements, then continued, "Your tablet has the information and the latest location of the rope catcher slave hunters. If you're fast enough, you should be able to find them before they sell Banner." Rog turned on the tablet and saw the star map on it, as well as the planet whose coordinates were specially marked. Xander. The rope catchers are on Xander? If Rog remembered correctly, Xander was the planet where the New Star Army's headquarters was located, and it was also one of the most orderly planets in the universe. The rope catchers were a slaver group, and if they took the initiative to go to Xander, it was no different from a fugitive going to the police station. Xander was a place where a street brawl could land one in jail for serious crimes. Isn't this information a little wrong? Xander will not allow the existence of slavers. The brighter a place is, the easier it is for darkness to breed. The collector replied with a smile, then signaled the Burgundy maid to see him out. At first, Rog thought that Banner would be captured to Saga, which was ruled by Lord Gao. After all, Lord Gao was the one who liked to organize gladiator fights. He did not expect Banner to be sent to Xander, which was famous for its civilized order. At the same time, he also had a question. How did Banner, who had never left Earth, get targeted by the slavers? Chapter 340. More than 3 hours later, Rog and the others arrived at Xander from nothingness. Originally, it only took more than an hour to travel from nothingness to Xander, and there were enough space jump points between the two places. The problem was with the pilots. Neither Natasha nor Scott had any experience in flying small spaceships.
Although Rog had experience flying a small dark elf fighter, a fighter was not the same as an interstellar spaceship, and the manufacturers of the two were completely different.
So before they set off, they had to take a temporary spaceship driving course. Fortunately, Rog was an experienced pilot.
With his past experience and reasonable guesses, or rather recklessness, he successfully learned how to fly a spaceship.
Although it was not perfect, he still managed to drive the spaceship to Xander and land it at the docking port. Halden City, according to Xander's evaluation standards, was a first-class city only one level lower than the capital. According to the information provided by the collector, the rope hunters who kidnapped Banner had just arrived in Halden City a day ago. Although Rog and the others did not have any legal identification documents, they did not have any wanted or bad records, so under the charm of money, they successfully obtained 4 temporary identification documents. That's right, 4. Even Blackie needed to get an identification document. Blackie in the form of the Northern Frostblade could fool ordinary people, but he could not fool the port's immigration scanners. Therefore, on the immigration records, Blackie was a creature that must be identified, not an item. Where are we going next? Scott was still wearing his classic Ant-Man uniform, and he did not even take off his helmet. According to him, he was worried that the air here would contain substances harmful to humans. However, in Rog's view, Scott was not worried about the air being harmful, but he did not want Blackie to continue ravaging his hair. Let's find a place to check in first, and then exchange these things for new star coins. Except for the small spaceship, Rog's other winnings could not be directly exchanged for new star coins, the common currency of Xander. Therefore, whether it was to find Banner or for their own journey, they needed to exchange the things in their hands for new star coins. Rog originally intended to give these things to the collector directly, but unfortunately, the collector had no interest in them. Because of the new star army, Xander was more orderly than most planets in the universe, and the civilization level of the inhabitants was also higher. If the civilization of the inhabitants of the Land of Nothingness was equivalent to the Middle Ages on Earth, then the civilization of the inhabitants of Xander was equivalent to the 21st century on Earth. And to a certain extent, Xander was a bit like Earth after the rapid advancement of technology. However, as the collector said, the brighter the place, the easier it was for darkness to breed. Even Xander, with its perfect laws and strict order, had an inescapable dark side. Rog, on the other hand, was very good at dealing with these dark forces hidden in the shadows. In a certain black market that was not welcomed by the officials, Rog successfully exchanged the spoils in his hand for Nova coins and exchanged them for a number that satisfied him. 132. 68 million new star coins. Rog had just inquired that the most expensive suite in the most luxurious hotel in Halton City was only 100,000 new star coins per night. So, he was not dissatisfied with this number. In addition to solving the financial problem in the black market, Rog and the others also successfully inquired about the rope hunters. To be precise, it was Natasha who inquired about it. People who could not control their rationality in the face of beauty were not only on Earth, but also on Xander. The rope hunters just arrived yesterday. I heard that they sold a few good prey. In tonight's Bloody Gladiator, one of the rope hunters' prey will be fighting. I got 4 tickets, Natasha said calmly. At the same time, she took out 4 black tickets with only a red skull and a string of numbers printed on them. Then let's go take a look tonight. If everything goes well, we might be able to return to Earth tomorrow. Although that was what he said, Rog did not think that they would be so lucky. The fact that the rope hunters could make a name for themselves in this industry was enough to prove that they were not rookies. Rog had read the information provided by the collector. Although the rope catchers were just a group of slave hunters, their strength was not inferior to a regular army. In fact, they were even a bit stronger. If not, they would have been wiped out by the armies of other planets long ago. Xander's environment was very similar to Earth. Not only did the rotation time was similar, even the gravity and air were similar. What surprised Rog even more was that Xander, which was a technological civilization, had a high concentration of natural energy. Although the concentration of natural energy was not as high as Asgard or Warnerheim, it was still not bad. It was at least a few times higher than Earth's. When night fell, Rog and the other 3 arrived at the venue of the Bloody Gladiator. The Bloody Gladiator in Halton City was quite famous in the underworld of Xander. The organizers behind it were said to be the upper echelons of Halton City. As for whether the organizers were the upper echelons of Halton City, there was no definite conclusion. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the Bloody Gladiator in Halton City had never been stopped by the New Star Army. Excitement and safety were the main reasons why the Bloody Gladiator in Halton City was famous in the underworld. After handing the tickets to the guard, Rog and the other 3 successfully entered the venue of the Bloody Gladiator. It was an underground bar in the city. Before entering the bar, Rog and the other 3 received 4 identical white masks. The masks were very ordinary. There was nothing special about them. It was just an ordinary white mask. Every audience member would receive a mask like this when they entered the venue. According to the organizers, wearing the masks was to protect the privacy of the audience. After all, no one would want to be recognized in the Bloody Gladiator, especially on a planet that pursued civilization like Xander. The underground bar was larger than Rog imagined. It was almost the size of a basketball court. The dance floor in the middle of the bar was modified into a special ring. There were metal pillars as thick as an arm around the ring. They looked like fences for the ring. All the audience members wore white masks. They were either sitting at the table or standing by the ring. Some were whispering, some were silent. Welcome to the Bloody Gladiator. Tonight, you will enjoy a fight for survival where fists meet flesh and blood splatter everywhere. Tonight, you will see the light of life bursting forth from living creatures under the threat of death. Tonight, You will hear painful howls that will cause you to be unable to sleep for the entire night. Now, let us welcome the two protagonists of tonight. They are the undisputed superstars of tonight. The host in an unknown corner was frantically stirring up the audience's emotions. At the same time, he did not forget to remind the audience not to miss the final betting time. Rog also received a betting slip from a waitress who was wearing an alluring outfit but a red mask that covered half of her face. Although he did not understand Xander's language, it was not a problem on the technologically advanced Xander. A real-time translation system could solve all the problems. After putting on the real-time translation glasses he bought and adjusting his language to Earth's English, which was rare but still included in the dictionary, Rog casually browsed through the contents of the betting slip. Although there was only one gladiator battle, the contents of the betting slip were extremely rich. In addition to the simple victory and defeat, there were also bets on how many minutes the battle would end, whether the defeated party would live or die, whether they would be crippled or seriously injured, and even how many fingers would be lost in total. Depending on the content of the bet, the odds were completely different. Even for the simplest bet, the odds were not 1-to-1. On the betting slip, there was also a general introduction of tonight's contestants. One was a four-armed ape of an unknown race, and the other was a human. Of course, the human here was not an earthling, but an Asari. Chapter 341. Rog was no stranger to the Asari. When he was in Warnerheim, the Asari soldiers who died in his hands numbered at least a few thousand, if not 10,000. So when he saw that the contestant was an Asari, he could not help but recall the twins, Thor. 10 million on this Asari to win. Rog handed an anonymous new star card to the scantily clad waitress and completed his bet. On the anonymous new star card, there was a deposit of 10 million new star coins. As long as one had this card, anyone could withdraw money from any bank without needing a password. This new star card was the favorite transaction method of the Dark Forces. It was simple and safe enough. One only needed to confirm the balance in the card to easily complete the transaction. Aren't you being too casual? That's 10 million new star coins. When the waitress left, Scott, who was wearing a mask, lowered his head and whispered to Rog. Anyway, it's a win. If you lose, you lose. Take the betting voucher. If you win, you'll get the money. After that, Rog handed the betting voucher to Scott. It'll be strange if he wins. The odds are 1, 3, 5. Anyone can see that this Asari is bound to lose. Scott said with some disdain, but he still silently kept the betting voucher handed by Rog. It was better to be safe than sorry. If he wins, this voucher would be worth 35 million new star coins. A few minutes later, the lights in the entire bar dimmed, and the spotlights focused on a side door of the bar. The first to appear was the Asari. With just a simple glance, Rog deduced the identity of this Asari. This was a Chili Arch of the Sword and Shield Brigade. He had a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left hand. The armor on his body was also the standard armor of a Chili Arch in the Asari army. Although a Chili Arch was not a general, he was only one step away from being a general. Even such an existence had become a gladiator. This bloody gladiator was not simple. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the captain of the Sword and Shield Chili Arch of the Osso Divine Army walked up to the arena unhurriedly. His face was as resolute as ever, as if he was not in the arena of a gladiator, but on a glorious battlefield. After the host casually introduced the Kiliarka's battle record, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Amidst the roars of the audience, the four-armed berserk ape that was locked in the cage was pushed out. When the metal column on the stage emitted a light blue electric radiance, the four-armed wild ape in the cage was pushed to the entrance of the stage. Without needing any instructions, the moment the cage door was opened, the four-armed berserk ape rushed out like a mad bull. The metal pillar of the arena rose completely, and a high-temperature lightning cage was completely formed. In the next second, the 3-meter-tall, four-armed giant ape clashed with the Asari Chili Arch of Sword and Shield. Whether it was in terms of size, strength, speed, or endurance, the four-armed berserk ape had an absolute advantage. The only thing the Chili Arch of Sword and Shield could count on was his battle experience and superb combat skills. The odds of the four-armed berserk ape were only 1/5. From the setting of the odds, it was easy to see the difference in strength between the two. As expected, within a few minutes, the Aseri Chili Arch of Sword and Shield was at a disadvantage. Wounds began to appear on his body, and he was gasping for air. Rog had fought with Aseri warriors before, so he knew the approximate strength of a Chili Arch. If his judgment was correct, the Chili Arch of Sword and Shield would be completely dismembered by the four-armed berserk ape in 2 minutes at most. Seeing the Chili Arch of Sword and Shield doing his best to block the four-armed berserk ape's attacks and seize every opportunity to counterattack, Rog's memories of Warnerheim appeared again. To save or not to save? Not long after entering the bar, he secretly used chakra to check the situation in the bar. Although there were many life signals in the bar, none of them could be considered an expert. If he wanted to save the Chili Arch of Sword and Shield in the ring, it would not be as easy as eating, but it would not be too difficult either. After thinking seriously for a few seconds, he finally made a decision. Take half a step back, raise your shield, and slash. Turn left, half squat and slash. Stab, shield bash, jump, heavy slash. The Chili Arch of Sword and Shield heard the voice. At first, he did not pay attention to the voice that came from nowhere. However, he soon realized that the voice's guidance was indeed the best choice under the circumstances. After trying a few times, the Chili Arch of Sword and Shield decisively gave up his plan and began to fight according to the voice's instructions. Other than the Chili Arch of Sword and Shield, no one else noticed the voice's existence. Even Natasha, who was sitting next to Rog, did not notice it. Using chakra, Rog accurately transmitted his voice to the Chili Arch of Sword and Shield, guiding him on how to fight. In terms of raw strength, the Chili Arch of Sword and Shield was far inferior to the four-armed berserk ape. This was also the main reason why his odds were as high as 3-5. However, the four-armed berserk ape was still a beast without intelligence. As long as the Chili Arch of Sword and Shield could withstand the first few rounds of attacks from the four-armed berserk ape, he could use human intelligence to slowly kill the four-armed berserk ape. However, in order to do this, not only did he have to have rich combat experience, but he also had to have sharp combat instincts and essential combat skills. When experience, intuition, and skills were combined, he could change the outcome of the battle and gain the right to live. On the surface, the one fighting in the ring now was the Aseri Chili Arch of Sword and Shield. However, in reality, the one fighting the four-armed berserk ape was a different kind of Rog. Not long after, the audience below the ring realized that the four-armed berserk ape, who had the upper hand, was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. The four-armed berserk ape's attacks began to miss and become ineffective, while the Chili Arch of Sword and Shield kept leaving wounds on the four-armed berserk ape's body. Light green blood began to spread in the ring, and the four-armed berserk ape's movements began to slow down. Reverse shield, right knee, triple slash, back of the neck, stab. The Chili Arch of Sword and Shield took advantage of the four-armed berserk ape's unstable body and quickly went behind the four-armed berserk ape, stabbing the four-armed berserk ape's neck with the sword in his right hand. When the Aseri Chili Arch pulled out the sword from the back of the four-armed berserk ape's neck, light green blood spurted out from the wound and dyed the Chili Arch green. He won? He really won. Scott stared at the arena in disbelief, and he almost lost control of his emotions and shouted out loud. While Scott was waving his arms excitedly, Natasha turned her head and looked at Rog, who had been silent all this while. Natasha didn't know why, but she felt that she had seen the Chili Arch of Sword and Shield's fighting style somewhere before. That style of fighting style that was at his fingertips and treated close combat like a game was very similar to that of someone she knew. No, it wasn't just similar, it was exactly the same. The fighting style that the Chili Arch of Sword and Shield used was Rog's fighting style. Chapter 342. Did you help the Chili Arch? Natasha asked in a low voice. Before speaking, she wisely turned off the universal language translator in her ear. In a gladiator fight, helping one side is obviously cheating. Once discovered, the consequences are very serious. Although Natasha is cautious enough, she is not Rog after all. When she thinks about problems, she instinctively uses herself as the standard. For Natasha, doing something that will anger others in their territory is not a very wise decision. Her strength does not allow her to do so. But she ignored one point, that is, for Rog, he has enough strength to crush everyone present. The level of strength determines the difference in thinking and behavior. I stayed in Warnerheim for a while, and I have a good impression of the Asari race. Rog did not say that his main job in Warnerheim was to kill Asari soldiers, but he changed to a more euphemistic way of saying it. Won't this cause other problems? Although she knew why Rog wanted to help, Natasha was still a little worried. From the moment we came here, we were destined to have some unpleasant things with the organizers of the gladiator fight. It's troublesome anyway. It doesn't make any difference whether it's earlier or later. The reason why the rope catchers came to Xander was to deliver goods to the organizers of the gladiator fight. So if they want to know the whereabouts of the rope catchers, the organizers of the gladiator fight are a good direction. This is also why they came to the gladiator fight. Although Banner may have been sold directly to the organizers behind the gladiator fight, this possibility is very low. Otherwise, it would not be the four-armed berserk ape that appeared tonight, but the Hulk. Scott excitedly took the voucher to receive the prize money, and Xiaohei also consciously followed behind Scott. Because of the unexpected result, not many people exchanged for the prize money, and Scott, who exchanged 35 million new star coins, became extremely dazzling at this time. Scott did not notice the eyes gathered on him, and he was now immersed in the excitement of winning the prize. With the staff of the gladiator organization around, there would not be any public robberies in the bar. However, it was hard to say what would happen after leaving the bar. Especially Scott and Xiaohei. Both of them had eye-catching appearances. Needless to say, Xiaohei could recognize him at a glance just by looking at his physique. It didn't matter if he wore a mask or not. Although Scott's body shape was similar to the people of Xander, the Ant-Man uniform he was wearing was obviously not the style of Xander. So, after leaving the bar, it was not difficult to recognize him. Under normal circumstances, the spectators who came to watch the gladiator fight would not wear too many different outfits to avoid being recognized after leaving the bar. As for Rog and the other three outsiders, they obviously did not have such experience. But for them, they didn't need a similar experience because Rog didn't plan to leave the bar normally in the first place. When most of the audience in the bar had left, Rog took off the white mask on his face and went straight to the staff in charge of exchanging his bonus. I'd like to see your behind-the-scenes boss. Please inform him. As soon as he finished speaking, several energy guns were pointed at Rog, ready to fire at any time. I'll repeat myself. I'd like to see your behind-the-scenes boss. Please inform him. Rog continued to speak without changing his expression, as if he did not see the guns pointed at him at all. After he finished speaking, the staff in front of him still remained unmoved. The only change was that more guns were pointed at him. Why do you have to force me to do it? Can't you solve it in a friendlier way? Rog shook his head helplessly. Then, he disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a silver-white electric snake as thick as a finger. Lightning blink. Although Xander's technology was very advanced, the individual strength of the Xander people was not very good. 2 or 3 seconds later, the guards who were pointing their guns at Rog fell to the ground one after another. The guns in their hands were turned into scrap metal. No one thought that Roger would actually make a move. Even Natasha and Scott didn't think that he would do that. Blackie, if anyone tries to resist, just eat him. Rog said calmly, then returned to the staff in charge of the competition's bonus. This time, without needing him to say anything, the middle-aged man from Xander immediately took out a palm-sized translucent device that looked like a mobile phone and contacted the person who could really make the decision. Half an hour later, Rog waited for a Xander person who also had green skin but was more than 2 meters tall, as well as a whole team of fully armed soldiers. Unlike the undisciplined god he had casually knocked down earlier, these warriors were all wearing the same black combat uniform, each of them exuding a fierce aura. This was a team that had been on the battlefield. Rog quickly made a judgment. Who are you? Who sent you to provoke the bloody gladiator society? The 2-meter-tall Xander person glanced at Rog and asked coldly. You don't have to care who we are. We have no interest in your bloody gladiator society. We're just here to buy information. Buy information? Ha ha ha. After hearing Rog's answer, the tall Xander person laughed wildly as if he had heard a joke on a talk show. A few small fries from an unknown planet. After injuring my people, you actually want to buy information from me? Are your brains filled with sewage? Among the many intelligent races in the universe, there were many that looked exactly like humans on Earth. Other than the collectors,
who were knowledgeable and had sharp eyes. Very few people could tell that Rog and the others were Earthlings at a glance.
The Xander person in front of him was a good example. I don't like to say the same thing 3 times. This is the second time. I'm here to buy information. 35 million new star coins. I want the latest information on the rope slavers. Rog put the new star coins that Scott had just received on the table and said unhurriedly. If the guy in front of him still could not be communicated with, he did not intend to continue. Although violence could not solve all problems, it could solve most of them. And the one in front of him was the kind that could be solved with violence. You! The Xander person wanted to say something, but after feeling the amazing aura emanating from Rog, he fell silent. This guy is dangerous. Chapter 343. You have to follow the rules when buying information, but you're not following the rules now. After a few seconds of silence, the tall Xander said word by word. Although the Xander's face was still cold, his tone was much friendlier, without the previous arrogance and disdain. Rules need to be backed up with strength. I'm the strongest here, so my words are the rules. The other party gave in, but that didn't mean Rog would follow suit. When dealing with these guys who made a living in the dark, either admit defeat from the start or be overbearing to the end. Rog didn't like to admit defeat, and he wouldn't admit defeat, so he chose his favorite and most commonly used method. Looks like you've got us. Although our Bloody Gladiator isn't a powerful organization famous in the universe, we're not an existence that anyone can easily provoke. As soon as his voice fell, the Xander abruptly picked up the bottle on the table and smashed it on the ground. Bang! The bottle exploded, and dozens of muzzles were instantly aimed at Rog and the other 3. You're very strong, but your companions aren't as strong as you. As long as I give the order, a dozen holes will immediately appear on the bodies of your companions. You want to try? As one of the leaders of the Bloody Gladiator, Max was very confident in the subordinates he brought. Although his subordinates weren't members of the New Star Army, each one of them was no weaker than an official member of the New Star Army. And compared to the warriors of the New Star Army, his subordinates had more combat experience, and their fighting methods were more ruthless. Although he only brought 30 people, these people were enough to fight against the New Star Army in Halton City, and they might even be able to take down the entire city under the protection of the New Star Army. The reason the Bloody Gladiator could monopolize the underground arena in Halton City was not only because of the few higher-ups behind them, but also because they had the strength to intimidate the weak. But this time, they weren't facing the same kind of weak people who also made a living in the dark world, but Rog, a fierce dragon from another planet. Threats and intimidation, as expected, these are the same old tricks. Don't you have any new tricks? Since you've already mentioned this point, then I'll cooperate with you. Give the order to open fire. If you're still a man, then give the order to shoot. Not only did Rog not take Max's threat to heart, but he also provoked Max further. Threatening the safety of his companions might be useful against other superheroes, but it would not mean anything to Rog. He had never taken this kind of threat to heart. You think I don't dare? Max's expression became even more unsightly as he silently raised his right hand. Rog didn't answer Max. He just snorted disdainfully. Good, very good. Since you don't care about their lives, I'll satisfy you. As soon as he finished speaking, Max swung his right hand down forcefully. Then, nothing happened. What was going on? Didn't they see my gesture? The expected gunshot didn't sound, and Max's face turned even uglier. This team was personally led by him. He knew his subordinates very well, so he was very sure that his orders would be carried out immediately. However, the situation at this time was completely different from what he expected. He was ready to fight with Rog, but his subordinates dropped the ball at this time. Do you find it strange that your loyal subordinates didn't shoot? I'll give you a chance to look back. I swear on my character that I will never attack you when you turn your head. Although Rog made a promise, Max didn't believe a word of it. The bar was quiet again. Max's eyes were fixed on Rog, and one guess after another flashed through his mind. After nearly 3 minutes of silence, Max finally made a decision. From the moment his subordinates didn't shoot according to the order, the initiative was no longer in his hands. After taking a few deep breaths, Max slowly turned his head to look at his subordinates, and then saw a phenomenon that he couldn't understand at all. Every one of his subordinates maintained the posture of aiming, motionless, aiming very seriously, aiming very carefully. Everyone's finger was on the trigger, ready to shoot at any time. However, they didn't shoot. They always maintained the posture of aiming, as if they were lifeless figurines, standing quietly and aiming quietly. Although Xander's technology is developed enough and there are many dazzling inventions, Max has never heard of any weapon that can cause such a scene in front of him, which is completely beyond his understanding. Max wasn't the only one who was confused. Scott was just as confused as he was. Only Natasha, who had seen Rog freeze shield agents, could roughly infer the truth of the matter. Sharingan Genjutsu. To be precise, it's the Golden Bind Genjutsu cast by Sharingan. Before he had the Sharingan, Roger liked to use ninjutsu to freeze those small fries who weren't very strong. After he had Sharingan, the way to freeze small fries changed from ninjutsu to Sharingan Genjutsu. And now, as his Sharingan Genjutsu became more and more exquisite, the ordinary Sharingan Genjutsu was replaced by Golden Bind Genjutsu. Instead of using ninja coins to exchange for Golden Bind Genjutsu from the system, Rog relied on his own ability to forcibly research Golden Bind Genjutsu and successfully obtain the recognition of the system. Now, are you interested in trading according to my rules? After confirming that his subordinates had completely lost their ability to act, Max sighed helplessly. This time, he really lost. The next thing went smoothly. Max didn't even take the 35 million Nova coins that Rog paid for the information, and handed over all the information about the Venus flytrap slave hunters to Rog. The situation is stronger than the person. Even if Max tries his best, he can't change the fact of failure. Instead of making an indifferent resistance on a whim, which will lead things to a worse direction, it's better to admit defeat and control the loss within a controllable range. As one of the leaders of Bloody Gladiator, Max knows when to be tough and when to admit defeat. I've given you all the information you want. When can my subordinates recover? Max asked in a very kind tone, without the slightest dissatisfaction on his face. They'll be back to normal in an hour. After that, Rog left the bar with Xiao Hei and others and began to go to the hiding place of the Venus flytrap slave hunters. Chapter 344. In a farm dozens of kilometers away from Halden City, Jaros, who had just celebrated his 20th birthday, pushed a cart full of food toward a secret detention room below the farm. This farm was the only one within more than 10 kilometers. It mainly grew a herb called blue potato. Blue potato was easy to grow, had a considerable yield, and had good nutritional value. Thousands of years ago, blue potato had become one of the main foods of Xander. On the surface, this was an ordinary farm that grew blue potato. But in fact, this was one of the secret bases of the Venus flytrap slave hunters on Xander. Unlike the other members of the slave hunters, although Jaros was also a member of the slave hunters, he had never left Xander, let alone participated in specific slave hunting activities. Even his identity as a member of the slave hunters was inherited from his deceased father. Normally, Jaros's main job was to plant blue potatoes and be a responsible grower. When the Venus flytrap slave hunters came to Xander, he was responsible for delivering food to the prey and providing other reasonable services to the other members of the slave hunters. This included but was not limited to cooking, cleaning, serving tea, and so on. I don't know when I can become a real slave catcher. Deputy Commander Noah has already promised me that as long as I take good care of Special Prey number 41, I will be qualified to be a trainee slave catcher and follow the team to catch prey in the universe. Thinking of this, the tired look on Jaros's face was suddenly replaced by excitement. No one wanted to be a nobody for the rest of their life, and Jaros was no exception. Now, Special Prey number 41 gave him the opportunity to change his life. There was a 3-story base under the farm. The first floor underground was the living area of the slave hunters, the second floor underground was the detention area for ordinary prey, and the third floor underground was the special detention area. Under normal circumstances, the detention room on the third floor underground was rarely used. In Jaros's memory, the last time a prey was locked up in the third floor underground was 3 years ago. Pushing the cart to the third floor underground, Jaros could not help but gulp. Then, he mustered up his courage and walked toward the detention room of Special Prey number 41. Jaros did not know much about Special Prey number 41. He only knew that this was a special prey captured from a planet called Earth. Compared to normal prey, there were not many creatures that the rope slavers could note as special prey. These special prey were either extremely rare or extremely powerful. Every special prey could bring a huge amount of profit to the slave hunters. However, the risks were equal to the benefits. These special preys could indeed bring unimaginable benefits, but the danger was also unimaginably high. Jaros remembered that his father had once told him that dozens of years ago, the slave hunters were almost wiped out because of a special prey. If it wasn't for the leader of the slavers using himself as bait to lure away the terrifying prey, the rope grass slavers would have long disappeared from history. Jaros had never seen a special prey before, and today was the first time he delivered food to special prey number 41. This job was originally done by the official members of the slavers, but after the death of 7 official members, the job of delivering food fell to Jaros. I can do it, I can definitely do it, I will definitely become a real slave catcher. Jaros pushed the dining cart forward slowly in the dimly lit passageway. Every few steps he would encourage himself. Although this meal delivery mission was very dangerous, Jaros believed that Deputy Head Noah would not deceive him. I have reached an agreement with Special Prey number 41. He will not continue to hurt the person who delivers the food. You can go there without worry. Although it was the first time Jaros had met Deputy Commander Noah, he didn't doubt Deputy Commander Noah's words. Deputy Head Noah was a powerful existence who had won 3 consecutive victories in the Saga planet arena. Such a powerful existence had no need to deceive a small character like him. While Jaros was pushing the dining cart to the detention room, Hulk, who was noted as Special Prey number 41 by the slave hunters, was in his room, working hard on his fighting practice. Boxing, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Sanda, Israeli martial arts, SCARC fighting system of the UA Special Forces. What Hulk was practicing now was the fighting technique that Rog left in his memory with illusion, false memory. Even though Hulk didn't look very agile, under his hard work, not only did he successfully master these fighting techniques, but he also gradually summed up his own fighting techniques. For this reason, Hulk also gave his fighting technique a name that he liked very much. Invincible Hulk Fighting Technique. Although this name didn't look like much, its power was not ordinary. Especially when combined with Hulk's astonishing strength, this fighting technique really had an invincible aura. While Hulk was working hard on his fighting technique, the thick metal door of the detention room was opened, and Jaros walked in with the dining cart. Hello, I am today's meal delivery man, my name is Jaros. Jaros tried hard to control his nervousness and said in a calm tone as much as possible. However, after seeing Hulk's amazing body and his proficient fighting skills, Jaros couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This person is so strong. After more than 10 seconds, Hulk stopped punching and walked step by step to Jaros, who also had green skin. Hello. After a simple reply, Hulk directly sat on the ground and used his palm, which was bigger than Jaros' head, to take out food from the dining cart. The dining cart full of food didn't even last 3 minutes in front of Hulk, who had an amazing appetite, before it was completely consumed. After drinking the last nutrient solution in his hand, Hulk looked at the motionless Jaros in front of him and said slowly, "This food is not enough." Next time, Hulk wants 3 times the amount. Although Hulk's tone was very calm, Jaros felt that he wasn't talking to a human, but a prehistoric beast. This kind of terrifying oppression was even stronger than that of Deputy Commander Noah. Jaros finally understood why Deputy Commander Noah's right hand was bandaged and there were obvious bruises on his face when he met him. No problem, 3 times the amount. I'll remember it. Jaros replied quickly with an unprecedented speed, but in the next second Jaros, who was oppressed by Hulk's aura, completely fainted. Big guy, long time no see. When Jaros' body fell forward uncontrollably, Rog's voice sounded. Chapter 345. Rog, why are you here and Natasha? Seeing Rog and Natasha coming in from the door of the room, Hulk's expression became extremely happy. I knew you were kidnapped, so I came to save you. While speaking, Rog looked at Hulk seriously, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. Judging from Hulk's current appearance, he doesn't seem to mind the fact that he was kidnapped. Hulk was not kidnapped. It was Banner who was kidnapped. Hulk is very strong. Hulk will not be kidnapped. Hulk explained very seriously, and he didn't forget to wave his fist as he spoke. Although Hulk shares a body with Banner, Hulk is very clear that he is him and Banner is Banner. He won't admit that the weak Banner is Hulk. Well, it was Banner who was kidnapped, not Hulk. Let's go, I'll take you back to Earth. You shouldn't like to live in this kind of cell-like room. Rog didn't argue with Hulk about who was kidnapped and directly changed the subject. After getting the information about the rope grass slavers from Max of the Bloody Gladiator, Rog immediately rushed over with Natasha and others, for fear that Hulk would be taken away again if they were too slow. However, after secretly sneaking into the underground base of the slave hunters, Rog found that things were a little different from what he had imagined. He originally thought that the rope grass slavers would try their best to avoid the appearance of Hulk and reduce the possible risks as much as possible. But after coming here, he found that the slave hunters didn't care much about this. Even this room specially used to detain Hulk seems a bit casual. Although this detention room is not bad and can effectively detain most of the creatures. But it is still not enough to completely lock up Hulk. With Hulk's strength, if he wants to leave here, he only needs to consume some stamina and he can easily leave here and destroy the entire underground base on the way. Go back to Earth? Hulk, don't go back to Earth. Hulk is going to Saga Star. Hulk is going to participate in the gladiator fight. Hulk is going to fight for Hulk's glory with his fists. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Hulk shook his head fiercely and decisively rejected Rog's proposal. What was going on? Was Hulk brainwashed? Hulk's answer was not only out of Rog's expectations, but even Natasha, who had been with Hulk for a long time, was also confused. Rog and Natasha looked at each other and came to the same conclusion. The brainwashing techniques of the rope trappers were pretty good. Although they don't know when Hulk came out, it has only been more than 20 days since the day Banner was kidnapped. In less than 20 days, the rope trappers had managed to brainwash Hulk. Although this efficiency wasn't particularly shocking, it was still considered quite good. Compared to Banner, although Hulk is not smart, he is definitely not stupid, and his will is definitely stronger than Banner's. Although Hulk sometimes had a childlike mentality, it was just that he was too lazy to disguise himself. Rog gave Natasha a look and asked her to persuade Hulk. Gladiators are dangerous, and the glory obtained from gladiators is not real glory. Don't you want others to be afraid of you? If you participate in gladiators and use force to fight for glory, it will only make others more afraid of you. If you want to get your own glory, you can do it on Earth. You are a superhero on Earth, and people on Earth like you, and they will be proud of your glory. Natasha slowly came in front of Hulk, holding Hulk's huge right hand with both hands, and said in a gentle tone. Looking at Natasha's gentle demeanor at this time, Rog couldn't help but think of the profession of a kindergarten teacher. Hulk was the stubborn child in the kindergarten, and Natasha, the kindergarten teacher, was trying to persuade him. Although the picture shown was very similar to normal situations, the feeling it gave people was exactly the same. When the person who was persuading him became Natasha, Hulk's refusal obviously lessened a lot. However, after a few seconds of silence, Hulk shook his head silently and rejected Natasha's proposal. Earth doesn't like Hulk. Saga Planet likes Hulk. Noah promised Hulk that Hulk would become a hero that everyone on Saga Planet would like. Hulk wants to fight. Hulk doesn't want to disguise himself. Hulk wants to be recognized by others. Although Rog has never seen Noah, he knows that the Noah mentioned by Hulk is the deputy head of the slave hunters. In the information provided by the Collector and Max, there is information about Noah. Before Noah became the deputy head of the slave hunters, he was a gladiator on Saga Planet, and he was a gladiator with some achievements. But unlike other gladiators, Noah participated in gladiators as a free man. So after fighting a few gladiators and getting 3 consecutive victories, he left Saga Planet and joined the rope hunters. Just as Natasha was about to continue to persuade Hulk to return to Earth, a violent explosion suddenly came from the ground, attracting the attention of the 3 of them. Xianxia and Scott did not sneak into the 3rd floor with Rog but were left outside by him. Unsurprisingly, this explosion should be caused by Xianxia and Scott. After the explosion, Rog suddenly made a decision. The commission he accepted was to bring Bruce Banner back to Earth. The commission did not specify a clear return time, so he did not have to consider the specific return time. In addition, he has a certain interest in Saga Planet, a planet famous for its sports. Hulk obviously doesn't want to return to Earth now. Although Rog can take Hulk back by force, he doesn't intend to do so. Since Hulk wants to go to Saga Planet to participate in the gladiators, and he happens to be a little interested in Saga Planet, it's better to go to Saga Planet together to satisfy Hulk's hope and satisfy his own curiosity. Get up, I'll accompany you to Saga Planet to participate in the gladiators. Speaking of which, I don't seem to have a serious physical competition with you. Why don't we officially compete in the arena of Saga Planet? Although Rog and Hulk have fought a few times before, those battles were not considered official. At that time, Hulk was either fighting with Dragon and Wood Arhut, or getting hit by his Tsukuyami. Hulk has never officially competed with him in physical skills. Really? Do you really want to go to Saga Planet with me? After hearing Rog's words, Hulk instantly became excited. He suddenly stood up, grabbed Rog's shoulders with his huge hands, and shook Rog's body excitedly. Chapter 346.
No, I don't agree with this plan.
Before Rog could answer Hulk, Natasha quickly stopped him. Although Natasha didn't know what kind of planet Saga was, she was very sure that once Rog and Hulk arrived at Saga, they would definitely make a big move that would surprise everyone. Whether it was Rog or Hulk, neither of them were law-abiding people.
The two of them were equivalent to two human-shaped self-propelled nuclear bombs with the safety off, and they were the kind with a large yield.
Hulk wants to go to Saga. Hulk agrees with the plan. Without waiting for Rog to answer, Hulk said to Natasha with a firm face. Although Natasha was the only friend Hulk recognized in the Avengers, Hulk couldn't make concessions at this time. Since Hulk has agreed, then let's go to Saga Planet. Just treat it as an extra activity before returning to Earth. Hulk had no dissatisfaction with Rog's statement. As long as he can go to Saga to participate in the gladiator fight, returning to Earth or something is not unacceptable. At this time, Hulk was no different from a real child. If you want to persuade Hulk, you have to follow Hulk's train of thought. This is like coaxing a child. You have to use the child's way of thinking. Looking at Rog and Hulk, who quickly reached an agreement, Natasha sighed helplessly. She is not Rog. She doesn't have the strength to forcibly take Hulk away, so once Rog and Hulk reach an agreement, all she can do is to cooperate silently. When they left the detention room, Hulk turned around and glanced at the unconscious Jaros. After thinking for a few seconds, he grabbed Jaros and brought him out of the detention room. Rog and Natasha didn't say anything about Hulk's move. He's just a small character. There's nothing to worry about. Since Hulk likes him, then let him take him. Anyway, there can't be any accidents. The battle in the farm continued. Although Xianxia and Scott were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, the combat power they showed was not worse than the slave hunters. This was especially true for Xianxia, who had fused with 20 Lord-ranked symbiotic demons. Xianxia's strength was simply overwhelming.
Although Little Black wasn't a symbiotic entity under the normal concept, Little Black could do anything that a symbiotic entity could do, and it could do it better.
According to the symbiotic demons levels, Xianxia could be considered half a monarch rank. Ordinary slave catchers couldn't even withstand one strike from Blackie. Only those elite slave catchers could block Blackie for a few seconds. Fortunately, the vice leader of the slave hunters, Noah, was also in the farm. Otherwise, Blackie alone could quickly kill all the slave hunters in the farm. As an experienced slave catcher, Deputy Leader Noah quickly recognized Blackie's identity.
Although it was slightly different from the symbiotic demon in his memory, he was 100% sure that Blackie was a symbiotic demon.
Perhaps it was because its master was Rog, but Little Black also had the thought of obtaining pleasure from the battle. Under Little Black's intentional indulgence, Noah, who was holding a two-handed greatsword, had a rare chance to catch his breath. In the beginning, Noah and the other slave catchers used firearms. However, under Little Black's unstoppable attacks, they helplessly realized that using firearms would only make them die faster in front of Little Black. Thus, each of them took out their cold weapons and began to fight with Little Black in close combat. Of course, other than cold weapons like swords and knives, they also used some special capturing weapons. For example, sonic weapons and flame weapons that targeted certain special creatures. However, Little Black wasn't one of those common symbiotic demons. Sonic weapons and flames couldn't cause fatal damage to him.
When Little Black quickly killed more than half of the slave catchers and directed the battle to close combat that he was interested in, Scott completely withdrew from the battle. It wasn't that Scott didn't want to participate in the battle, nor was it that he was lazy on purpose. It was just that Little Black stopped him from participating. Therefore, while Little Black was enjoying the thrill of the battle, Scott, who had shrunk to the size of an ant, could only sit on the leaves of some kind of plant and silently observe Little Black's battle. Although he had been with Little Black for some time and was often played by Little Black like a pet. However, after witnessing Little Black's battle posture, Scott finally understood how gentle Little Black usually was to him. Little Black's pair of seemingly ordinary claws were like divine weapons, easily tearing the enemy in front of him apart. Whether these people were wearing armor or not, in front of Little Black's claws, they would only end up being completely torn apart. Recalling the scene where Little Black often used his hands to ravage his hair, Scott couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Fortunately, we're on the same team. Fortunately. Little Black's happy battle didn't last long. It wasn't because all the slave catchers were dead, but because Rog and the others came near the battlefield. Because of Little Black, most of the combat personnel in the underground base were attracted to come out. Rog only dealt with a few logistics personnel who didn't have much combat power and left the underground base easily. When Little Black stopped, the slave catchers, including the deputy leader Noah, finally breathed a sigh of relief. In just a few minutes, they lost more than half of their members. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before all of them died here. Although Little Black stopped attacking, the deputy leader Noah didn't dare to put down the two-handed greatsword in his hand. He looked at Little Black with vigilance, as well as Rog and the others who had just arrived. After seeing Rog, especially Hulk beside Rog, Noah knew that they were in big trouble tonight. Blackie alone had the ability to wipe them all out. If Rog and Hulk were added, their survival rate was less than 1 in 10,000. Although it was the first time Noah met Rog, he was very sure that Rog was the strongest in this group. This was his intuition as a warrior, and also his unique vision that was honed by many years of combat experience. Looking at you, you should be Hulk's friends. This time we, the rope catchers, admit defeat. Tell me, what kind of compensation do you want? After confirming that his strength was far inferior to the other side, Noah decisively chose to admit defeat. Noah stabbed the two-handed greatsword in his hand into the ground, silently stepped back a few steps, and motioned for the others to put down their weapons. From the day he became a slave catcher, Noah was mentally prepared for someone to come knocking on his door. So after seeing Rog and the others, he didn't show any doubts. The slave trade was not welcomed by the mainstream, and it was an industry that licked blood from the edge of the blade. Not only did they have to face dangerous prey, but they also had to be careful of all kinds of revenge brought by the slave catchers. Chapter 347. In the meeting hall on the basement floor of the farm, Rog and others, as well as the representatives of the slave hunters led by Noah, sat. Rog, Hulk, and the other four sat on the left side of the meeting hall, while Noah and other representatives of the slave hunters sat on the right side, and the two sides looked at each other across the table. Under the absolute strength gap, Noah, the deputy head of the slave hunters, wisely chose to admit defeat and tried to resolve this incident in a relatively gentle way. You kidnapped Hulk and brought us a lot of unnecessary trouble. According to common sense, we should kill you directly now and vent our anger. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Noah and others sitting opposite him looked gloomy. Slave hunting is such an industry. Once you can't bear the other party's revenge, you are in danger of being destroyed at any time. The only thing Noah is now thankful for is that not all the members of the slave hunters are gathered on Xander. The leader of the slave hunters and several other deputy heads are now performing missions on other planets. Even if Rog really killed all of them, the slave hunters would not be completely destroyed. But you didn't do that, which means that there is still a possibility of reconciliation between us. As the deputy head of the slave hunters, Noah can be regarded as experienced and knowledgeable, so he immediately grasped the key in Rog's words. Yes, we do have the possibility to reach a reconciliation. But the premise of reconciliation is that you can give us what we want. Having said this, Rog paused for a few seconds, then continued, I don't know what you said to Hulk that made him want to participate in the Battle of Saga. But since he has such an idea, we will naturally meet his request.
First of all, we want the specific coordinates or interstellar map of Saga. Secondly, you have to pay reasonable compensation for your wrong behavior this time. The specific compensation is up to you. I only have one request. That is, the price of compensation is 3 times Hulk's value. Finally, I want the specific information of the planet where the blooming giant elephant clan is located. If not, you can hand over a living blooming giant elephant clan treant to me, except for the bounty hunter named Groot. Rog unhurriedly stated all of his requests. The first request was the simplest one, and it was also the prerequisite for fulfilling Hulk's wish. Although Saga Planet was very famous in the universe, not many people knew its exact location. In particular, the safe route to Saga Star was a secret that only a few people and organizations knew. Unlike other planets, Planet Saga was surrounded by all kinds of known and unknown universes. It was impossible to enter and exit Planet Saga normally. Moreover, there were no public jump points near Saga Star, so it was very difficult for ordinary spaceships to fly to the starfield where Saga Star was located. Whether it was entering or leaving Saga Star, it wasn't a simple matter. If one didn't have enough information and rashly went to Saga Star, the result was likely to be a crash. Noah didn't have any objections to Rog's first request. It wasn't a difficult thing for them to do. The rope grass slavers had a lot of dealings with the ruler of Saga Star, Gao Tianzuan. They had information on how to safely get to Saga Star. In addition to the first request, Noah also felt that the second request was very reasonable. The loser had to pay reasonable compensation. No matter which planet it was in the universe, this was a common practice. The only thing that gave Noah a bit of a headache was the last third request. The Flower God Colossus clan. Noah knew about this special race. He had done some research on this race before, and even planned some capture plans. Groot was once on their arrest list. But unfortunately, they didn't catch any Flower God Colossus clan treants in the end. Even Groot's traces were intermittent. They couldn't track him at all. As for Planet X, which was said to have a large number of Flower God Colossus clan treants, the rope grass slavers hadn't obtained any useful information so far. The first 2 requests are no problem. I can make the decision to agree to them now. But if you want the location of the Flower God Colossus clan's planet, or a living Flower God Colossus clan treant, I can't give you an accurate answer for the time being. Some customers have made similar requests before, but until now, we haven't caught any Flower God Colossus clan treants, let alone the location of their planet. Some scholars even believe that the Flower God Colossus clan has been completely extinct. The treant Groot may be the last Flower God Colossus clan treant in the universe. Noah didn't dare to directly reject Rog's third request. He tried his best to explain the difficulty of the request. This is your business. I just need a result. If you're sure that this request can't be fulfilled, I won't force you too much. After all, I'm not a demon. Rog answered calmly with an indifferent expression. Although he looked very easy to talk to now, Noah was 100% sure that if he said that he couldn't fulfill it now, they would definitely not be able to see the sunrise tomorrow. We will do our best to fulfill this request, but it will take some time, so I hope you can give us a little more time. That's not a problem. Before the third request is fulfilled, you can follow me. When your leader sends the information or a living treant, you can leave. After hearing Rog's answer, Noah froze for a moment, then showed a wry smile. Rog is obviously using him as a hostage, and at the same time, he is forcing the slave hunters to make a choice. If the slave hunters feel that their deputy leader is not as valuable as a Flower God Colossus clan treant, then of course, they will not pay attention to Rog's request. At that time, Noah, who has been abandoned by the slave hunters, will continue to keep the secret for the slave hunters. This is also a problem. Noah is loyal to the slave hunters, otherwise, he wouldn't have become the deputy leader of the slave hunters. But no matter how loyal a person is, after being ruthlessly abandoned, there will be some dissatisfaction. This has nothing to do with loyalty, it's just simple human nature. Okay, I agree. Although he knows that this is a trap, Noah can only bite the bullet and jump down. The next thing is very simple. Under Noah's arrangement, the members of the slave hunters began to prepare for the compensation. The relevant information of Saga was also handed over to Rog for the first time. When receiving the information of Saga, Rog left a flying Thor technique on Noah's neck in front of him. This is just a safety device, but I believe that you are a smart person and will not let this device take effect. Rog did not explain the role of the flying Thor technique to Noah, but simply reminded him. Chapter 348. Are you sure this is the normal way to travel? I feel like the spaceship is about to disintegrate. Rog sat in the co-pilot seat of the spaceship and asked Noah doubtfully. Planet Saga is surrounded by a large number of universe passages. These chaotic universe passages are Planet Saga's natural barrier and the only way to get to Planet Saga. Noah held the control stick of the spaceship and steered the spaceship to avoid the various messy things in the passage. Old spaceships, broken tools, meteorites attracted from God knows where, and a large number of household garbage thrown out from various planets. The passage you chose better be safe enough. Otherwise, no one will have a good ending. Although Rog also knew how to pilot a spaceship, he decisively transferred the piloting authority to Noah when passing through this universe passage that was like a collapsed neutron star. The gravitational force of the singularity coordinates is about to break through the spaceship's tolerance limit. The main computer system is offline and has switched to an offline power system. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Rog was not in charge of the actual flight. Instead, he acted as Noah's assistant and handled the various control commands of the spaceship. Natasha and Scott sat at the back of the spaceship with serious expressions, while Blackie and Hulk were full of excitement. The crazily shaking spaceship did not make Blackie and Hulk feel any fear. Instead, it made them feel an inexplicable excitement. Unlike ordinary space jump points, piloting a spaceship through a universe passage was not something that could be done in the blink of an eye. In this universe passage that was filled with all kinds of garbage and gorgeous light, Rog and the other spaceship was like a fallen leaf in a turbulent river, being tossed up and down by the constantly tumbling water. Damn it! The auxiliary engine of the spaceship was hit and the power dropped. I'll start the backup engine now. The originally bad situation became even worse. Roger synchronized the latest situation to Noah, who was in the driver's seat. Don't worry, we'll be out soon. At this time, Noah had put all his attention on the control of the spaceship, making the spaceship move at top speed and avoid obstacle after obstacle. Just as the spaceship's outer shell was about to reach a critical point and was about to be completely torn apart by the omnipresent gravitational force, the spaceship that had been flying for a long time finally rushed out of the universe passage. The moment they rushed out of the universe passage, the various chaotic force fields surrounding the spaceship disappeared, and the spaceship stabilized again. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the damaged main engine suddenly stopped working. The outage of the main engine had greatly reduced the flying power of the spaceship, and the spaceship began to rapidly descend under the influence of gravity. If it wasn't for the backup engines still working hard to provide the last bit of power for the spaceship, Rog and the others' trip to Saga Planet would have started with the spaceship crashing. But even so, their final outcome wasn't any better. The backup engine allowed them to temporarily avoid the danger of a crash, but the process of landing was still not perfect. Under Noah's control, the battered spaceship made an emergency landing on a garbage mountain near the space channel, ending its life. I'm starting to miss Asgard's Bifrost. After coming out of the spaceship that could no longer take off again, Rog said with great nostalgia. Asgard clearly had the ability to build spaceships, so why would he spend extra resources to build the Rainbow Bridge? In addition to the deterrent effect of force at the beginning, the comfortable teleportation experience is also a reason that can't be ignored. Compared with the teleportation of the Bifrost, the experience of just passing through the universe passage was like a nightmare. Rog was even ready to use Susanoo and Infinite Mode at any time. Have you been to Asgard? After hearing Rog's complaint, Noah asked curiously. Yes, and I have a certain reputation in Asgard. Rog added. He wasn't worried about what impact Noah would have on Asgard if he knew about this. Not to mention that Noah was only one person. Even if he pulled the entire slave hunters, it would be useless in front of Asgard. After moving his hands and feet, Rog used the super light rock technique to fly up. As far as the eye could see, there were garbage mountains of different sizes. These garbage from various planets fell from the colorful universe passages in the air, piling up into garbage mountains. In addition to these garbage mountains, Rog also saw some aliens in strange clothes. These people were like ants looking for something in the garbage mountains, and from time to time, They avoided all kinds of garbage falling from the sky. After using chakra perception to perceive their life energy, Rog landed on the ground made of garbage again. There is no city nearby, except for garbage, scavengers and flying garbage ships. Rog said what he saw, and then looked at Noah. There are many gathering places on this planet, and most of the scavengers live in these gathering places. There is only one city on this planet, Saga City, which was built by Gao Tianzuan. Of course you can also call it the City of Champions. Noah was the only person who had been to Saga Star, so now he was not only Rog's hostage, but also Rog's guide. Before departure, Noah fulfilled Rog's second request and compensated Rog 900 million new star coins. The slave hunters originally planned to sell Hulk for 300 million new star coins, but they did not find a suitable buyer on Xander, so Noah later had the plan to sell Hulk to Gao Tianzuan. Not long after Noah finished his explanation, a group of scavengers armed with all kinds of weapons arrived in front of them menacingly. These scavengers witnessed the scene of the spaceship crash landing, so they rushed over like hyenas on the prairie. It seems that we have a new spaceship. Although the spaceship piloted by these scavengers looks similar to a garbage ship, in any case, it is a spaceship that can fly. Are you gladiators or ordinary people? One of the scavengers took off the mask on his face and asked casually. However, no one answered him. Blackie, deal with them, remember not to dirty the spaceship. Rog glanced at these scavengers casually and said to Blackie beside him. No problem, I like to bully the weak the most. As soon as the voice fell, Blackie pounced on these scavengers like a black tiger and began the process of bullying the weak. It didn't take long for these scavengers to become fragmented corpses. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.